I've been stuck in this world, Casadal, for 7 years now. 7 long years since I crossed over from my old life. I've learned to survive. No fancy moves, no wasted effort. Just quick, clean kills. Today I took down a Cyclops on the 7th floor of the underground dungeon. Big, dumb, tough-skinned beast. I hid in the shadows, waited for the right moment, then struck fast. 2 daggers, a couple of spells, and it was done. I cut out its eye as proof for the guild and got out before more monsters showed up. Back at the guild, old John paid me 75 silver and 15 copper. Not bad. He warned me things were getting rough outside the city walls. I nodded and moved on. Then, just as I turned to leave, I heard it, that cold voice in my head. The system. It told me I'd finally completed a long-term mission and unlocked a new feature, a teammate slot. After 7 years of this useless system giving me trash rewards, apples, scrap paper, tiny stat boosts, it finally gave me something real. Now I need to find someone to bind as my teammate. The system says I can share resources with them, stats, skills, gear. But both sides have to agree. The problem is, I don't trust anyone. Not those loud drunks at the guild. My secret is too dangerous. One slip and I'm done. So only one option makes sense, the slave market. Someone I can fully control. I hate the idea. I really do. But after 7 years in this world, I've learned that safety comes first. I headed to the slave market in the lower district, down on Russ Street. The closer I got, the worse it smelled: garbage, animal waste, cheap spices. The smell of people who had given up on life. I paid 5 copper coins to get past the guards at the iron gate. Inside, it was loud and ugly. Rows of iron cages lined up like animal pens, filled with people staring out with dead eyes. Traders shouted about their goods like they were selling cattle. Lips cracked. It made my stomach turn. This world shouldn't be like this. But I couldn't change it. Not yet. I started looking through the cages. I needed someone useful, not too old, not sick, not completely broken. The traders noticed me and tried to sell me all kinds of people. A half-elf boy. Too fragile, too much trouble. A trembling teenager. He looked like he needed protection more than I did. Useless choices, one after another. I was about to give up on this section when I heard a woman screaming, not in fear, but in pure rage. "Let me go, you fool. I'll crush you." I turned and saw a crowd gathered around a reinforced cage in the corner. 3 guards were struggling to hold it steady with magic. Inside was a massive woman, easily over 2 meters tall. Pink skin, sharp horns on her head, a demon from the ghost race. As she raged, her skin turned deep red. A slave contract rune glowed on her forehead. The trader, a greasy little man named Bailey, was whipping her over and over. She didn't even flinch. She just kept fighting, trying to rip the cage apart. Her muscles were rock hard, covered in sweat and blood from the lash marks. Even chained and beaten, the fire in her red eyes never went out. That's when I knew she was the one. People say the ghost race isn't very smart. For my purposes, that was actually a good thing. Easier to manage, less scheming. With the slave contract already on her and my system backing me up, the risk felt worth it. The guards finally wrestled her down and chained her arms behind her back. Bailey was cursing, out of breath, threatening to get rid of her. She just laughed in his face and dared him to try. I couldn't help but smile a little. She had guts. Before Bailey could swing his whip again, I spoke up. "Boss, how much for that slave?" I stepped up before anyone noticed me. Hood up, scarf on, hands hidden. Just the way I liked it. Bailey, the slave trader, looked me over and put on his best salesman smile. He started telling me how great the ghost woman was, strong as an ox, good-looking for her kind, useful for all sorts of work. I cut him off. "She almost ripped his head off a minute ago. That's not a selling point." Then he offered me taming services. I knew exactly what that meant. They'd wipe her mind clean. She'd obey, sure, but she'd be an empty shell. Useless to me. I needed a fighter, not a puppet. He wanted 20 gold coins. I said no way. I could see the truth clearly. Nobody else wanted her. She was dangerous, expensive to feed, and a risk to keep around. Bailey was losing money every day she stayed. He knew it too. He just didn't want to admit it. So I pushed him. Hard. I told him keeping her would only cost him more. Getting rid of her would cost him too. Selling to me was his only good option. We went back and forth. 20, 15, 12. I held firm at 8 gold coins, plus one condition. Remove the mental suppression from her slave contract, but keep the basic control runes. I wanted her awake, alert, and able to fight. The life and death control would still be mine, so the risk was manageable. Bailey looked like he was about to explode. But in the end, money won over pride. He took the 8 coins, cursed his bad luck, and did the contract work himself. Turns out he didn't need a specialist after all. Greedy old liar. When the black stone touched the mark on her forehead, she cried out in pain. The glow on her skin dimmed, like a heavy weight had been lifted. Her eyes changed, still angry, still red, but now sharp and aware. She was thinking again. The guards unchained her and backed away fast. She sat up slowly, looking around, at the guards, at Bailey, and finally at me. Her eyes were full of hate, caution, and maybe a little confusion. I walked up to her and set a clean black robe on the ground in front of her. Stay here or come with me. Do you want to live or die? I didn't wait for an answer. I just turned around and walked toward the exit, calm and steady, like I wasn't worried at all about the dangerous ghost woman behind me. After a moment, I heard her footsteps following. On the outside, I kept my cool. But inside, yes, it worked. An SSR teammate. Got her. I brought her back to my small courtyard house and locked the door behind us. Nothing fancy, just a stone building with a well and some junk piled in the corner. Housing is cheap in this world since towns just pop up around dungeon entrances. I pulled off my hood. Underneath, I'm just a pale-faced young guy. Too much time spent underground. The ghost girl stood stiff by the door, watching me like I was about to attack her. I could feel her tension from across the room. She probably thought I was just another terrible human. I didn't bother explaining. I just sat down at my table and started cleaning my weapons. Sit anywhere you like, I told her. That didn't go well. She got more nervous, started growling, pressed herself against the door. Then the slave mark on her forehead flared up. She was fighting the contract. The pain hit her hard, and she rushed at me. Her hand ended up on my neck. I didn't flinch. I just crouched down, looked her in the eyes, and spoke calmly. I haven't hurt you, have I? Just sit down. The pain will stop. She could have crushed my throat right then. But something about my calmness threw her off. Slowly, she let go and sat down. Good girl, I said, which was a bit ridiculous, since she's a full head taller than me. After that, things got quieter. I sat beside her and kept cleaning my gear. She curled up nearby like a scared cat in a strange place. Every time she tried to move away, I moved closer until she just stayed put. Human, why did you buy me? She asked. I didn't answer. Not yet. Night fell. She started dozing off, exhausted from days of fighting. Her skin had turned back to its natural pink. She honestly looked kind of cute, like a character from an old cartoon I used to watch. Wait, no. Stop. Focus. When I was ready, I opened the system in my mind. Same old screen. My little chibi character swinging a sword. Useless junk in the idle chest. But there it was. Teammate slot 1, still empty and glowing. I chose to scan her. The results blew my mind. Strength, 84, with a potential. Constitution, 78, a potential. Willpower, 70, a minus. Her spirit and magic were terrible, sure. But physically? She was a monster. She had racial abilities too. Rage mode that boosted her power, natural iron-tough skin, and brute force that hit beyond normal limits. Her affinity toward me was -70. She disliked me, feared me, but was also a little curious. Apparently, she'd never met a human like me before. I walked over to her again. She tensed up immediately. Don't sleep yet. Come eat first, then you can rest. She stared at me, confused. Me? Eat? Yes. I headed toward the kitchen. She didn't move. Aren't you coming? I'm just an ordinary human. Are you really that afraid of me? That did it. Her pride kicked in right away. I'm not afraid of you. I smiled to myself as I walked ahead. What an easy person to deal with. After a long day, I cooked dinner. This was my favorite part, making a proper meal. The sound of the pans sizzling and the smell of food filling the house always felt right. I made white rice, sliced meat in brown sauce, stir-fried greens, fried eggs, and egg drop soup. Nothing fancy, just good home cooking. The ghost girl sat stiffly on a wooden chair that was way too small for her, staring at the kitchen doorway. I could tell the smell was getting to her. She swallowed so loud I could hear it across the room. But she wouldn't eat. She just sat there, tense and suspicious. I could see her thinking, Why would this human feed me? What's the trick? I started eating first, nice and calm. Then I looked at her. Not eating, she didn't move. So I tried a different approach. Are you afraid I poisoned it? Everything was made right in front of you. I paused, then added with a small smile. You're like a startled kitten. Kind of cute. That did it. She jumped up, furious. Scared? Me? Of a weak human like you. Then eat, I said, and went back to my food like nothing happened. She stood there fuming. I could see the battle inside her, pride versus hunger. If she refused to eat, it would prove she was scared of me. And that thought was worse than anything. Finally, she growled, grabbed the bowl, and scooped up rice with her bare fingers. Chopsticks were too small for her hands. Then she froze. The look on her face was priceless: shock, confusion, wonder. She chewed slowly, like she couldn't believe what she was tasting. She'd probably never had food that wasn't rotten or full of grit. Is it good? She asked quietly, almost without realizing it. The wildness in her eyes was gone for a moment, replaced by something softer. I nodded toward the meat plate. Try this one. It goes well with rice. She picked up a piece of sauced meat and bit into it. Her eyes went wide. What? What is this? Meat. If you like it, have some more. After that, all her pride and caution disappeared. She grabbed handfuls of meat, vegetables, and rice, stuffing it all in her mouth. Sauce dripped down her chin. She didn't care at all. I quietly got up, went to the kitchen, and came back with a bigger bowl of rice. I set it in front of her. Go ahead and eat. There's more in the pot. She had a lot to learn. But watching her devour that meal like it was the best thing she'd ever tasted, it was a good start. After dinner, the room went quiet. Hongshu sat there holding her empty bowl, looking lost. When I reached for it, she almost pulled it away. If you don't want to give it to me, you can wash the dishes, I said. I won't listen to a human, she snapped. I shrugged. So demons just like to eat and never help out? That got her. Fine. I'll wash them all. I'll show you how capable demons are. I yawned and left her to it. Too easy. Back in my room, I opened the system. Something had changed. Next to my little chibi character, there was now a red-skinned demon girl holding a huge double-bladed axe. Hongshu. That was her name. She'd refused to tell me, but the system showed it anyway. Nice name. I started the next stage. The difference was unreal. Slimes that used to hurt me badly now only did 1 damage each. And Hongshu? She swung her axe and hit for over 200 damage. I needed a skill just to match that. Her defense was incredible too. We cleared stage 2 in seconds. Then I got stuck at stage 3. Again, I'd been stuck at stage 1 for 7 years, and now this. But at least the system finally unlocked some real features. Better equipment drops, attribute point sharing with teammates. And way down the list, level ups at stage 5, events at 15, awakening at 20, a shop at 50. All these basic things, hidden behind stages I couldn't reach alone. I checked Hongshu's affinity. It had gone from -70 to -51. Just 1 meal did that. What a fool. The dishwashing stopped. I went out and found the kitchen spotless, bowls and plates neatly arranged. She'd done a careful job, but she wasn't inside. I found her in the courtyard, curled up in a corner under the moonlight, wrapped in her black cloak. Why are you outside? I asked. She looked confused. Aren't slaves supposed to sleep outside? That hit me harder than I expected. In her world, cold ground and cages were all she knew. A warm room was for free people, not for someone like her. Come inside and sleep, I said. She stared at me like I'd lost my mind. Human, are you out of your mind? I took a deep breath. What kind of person is this? Come in. Can I? Yes. I turned and walked inside. No explanation. I was just too tired for a debate. She didn't follow right away. I could feel her hesitating. So I used the trick that always worked. Are you scared? Me? Scared of you, she came inside. I grabbed a cloth. Her face was still covered in sauce and rice from dinner. She stood stiffly in the middle of the room, completely uncomfortable. Stand still, I said, stepping closer. She tried to back away. Don't move. If you do, I'll think you're afraid of me. I'm not afraid of a weak human like you. I gently wiped the sauce from the corner of her mouth. She went completely rigid. I could see the confusion in her yellow eyes. She didn't understand kindness. Whips she understood. Pain she understood. But this? A soft cloth on her face? It scared her more than anything. Lower your head a bit. I can't reach. Oh, okay. I could practically hear her thoughts screaming. What on earth is this human trying to do? Honestly, I was just trying to clean her face, but I had a feeling this was going to be a long process. Hongshu slept on a mat I made for her. She didn't understand why I bothered. Honestly, I was too tired to explain. I woke up early like always. She was already awake, still watching me carefully but calmer than before. I made oatmeal for two, and this time she didn't need as much convincing to eat. Progress. After breakfast, we're heading out, I told her. Where? Somewhere we can earn money. I brought out a full set of heavy knight's armor and a massive double-bladed axe. The system had finally started dropping useful gear after I cleared stage 2. I'd been grinding all night and got a full set of white-quality strength equipment, plus 5 to strength when wearing the whole thing. No green drops, though. Of course not. I told her to change and waited outside. Did I want to peek? Honestly, yes. But my affinity with her was too low. Rushing things like that would ruin everything. Patience. The armor fit her perfectly, which surprised her. She kept looking at herself on our way to the dungeon. Stop looking around. We're here, at the dungeon entrance. Hongshu perked up. After days of confusion, she finally had something she understood. Fighting. Human, she asked as we walked down the narrow passage. Why does this thing make me feel stronger? Equipment. What does that mean? Just use it. You wouldn't understand even if I explained. Are you looking down on me? We reached the first level. A patrol of about a dozen goblins was coming our way, led by a bigger one with a bone club. I pressed against the wall and started planning. Take out the elite first, then clean up the chaos. Standard approach. Just these? Hongshu asked, leaning forward like a loaded spring. Yeah? Be careful. These weaklings can't hurt me, she charged before I could say another word. Her armored body shot forward way faster than I expected. She swung that massive axe like it weighed nothing and plowed straight through the front line. Goblins flew like ragdolls. Her skin turned red, her rage ability kicking in. She was a wrecking ball. While she tore through the group, I slipped along the wall in silence. The elite goblin sensed me and swung its club. Too slow. I ducked under it, slid forward, and put my dagger to its neck. One clean cut. Done. Hongshu handled the rest without breaking a sweat. One goblin tried to sneak up behind her. She kicked it into a wall without even turning around. The last two tried to run. She caught them in a few steps. 84 strength points, plus 5 from the gear. 89 total. The results were terrifying. You did well, I said. She lifted her head proudly. Of course. I'm strong. Human. Yes, very strong. She looked confused. She expected me to put her down, not agree with her. Humans must seem very strange to her. I cut off the elite goblin's ear, worth some money at the guild, and we kept moving. Let's go? Deeper. Okay. She followed without arguing. Her affinity had climbed to -32. Still not great, but compared to yesterday, a huge improvement. One meal, one night indoors, one fight side by side. That's all it took to start breaking through. We pushed all the way down to the 5th floor of the dungeon. The air got colder and heavier the deeper we went. Frost covered Hongshu's armor, and our breath came out in white puffs. 3 stone lizards crawled out from behind some stalactites. Hongshu charged before they could get into position. Her axe smashed the first one's head apart like a rotten fruit. I slipped past her left side and drove my dagger into the second one's eye. Quick twist, done. The third one caught her axe in its neck. She stomped on its back and forced the blade straight through its chest. Before we could catch our breath, I spotted dozens of blue lights flickering on the ceiling. Bats. You clean up the lizard bodies, I told her. Don't let the smell spread. Hongshu was no good against flying enemies. This was my job. I waited until the lead bat's claws almost touched my hood, then flicked my wrist. 3 throwing knives buried into 3 throats. The swarm hesitated. I ducked into a gap in the rock wall and threw another round. 2 more dropped. Hongshu watched the dead bats hit the floor. Can we roast them to eat? Poisonous organs. Terrible meat. She clicked her tongue, disappointed, and crushed a half-dead one under her boot. Then she looked up sharply. Something's coming. Heavy sounds rolled toward us from deeper in the passage. We pressed forward and found a wide cavern filled with over a dozen huge dark green slimes. In the center sat 3 even bigger ones, glowing purple with faint magic, elites. Face me, you cowards, Hongshu roared and charged straight at the nearest purple slime. No plan, no strategy, just raw aggression. I slipped along the cave wall in silence. While she drew all their attention, I found my opening. One of the elite guards tried to turn toward me, too slow. My dagger hit its core perfectly. It collapsed into a puddle of rotting slime. Hongshu took acid jets straight to her armored arm without slowing down. She buried her axe into a purple slime, nearly splitting it in half. When the thing tried to crush her with its own weight, she spun and ripped it apart with brute force. The core shattered. The last purple slime rallied the remaining green ones around it for protection. They started charging up for a wide acid spray. "Give me an opening," I told her. She grinned and charged the whole group. Her axe sent slime flying everywhere, scattering the formation. The elite's body split open for just a second. That was all I needed. One strike to the core. Done. 5th floor cleared. From the 1st floor to the 5th, we'd fought through everything together. She was loud, reckless, and burned through her energy way too fast because she screamed battle cries at every single enemy. But her raw power was something else entirely. And we were starting to work as a real team. She smashed things open. I found the weak spots and finished them off. Not a bad combination at all. After clearing the 5th floor, we stopped to rest. I made a fire and roasted some gecko legs. Tender, filling, and they even boost energy. Good stuff. Hongshu sat nearby, staring at her destroyed equipment. The armor I gave her that morning was now a pile of corroded scrap. The breastplate was full of holes from the slime acid. The gauntlets were melted down to finger stumps. The great axe was dull and useless. Half a day, that's all it lasted. She looked miserable, not her usual wild self at all. "My equipment is gone," she said quietly. I kept sharpening sticks and said nothing at first. Inside, I was more focused on whether the meat was done. She got restless, stood up and shouted at me. "Kill or cut as you like. I caused you loss. I have no complaints." I looked at her. "Why would I kill you? If something's broken, it's just broken." She couldn't accept that. She kept going, saying she wasn't smart, couldn't control her strength, telling me I should punish her, whip her, stop feeding her. She even offered to be sold to a new master to make up for my loss. That one stung a little. I sighed. I couldn't get angry at her. She was puffing up with guilt like an angry kitten. "No need. You won't have a new master. Just listen to me properly." I sprinkled some seasoning on the roasted meat and handed it to her. Then I reached into my bag and pulled out a brand new set of armor. Same style, same stats. Dropped it at her feet with a clatter. A new axe too. Her eyes went wide, mouth open. She looked at the new gear, then at the scrap pile, then back at me. Her brain completely froze. "Like I said, I'm very satisfied with you." She stepped back. "Humans, stop talking nonsense. I can't trust you." I shook my head and laughed. "After I bought you as a slave, you still worry about my losses? That's kind of funny. What are you laughing at? Human with problems in your head. Has anyone ever told you? When you argue, it sounds like whining." She turned red and yelled more. I told her to eat and get ready for the next floor. She went quiet for a bit. Then, in a small voice, "Next time, I'll be more careful with the equipment. I'll try not to break them." "No need to be so careful," I said, and pulled out several more backup sets. Her eyes went even wider. We headed down to the 6th floor. Hongshu took the lead in her new gear. But after about 10 minutes, I stopped. Something was wrong. It was too quiet. No sounds at all since we entered. Hongshu didn't care. Fight one, kill one. Fight a pair, kill two. I shook my head. "Let's go back." "Huh? You're too scared. Adventurers must never take reckless risks. How much we bring back doesn't matter. What matters is we return alive." She grumbled and called me a coward, but she followed. Then, just as we turned around, my expression changed. The system flashed a new mission: speed of death, escape from a wave of artificially created parasitic spiders. Reward: 2 purple equipment pieces. The sound of rushing footsteps and skittering filled the tunnel behind us. This was my first time leading a team, and already we were in deep trouble. My luck was really something. I gripped my dagger so hard my knuckles went white. The sounds from the tunnel weren't faint anymore. Sharp, skittering legs scraping against stone, getting closer fast. Before the spiders arrived, a group of beaten-up adventurers came scrambling around the corner, faces covered in sweat and terror. But the moment they saw us blocking the path, their eyes changed. They weren't just running. They were ready to fight through us to escape. I moved first. No hesitation. I slipped between them and cut the tendons behind 2 of their knees. They dropped screaming. Hongshu swung her axe and sent a third one flying into the wall. He didn't get back up. What are you doing? I asked her. Killing them? Leave them alive. You didn't say that. Fair point. The last one, a small woman, froze in place, shaking and begging. I ignored her and kicked open the bag the big guy had been clutching. Dark green egg sacs spilled out, filling the air with a rotten stink. Spider eggs. From bone-eating venom spiders on the 7th floor. Worth a fortune, apparently. These idiots had stolen eggs from a dungeon boss's territory and brought the entire swarm chasing after them, right to us. At least they were mostly parasitic spiders, not the bone-eating kind. If they were all bone-eaters, I might as well dig my own grave. The green lights appeared at the end of the tunnel. Hundreds of them. Twisted, horrible things, some dragging half-eaten lizard corpses, others wearing hollowed-out goblin skins like puppets. The rest were just raw spiders with sharp legs and ugly patterns. I've hated bugs since before I crossed into this world. This was a nightmare. The left side is mine, Hongshu shouted, already charging. She took the harder side, the one with the strongest spiders. She didn't even wait for me to agree. Her axe tore through them. Bones shattered, green slime sprayed everywhere. She was laughing the whole time. The Ghost Clan really was born to fight. I took the right side. I spotted the real threats. Dark purple bone-eating spiders hiding behind the smaller ones, mouths dripping with acid. I needed to take them out first. I activated my silence spell and rushed low along the ground. 2 spiders lunged at me. I spun and stabbed sharpened sticks through their eyes. Then I went for the bone-eater with my dagger. The blade hit the base of its mouth, but barely cut through. The shell was too tough. My attack power wasn't enough to finish it in one hit. Human, Hongshu's roar came from behind me. Spiders were rushing my way. She body-slammed the whole group aside to cover me. But they kept coming. Wave after wave, from every shadow and corner. Acid and venom silk rained down on Hongshu's armor, sizzling and leaving white marks. Small spiders tried climbing her legs. I'd hoped that if we moved away from the egg sacs, the spiders would just take them and leave. They'd come up from the 7th floor under pressure from the dungeon boss. They should want to retreat. But they didn't leave. They kept attacking from all sides. Sweat dripped down my face. I fought while pulling back, but it wasn't helping. They were surrounding us from behind too. This wasn't a fight we could win by standing our ground. But we couldn't outrun them either. We were trapped. I threw every dagger I had, killing spiders one after another. But they just kept coming. Behind us, those adventurers who'd stolen the eggs were screaming for help. One got covered in acid. The sizzling and then silence told me everything. The small woman was swarmed next. I didn't flinch. They brought this on themselves. When you kill, you'd better be ready to die. My plan was simple: retreat to the 5th floor. The 6th floor boss would eventually come to clear out these invaders from the 7th floor. We just had to survive long enough. Let's go, head back. We can't escape, Hongshu shouted, swinging her axe wildly. We fought and retreated at the same time. I was running out of daggers. Then disaster struck. Transparent silk threads shot out from spiders hiding in the ceiling. I dodged in time, but Hongshu didn't see them. The silk wrapped around her arm, and that brief pause was all they needed. Hundreds of threads came from every direction: her armor joints, her helmet, her axe handle. She ripped them apart with raw strength, but more kept coming. Layer after layer, faster than she could break free. She was trapped. Get out of here. I owe you nothing anymore, she shouted through the web of silk covering her body. She knew she was finished. She figured I could make it to the 5th floor alone if she held some of the spiders' attention. She was ready to die so I could escape. Remember my bravery, she growled, her skin turning blood red as she burned through her last burst of energy. I should have run. She was a good teammate with great stats, sure, but teammates can be replaced. Life is only one. But she said those words. She was willing to die for me, someone who bought her as a slave just yesterday. I'm not a good person, but I couldn't abandon her. That's my bottom line. I activated burst technique. 3 minutes. Every stat doubled. After that, total collapse. I'd never used this skill around anyone before. The weakness afterward leaves me completely helpless. I never had a teammate I trusted enough to show that side. I charged straight into the spider swarm. Everything slowed down in my mind. Their movements, their silk trajectories, every weak point in their shells. I switched to agility gear and went to work with both daggers. 6 strikes per second. Bone-eating spiders that had been nearly impossible to damage before now fell apart under my blades. I cut through parasitic spiders like they were paper. Green goo sprayed everywhere. "You damn fool," Hongshu screamed behind me, half in anger, half in shock. I ignored her. "Kill faster. Move faster." 3 spiders shot at my neck from behind. I crouched, spun, and flicked my dagger backward. 2 burst apart. The 3rd got pinned to the wall. All daggers gone. I turned to face the last bone-eating spider, planning to dodge and find a weapon. Then the weakness hit. 3 minutes were up. My body went limp. Couldn't move. Could barely think. So this is how I die. Honestly. No fear, no regret. Maybe a little regret. But mostly I was glad I'd never betrayed my conscience. Then Hongshu was there. Her axe smashed the spider away. She picked up a boulder with one hand and hurled it. The spider was crushed into paste. She'd finally ripped free from all that silk. Without a word, she grabbed me and threw me onto her back. Then she ran. "Don't fall asleep. Did you hear me?" she yelled between heavy breaths. "You look terrible. Really ugly. Not going to die?" I mumbled. "Just weak. With me here, you don't get to die even if you wanted to." She sprinted through the tunnels, smashing every petrified lizard in our path without slowing down. Behind us, a deep rumble shook the walls. The 6th-floor boss, the lava golem, had finally shown up to clear out the spider invasion. We were lucky. 1 more minute, and that thing would have caught us too. The tremors stopped after about 60 seconds. The boss had wiped out everything on its floor. Ahead, a dark entrance appeared. The 5th floor. We made it. We made it to the 4th floor. Hongshu had carried me all the way from the 6th to the 5th, then fought down to the 4th while I was dead weight on her back. She was poisoned, exhausted, and numb, but she didn't stop. She set me down carefully against a broken stone pillar. "Hey, human. Are you okay?" I opened my eyes. Everything was blurry. "Just weak. I'll be fine." She sat down hard, armor clanging against the floor. Pulled off her helmet. Her white hair was soaked with sweat, her face covered in dirt. She stared at me for a long time. Then she got angry. "Why did you come back? Are you out of your mind?" I looked at her. "What are you so upset about? If I died, you'd be free. I gave you the chance to escape, and you wasted it." "I'm just stating the facts," I said. She went quiet. So I told her the truth. "When I bought you, I never meant to treat you as a slave. I needed a partner, someone strong who could survive the dungeon with me. That's why I chose you." I paused, then added, "At the end back there, you wanted to buy me time to escape. That's what made the difference. Before today, I saw you as a good investment. Now I see you as someone I can trust." She looked away. "I was just repaying your kindness." I reached out and patted her head. She froze. "What are you doing?" "Thank you for protecting me." After a moment, her voice came out small. "I should be the one saying thank you for coming back to save me." Then I told her my name. "I'm Chensi. Chun means dawn. She means bright." She blinked. "What a strange name. Only 2 words." "I like it." Then she said, "My name is Hongshu." She looked at me seriously. "Do you know what it means when someone outside the Ghost Clan learns our real name?" "What?" "Don't tell me it means you recognize me as your master." She didn't deny it. She explained that her clan leader taught her that humans, like ghosts, can be good or bad. She said I was a good person, and telling me her name was the only way she knew to repay me. "So you're really mine now?" I asked. "Yes. Say master for me to hear." "Go away, human." I closed my eyes, smiling. "Just joking. Rest up. We're going home soon." A few seconds of silence. Then, very quietly, Master." I checked her affinity. It had hit positive 20. In 2 days, it jumped nearly 100 points. Even with the low starting point making growth faster, that was incredible. We rested for a while. She couldn't sit still, kept chattering about what she wanted to eat when we got home. Grilled meat, egg drop soup, everything I'd made before. I was annoyed but didn't stop her. At least she was telling me what she wanted. That felt like progress. She leaned against me and fell asleep. Mouth open, drool, and everything. Sleeping that soundly in a dungeon, what an achievement. I used the time to think about our purple equipment choices from the mission reward. Hongshu needed better armor for the front line. I needed a weapon to boost my attack power. Maybe I should even consider switching to a ranged class to work better with her. When my strength came back enough, I woke her up. "Time to go, already?" I wasn't done sleeping. The trip back was smooth. The lower floors had barely any monsters left. Hongshu crushed whatever showed up, goblins, windwolves, like she was taking out her frustration on them. See? This is real strength, she announced proudly, kicking aside a goblin's remains. Those bugs earlier only won because they outnumbered us. Yeah, impressive, I said, saving my breath. Hey, you're not even sincere. We climbed out at dawn. Other adventurers stared at us. 2 people covered in blood, slime, dirt, and torn clothes. We must have looked terrible. Back home, I locked the door and finally relaxed. Hongshu stood awkwardly by the entrance, still not used to being comfortable here. Take off your armor, go wash up at the well. You go first. As if I would be shy, she started unclasping her armor, and then, well, I looked up at the sky, closed my eyes, and turned away. Some things are better left unseen. I opened the system instead. Equipment selection was more important right now. Might as well focus on that while she finished her bath. I lay on the lounge chair, too tired to move. While Hongshu bathed at the well, I opened the system to claim my rewards. The mission gave me 2 purple equipment pieces. I didn't hesitate on the first pick, chest armor for Hongshu. The Red Wolf Knight's chest plate appeared. Physical defense plus 120, magic resistance plus 65, and a passive skill that boosts defense when her health drops low. The stats were incredible, worth every bit of danger we went through. For my second pick, I chose a weapon. I expected a bow or a crossbow. What I got made my jaw drop. An M24 sniper rifle. A gun. In a fantasy world. A real, heavy, cold metal gun sitting in my hands. 75 physical attack. Way more than any dagger I'd ever held. 22% critical hit rate. And the passive skill was perfect for me. When aiming through the scope, I move silently and enter stealth. Headshot kills don't attract nearby monsters. It was built for someone like me. Then a bullet library popped up. Daily refills. 50 white rounds. 20 green. 10 blue. 5 purple. 2 gold. 1 red. Unlimited storage. The whole setup reminded me of a gacha game from my old world. Of course it did. Even in another world, that system followed me. I was so excited I nearly lost it, but I kept my face calm. This changed everything. I could cover Hongshu from range, handle flying enemies, and stay in stealth. I need to practice from scratch and maybe buy some archer skill books from the guild, but the potential was enormous. I put the rifle away in my system bag just as the water sound stopped. You're done? I'll go in. I looked up and froze. Hongshu was standing there, completely naked, hands on her hips like it was the most normal thing in the world. You're my leader. According to Ghost Clan rules, I must help you bathe. That's really not necessary, I said immediately. It wasn't about being embarrassed. Her affinity was only at 20. Way too early for that kind of thing. Maybe at 50 I'd reconsider. No, what was I thinking? I tilted my head back and closed my eyes, trying very hard to stay composed. She got upset, grabbed my collar, and pulled me close. Are you lying to me? Is it because I'm from the Ghost Clan? Humans really are all the same. She stopped mid-sentence. Looked down. Her pink face turned much redder. I sighed inside. After that awkward moment passed, I went to the well and washed up. The cool water cleared my head. I decided to rest today and go back to the dungeon tomorrow. Things were going well. We had a real team now, purple gear, and a sniper rifle. During idle challenges, I could equip both of us with purple gear to push through stages faster. In the actual dungeon, we'd wear our real equipment. 2 benefits at once. I walked back inside feeling refreshed. Hongshu was leaning on the kitchen counter wrapped in a cloth, looking calm as ever. Boss, where did you hide the meat? I'm starving. Top shelf. Clay jar with salt, I said, grabbing a bag of flour. But wait, I'll make some dough for you. I think you'll like. I turned around. She already had pickled meat stuffed in her mouth. Are you mumbling? She said through a mouthful of food. I stared at her. Some things never change. I watched Hongshu stuff pickled meat in her mouth before I could even start cooking. Typical. I told her eating is important. You have to take it seriously. She didn't understand why I made such a fuss. In her tribe, they just hunted and ate raw or barely roasted meat. But I knew that good food keeps you going in a world like this. I made hand-pulled noodles from scratch. Kneaded the dough, let it rest, sliced smoked beast meat paper thin, fried it in hot oil until crispy and golden, tossed in green vegetables, and prepared fried eggs for the broth. Rolled the dough out, cut it into noodles, and dropped them into boiling soup. Topped it all with the meat, vegetables, and chopped green onions. Hongshu couldn't use chopsticks. She tried. The two sticks fought each other like opposite sides of a brain. She finally grabbed a piece of meat, lifted it up, and it splashed right back into the bowl. Her face fell. I went to the kitchen and came back with a fork. Problem solved. She devoured everything, shouting about how good the soup was, how amazing the meat tasted. While eating, I opened the system to check my mission rewards. 2 purple items. First, the Red Wolf Knight's chest plate for Hongshu. 120 physical defense, 65 magic resistance, plus a passive that boosts defense when health drops low. Amazing stats. Second, and this one shocked me, an M24 sniper rifle. A gun. In a fantasy world. 75 physical attack, 22% critical rate, and a passive that gives me stealth while aiming. Headshot kills don't attract nearby monsters. Plus a bullet library that refills daily, 50 white rounds down to 1 red round. This was a game changer. I tested everything in the system's idle challenge. With the new gear, we blew through stages 3 and 4. But stage 5 crushed us. 2 skeleton mages. Ice and fire. Focused Hongshu down before I could kill both. Tried 3 times. Lost every time. I needed better gear to push through. I did pick up 3 green equipment pieces though. Progress. After resting, I took Hongshu shopping for clothes. That was an experience. She bought 6 plain tank tops and 6 pairs of pants. Nothing else. I had to go back in and buy her proper things myself. She complained the entire time about how underwear was pointless and everything was too expensive. My blood pressure was through the roof. Then we headed to the Adventurers Guild. I figured we should take quests that match our strength to earn extra money while dungeon crawling. At the guild, some guys stared at Hongshu the wrong way. "Take care of your eyes," I said. They looked away fast. Hongshu gripped her axe handle, but I could tell she felt something when I stood up for her. Old John pulled me aside with a special job. A new bone-eating spider nest had been found on the 7th floor near the rotting swamp forest. The client wanted at least 10 intact spider eggs. Reward, 50 gold coins, with a 10-coin deposit up front. Hongshu's ears perked up at high pay. She tugged at my shirt from behind. I thought about it carefully. The reward was great, but after yesterday's nightmare with those spiders, I knew how dangerous it was. I was about to say no. Then the system flashed a limited-time quest. Revenge mission. Reward, random golden equipment. Golden equipment. I'll take it, I said. Hongshu lay on the table watching me pack. Healing potions, magic potions, speed potions, dried food, water. Not too much, not too little, enough to survive without slowing us down. Boss, what are we doing now? Getting ready for the dungeon. She started swinging her head on the table. Those guys yesterday went crazy for 50 gold coins. You only valued me at 8. Maybe it's because I'm too ugly, she mumbled. Back in my tribe, I'm actually good looking. In my eyes, you're also very pretty, I said. I meant it. Different skin colors can be quite attractive. There was a time back in my old world when I was really into, never mind. She stared at me, and I could tell her heartbeat picked up. I didn't dwell on it. I reached into my robe and pulled out the Red Wolf chest armor. The look on her face when she saw it was priceless. Then she noticed the M24 on my back. Boss, why are you carrying that strange stick? It's my weapon. She touched my forehead. Are you finally crazy? I just smiled. She'd see soon enough. We entered the dungeon. On the 1st floor, before Hongshu could even reach the strongest goblin elite, I raised the rifle and fired. Its head exploded. Just like that. Hongshu looked around, stunned. I was holding the M24, a thin wisp of smoke rising from the barrel. I grinned. That was exactly the reaction I wanted. Shall we fight? More are coming. Huh? Oh, of course we fight. We tore through everything from floor 1 to floor 5. One-sided slaughter. I picked off targets from range, while Hongshu crushed anything that got close. Her new axe was green quality, and the red armor made a huge difference. She could feel it boosting her strength and blocking hits that used to hurt. She couldn't contain her curiosity. She leaned in close, warm breath on my neck, whispering excitedly. Boss, this armor gives me strength. What is it? Is it enchanted? I tilted my head away. Too close. She really had no sense of personal space. It's a secret, I said. Her eyes lit up. She loved secrets. Only you and I know about this, I told her seriously. You can't tell anyone. No one. She nodded hard. Don't worry, boss. I swear. But if it ever becomes life or death, then say it. Your life matters more to me than the secret. She went quiet. Looked down. Traced her fingers over the armor. I could see something shifting in her expression. Something warm she didn't know how to name. I didn't push it. Let's go. We stepped into the 6th floor. Parasitic spider territory. Hongshu froze for a second. Then a wild grin spread across her face. Boss, the day before yesterday, those things really enjoyed chasing us. I pulled out the M24. There's a saying, a gentleman waits 10 years for revenge. I'm a woman. I'm a villain. We slapped our hands together. Shall we go? Let's go. The 6th floor reeked of rot. Normal for spider territory. I found a good hiding spot deep in the shadows and started picking off parasitic spiders one by one with the M24. No warning, no sound they could trace. Just sudden death. The first spider's shell caved in like it was hit by an invisible hammer. Its body burst open from the inside, spraying green goo everywhere. The nearby spiders panicked. Before they could figure out what was happening, bang, bang, bang. 3 more exploded. They had no idea where the attacks came from. That's the beauty of the silent hunter passive. They dropped their prey and scattered in blind terror. That's when Hongshu made her entrance. She crashed into the open like a meteor. Her axe hit the ground so hard it sent a dozen spiders flying in pieces. Slime and limbs rained down everywhere. Chasing me so happily the other day, huh? Today I'll kill you all. She was having the time of her life. Her axe moved faster with every swing. No technique, just raw, brutal power. Everything she touched shattered like rotten wood. Shells cracked, guts sprayed. She was unstoppable. This was my plan. If I just kept sniping from the dark, the spiders would scatter and escape. But once they saw a real enemy in front of them, they'd fight instead of run. Hongshu was the bait and the hammer at the same time. And her new red armor? Incredible. Acid, silk, claws, nothing got through. The attacks that shredded her old gear in half a day barely left marks now. She noticed it too, and it made her fight even harder. She tore through wave after wave. Small spiders, big spiders, parasitic ones riding dead lizards, all crushed. Then the tunnel went cold. A piercing scream echoed from deep in the darkness, so loud it hurt. Every spider froze and retreated to the walls, clearing a path. 2 green lights appeared in the black. A massive spider crawled out, over 2 meters tall, covered in thick, dark purple armor. Its mouth dripped acid that ate through the rock floor. The Spider King. Hongshu licked her lips. She wanted this fight badly. I quietly loaded a golden bullet into the magazine. Aimed carefully. The Spider King roared. I fired. The bullet punched straight through its head. Before the thing could even react, Hongshu's axe followed right behind, splitting it open. Done. 1 shot, 1 swing. Over. I swapped the bullet out, slightly annoyed. If 1 shot doesn't kill it, the gold round is wasted. But it did kill it. Good. Hongshu kicked the twitching body aside, looking disappointed. That's it. I wanted a real fight. I stepped out of the shadows with my daggers. No point wasting bullets on the leftover small ones. Hongshu, finish them. She grinned wide, showing every sharp tooth. Kill. 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 We reached the 7th floor. The tunnel changed. Wet, sticky ground, dark green moss on the walls, and a sour, fishy stink everywhere. This was bone-eating spider territory. We're here, I whispered, signaling Hongshu to stop. I set up my M24 and looked through the scope. Through the fog, I could see the nest, a hollow in the rocky wall, covered in thick, grayish webs. Several huge spiders patrolled nearby, much bigger than the parasitic ones from the 6th floor. Acid dripped from their mouths, burning the moss and eating through bones scattered on the ground. The entrance is behind those webs, I told Hongshu. These spiders are tricky. Be careful of their silk and venom. Move fast, follow the plan. She cracked her neck. Then, instead of following the plan, she stomped the ground and charged straight at the nearest spider. Hey, foolish thing. Look over here, I sighed. Of course. But it worked. The moment she drew their attention, I put a bullet through the head of a spider near the nest entrance. Its head burst like a watermelon. 1 down before the fight even started. Hongshu took a silk blast to her arm armor without slowing down. She swung her axe and shattered a spider's limb, then spun and buried the blade deep into its side. Green fluid poured out. It collapsed, twitching. Trash, she spat, snapping the silk off her arm like it was nothing. With her strength maxed out and the red wolf armor protecting her, ordinary silk couldn't hold her anymore. The whole nest went on alert. Spiders screeched and rushed toward Hongshu from every direction. That's when I went to work. Bang, bang. Every shot found a head or a weak spot. One spider raising its mouth to spray venom. Headshot. Goo everywhere. Another trying to circle behind Hongshu. Bullet between the eyes. Collapsed instantly. Hongshu noticed the pressure dropping. She only had to worry about what was in front of her. Everything from the sides and behind, I handled silently from cover. Come on, bring more, she laughed, charging into a group of them. She grabbed a boulder with one hand and crushed a fleeing spider with it, dodged a venom spray by turning sideways, then smashed the attacker's head with a backswing. She was having the time of her life. I kept firing, swapping magazines quickly. These bone-eating spiders were tougher than parasitic ones, harder shells, faster reactions, nastier attacks. But they were better at fighting one-on-one. Against the two of us working together, they couldn't keep up. The plan changed. We weren't just grabbing eggs and leaving. We were wiping them all out. But what I didn't know yet, hiding somewhere in the darkness behind us, several figures were watching, waiting, letting us do all the hard work, planning to swoop in once we were exhausted and take everything. I flicked the green slime off my dagger and looked around. The last bone-eating spider was down. The whole passage stank of burnt shell and acid, but we'd won. The new purple gear made a bigger difference than I imagined. We fought freely on the 7th floor like it was nothing. All done, Hongshu grinned, axe on her shoulder. She slapped my back so hard it cracked my armor. I stumbled forward. Thanks for that. We entered the nest. Damp, cold, webs everywhere. Bones of monsters and unlucky adventurers scattered on the floor, mostly eaten away by acid. A few baby spiders crawled around. I stabbed them as we passed. Fewer than expected. Hongshu stopped. Boss, is that the thing? On the rock wall ahead, dozens of glowing oval eggs were stuck in clusters. At least 20 or 30. Exactly what we came for. That's right. Stay alert. I'll collect them. Are these really worth 50 gold coins? She leaned in and sniffed. They smell weird. Stop sniffing. What if they're poisonous? I can handle it. I'm from the Ghost Clan. I was too tired to argue. I peeled the eggs off carefully with thick leather bags. The shells were tough, cold, and slippery. We needed 10 for the quest. The rest I could sell through the guild or other channels. Good money either way. Then came the real treasure, the spider corpses. Their legs, venom glands, and shells were all valuable materials. We didn't have a proper collection skill, so we couldn't take everything, but we'd get what we could. Work, work. Hongshu pulled out her skinning knife and started cutting into a dead spider, humming and chattering the whole time. Annoying little spiders turned into cute little coins. I never realized she was such a chatterbox. I crouched down to work on another body. My cuts were cleaner and faster than hers. We were almost done. Just needed to be careful heading out. The 7th floor wasn't safe. Then I heard it. Slow, deliberate applause echoing from the passage entrance. We both froze. For people stepped out of the shadows. The leader was a big man with a scar across his face, wearing half-leather armor, sword and dagger at his waist. Behind him, a tall, thin archer with a longbow, a short, stocky guy with a hammer, and a nervous-looking young woman holding a staff. I checked his badge. Silver rank. Same as mine. His eyes were locked on my bulging backpack. That greedy look told me everything. You two are really skilled, he said with a fake smile. Took down a whole nest of bone-eating spiders, just like that? Impressive. I stood up slowly, putting myself between them and Hongshu and the backpack. My hand hung near my dagger. Hongshu's playful expression vanished instantly. She glared at them like a predator. Move your hand away from your weapon. The archer drew his bow immediately. A faint green glow gathered on his arrow, and his eyes turned blue, double shot, and eagle eye. I recognized both skills at a glance. The scarred man smirked. Your weapon is powerful, but not so great at close range. We've already closed the distance. Are you really going to try using that strange stick? Don't underestimate us. He thought he was clever. His archer could pin me down from this range while limiting my rifle. If Hongshu charged, they'd kite her, keep their distance, and pick her apart. At least, that's what he believed. The air in the passage went dead silent. Only dripping water echoed from somewhere deep below. Hongshu's eyes turned red. She gripped her axe and growled. Trying to die? I raised my hand and stepped in front of her. She wanted to argue but held back, snorted, and moved behind me. In front of strangers, she trusted me to handle things. Good. I recognized the scarred man. A mercenary named Reese, leader of some group called Stoneplate. Just asking, do you have the nickname Black Shark? I said. He blinked, confused. What? Guess not. Pity. He shook it off and got to business. Big smile, casual tone, hand resting on his sword. He said they'd come a long way and didn't want to leave empty-handed. His offer, we split the spider eggs 50-50, walk away, pretend we never met. Originally, I could tell they'd planned to kill us and take everything. But after watching us fight, he changed his mind. Smart enough to avoid a direct clash. Half? Screw you. I'll tear you apart, Hongshu snarled behind me. Come back, I said. She looked furious but stepped back. She was thinking I must have a reason. She was right. Fine, I said calmly. We're all here for money. No need to fight to the death. Reese relaxed instantly. Deal. I like smart people. He asked me to put the egg pouches on the ground and back away slowly. He kept reminding me that we'd just fought hard and were tired, that another battle would hurt everyone. Constant pressure. He thought he had the upper hand. He sent the girl, Lena, the mage, to collect the bags. As she got close, she whispered to me without changing her expression. If you're not feeling well, don't let Reese see it. He only talks because he senses your strength. Don't show any weakness if you want to stay alive. My eyes narrowed. Interesting. This girl wasn't like the others. I set the pouches down and told Hongshu, let's go. She squeezed out the words through her teeth. Boss, she was furious. So was I? But I stepped back slowly, facing them the whole time. Hongshu stomped the ground hard enough to crush the stones under her feet, glared murder at Reese, grabbed her axe, and backed away with me. Her eyes never left the archer's fingers. We disappeared from their sight. Reese finally relaxed. He thought he'd won. Once we were far enough away, Hongshu exploded. Are we really just leaving, boss? Then she saw me pull out the M24. My eyes went cold. Kid, you'd better hope you have a safe box and a way to come back from the dead. I smiled. I moved back to find a safe shooting distance. What did you think I was doing? Hongshu's face lit up with a wild grin. Exactly, boss. But then the system flashed something new. A mission, surprise, SSR. A recruitable SSR character had been found nearby. Complete the recruitment to unlock a third teammate slot and a unique upgradable weapon for the new character. The image showed the girl, Lena, the mage. Well, now I definitely had to go back. Lacey finally felt his tense nerves relax a little. They had already left the 7th level, away from the most dangerous part. At least on the other levels, he wouldn't get into trouble with monsters. He had been very careful along the way because he wasn't sure if the person wielding the mysterious weapon would really stop. Now, he could finally relax a bit. The passage on the 3rd level was relatively dry and spacious, with brighter light. There were many more glowing plants here than on the 7th level. The most important thing is that everything is peaceful and safe now, so we can rest a little. Hee. Akun slung his heavy hammer over his shoulder and grinned, showing his yellow teeth. Boss, this trip was really worth it. We got free money. Those 2 fools worked for us, and we should thank ourselves for not killing them. He checked the pouch hanging at his waist, which held 15 grayish spider eggs, each representing a small amount of money. All 50 gold coins, one by one, could make us really happy. Archer Carl didn't say anything, just yawned and habitually placed his finger on his bowstring. Probably Akun was thinking about women again. Honestly, he didn't see what was so good about women. Real men should face challenges head-on. Carl also swallowed hard. Now that the money was here, he knew he had to relax and enjoy himself too. Lucky us, Laze's voice was relaxed, and he wore a proud smile. He brushed off the spider webs and goo from his leather armor. That kid was pretty smart, saved us a lot of trouble. He glanced at Lena beside him. The young female mage looked down, clutching her staff tightly, walking with a mechanical step. Since leaving that nest full of spider eggs, she had been silent like this. Laze snorted inwardly. Kindness is a weakness. There's no reason in the dungeon. It's just the law of the jungle. That goblin woman looked fierce, but she was obedient, wasn't she? The one with the strange weapon looked calm, but he was actually a coward who was afraid of dying. Laze's eyes flickered with greed as he looked at Lena, and he quietly swallowed. Even though she wore old robes, her graceful figure was still visible. If she weren't a holy light priestess, he probably wouldn't have tolerated her this long, whether physically or because of her high moral standards. Akun, be more careful. We're still in the dungeon. If you really can't hold it, I can catch a petrified lizard for you to deal with. His voice suddenly stopped, and a dull sound echoed clearly in the quiet corridor. Lays, almost instinctively after many close calls with death, suddenly lunged to the side. Pain shot through him. A powerful impact force struck hard on his lower left shoulder. Lays heard the sharp crack of his bones breaking, and he was thrown forward, tumbling onto the cold, rocky ground. His left arm instantly lost feeling, replaced by a burning pain that surged through him. Ugh! He cried out in pain, cold sweat soaking his forehead. He struggled to lift his head, but his vision was filled with a blurry red hue. As he fell, his forehead hit a stone, and his eyes were filled with bloodshot lines. Enemy attack! Carl's roar rang out. The sudden attack caught everyone off guard. In that moment, Lays rolled on the ground, quickly drawing his longbow. The faint blue glow of his eagle-eye technique covered his pupils instantly. With that fleeting shadow in his mind, he tracked the attacker. Deep in the corridor ahead, behind a large rock shadow, Carl stared intensely at the shadow, pulling his bowstring tight. The green light representing his double shot gathered rapidly on the arrow in his hand. I see him. Behind the rock, he shouted loudly, trying to buy time for his companions. Akun, still stunned from the initial shock, instinctively raised his arms to protect his face when he heard Carl's warning. His muscles tensed as he looked for cover. Bang! The second gunshot sounded immediately after the first, with no gap between. Both attacks undoubtedly came from the same person, but strangely, from a different angle, from above and to the side, behind a protruding rock ledge. Carl's eagle-eye technique caught that deadly flash and the tearing trajectory through the air again, but it was too fast. He didn't even have time to turn his neck. Puff! The green glow on the arrow suddenly extinguished. Carl froze, holding his bow in aim. A terrifying blood hole appeared on his forehead, and a large splash of red and white material burst from the back of his head. His drawn bow drooped weakly, and his body stiffened like a piece of wood, falling forward heavily onto the ground with a dull thud. His position is gone. Now, let's play slowly. The figure that appeared for less than a second vanished again. Carl, Akun's eyes widened with rage, fear and fury instantly consuming him. He looked at Carl's lifeless, expressionless body, his mind completely blank. Take cover. Idiots. Find cover. Residential clenched his teeth against the sharp pain and shouted with all his might to warn them. But it was too late. Bang! The third shot. It came from another tricky angle. Dawn's figure appeared for a moment, then vanished again. Akun's huge body suddenly trembled, a blood hole bursting open on his forehead, and he swayed. The heavy hammer slipped from his hand and crashed to the ground, kicking up dust. In the corridor, only Rez's heavy, painful breathing and Lena's quick, suppressed breaths could be heard. A strong smell of blood quickly filled the air. It's over. Rez's heart sank to the bottom of his chest, cold and piercing. The pain in his shoulders became numb. The enemy hadn't left. They were waiting for him to let his guard down. That strange weapon. This wasn't a fight. It was a one-sided slaughter. They hadn't even seen the enemy's shadow, and two of the three main fighters had already fallen. They shouldn't have let them go. He thought he cared about those two, but he underestimated them. Come out. Residential used his last strength to shout, his voice twisted with pain and anger. Cowards hiding in the shadows. Come out if you dare. Heavy footsteps echoed from the front of the corridor. A tall figure stepped out of the shadows. It was that demon woman. Her dark red chest armor, with a wolf's head on the front, glowed faintly in the eye area. She casually carried a huge double-edged axe on her shoulder. Her face was expressionless, but her yellow eyes, fixed on Rez, radiated pure killing intent. We meet again. I'd rather see the proud you than the dog-like version of you. Aki looked at Rez. Residential stared at her tightly. He knew he couldn't escape now. He glanced with the corner of his eye at Lena, who was still standing. Lena could feel Residential urging her to heal him quickly. She raised her staff, but stopped halfway. Isn't this the perfect chance? A gentle smile appeared on her face as she let the staff drop to the ground with a clink. When you threatened my sister, you should have thought about this scene. Lena saw Rez's actions and showed a resentful expression. You damn brat. I should have killed you back then. Hongshu scratched his head then. Clang. His double-edged axe was stuck in the ground, and he spread his hands apart. Are you in such a hurry? You're crying because you're anxious. You. His originally pale face instantly turned red. Hongshu waved at him. Come on. A couple of moves. If you can't beat me in 3, I'll let you go. Rese was stunned. Really? His voice was full of doubt. Hongshu grinned. Of course. Good. Then, boom. A muffled sound came, and Hongshu withdrew his ready stance. His smile grew more confident. Who wants to fight you one-on-one? What she was doing was just distracting him. Rese's body fell to the ground, still with a hopeful look in his eyes. The corridor was filled with a strong smell of blood. Rese's body lay in a pool of blood, with a clear gunshot wound on his forehead. He never expected that, after talking about a one-on-one fight, Chincy would shoot him from behind. He was already like this, yet he was still so cautious. There's no point now. Your life is in my hands. Akun and Carl's bodies were nearby. The scene was a mess. Hongshu shook off the blood on her axe blade, feeling very satisfied. The boss was right. This is how it should be. She looked at the young woman standing in the corner, wearing a tattered robe and clutching a staff. Lena. Hongshu's eyes were still fierce. It was time to end this. She took a step forward, then another, walking toward the girl. She didn't care about how beautiful or handsome the girl was. She didn't mind, and neither did her boss. The huge double-edged axe reflected a cold metallic shine in the dim light. Her arm muscles tensed, and she slightly raised the axe blade, aiming precisely. Wait. Chincy's voice suddenly stopped Hongshu's movement. Hongshu froze abruptly, the axe blade only about 10 centimeters from the girl's head. She looked back in confusion, her yellow pupils filled with doubt. Although confused, her body naturally stopped, and she stood still. Curious, but, boss, you're right. She didn't ask why, just showed her confusion with her eyes. Why is she with those jerks? Sunrise looked expressionless, but inside she was almost scared to death. Oh my goodness, what are you doing? If you wanted to kill me, you would have shot me long ago. Why wait? 3rd character slot. Besides, with her, I can try to pass the 5th level. Use her a little, then if she's not suitable as a teammate, I can get rid of her. Such a waste, too much waste. Lena kept her head down, her long hair covering most of her face. When she heard the axe stop, she slowly looked up. Under her golden hair, her pale face was full of exhaustion. Her lips lacked color, and her eyes looked at Sunrise, as if she was gazing far away. Her staff was lying at her feet. Do you have nothing to say? Bunchi raised his axe again. Once you're done talking, I'll send you on your way. Sunrise looked at Bunchi helplessly. Don't say random things. I was joking. Boss makes the decisions. Seeing Bunchi's silly grin, Sunrise sighed helplessly. Lena's gaze slowly moved between Sunrise and Bunchi, then finally fell back to the ground. I'm sorry, I don't know what else to say. Please, just do it. I'm really sorry. She smiled slightly with some regret, with no intention of resisting. Since joining this mercenary group, she had been looking for a chance, an opportunity to defeat Reese. Now, she had finally succeeded. She could rest in peace now. She bought insurance for herself, so as long as she died, her sister could live comfortably. A faint smile appeared on her face. For someone like me, a lousy rat, this is probably the best ending. She finished speaking, as if she had used her last bit of strength. She lowered her head, no longer looking at them, just quietly waiting for the final outcome. She had truly accepted her fate. Since her parents left, she had been working hard until now. She was so tired, so exhausted. She just wanted to rest for a little while. Red Sue listened to these words, her eyebrows knitting together. She couldn't help but whisper softly, "What are you doing? Are you really not afraid of death? Is there something wrong with your mind? The boss is foolish, and you are just silly. I don't understand, but I am deeply shocked. Those who know might think you're about to die, while those who don't might think you're about to enjoy life." Chincher's gaze stayed on Lena for a few seconds. What does your previous warning mean? Lena smiled, making Chincher want to describe her feelings, but she was exhausted. Could he really think he could say something meaningful? It was a warning for you to run. Back then, you weren't a match for Rez. At least, that's what I thought. But you are really strong. I was too short-sighted. Why follow someone like that? Chincher squinted his eyes. Is it because you want to join, or because you have no choice? I'm curious. That doesn't matter. Please, just do it. Lena bent down, exposing her thin neck. If you cut here, I will definitely die. If you can let me die without pain, I would be very grateful. Redsu was shocked. Aren't humans supposed to be so wild? This also confused Chunshur. No, you are fearless of death. What should I do? Join us. Chunshur's voice was calm. You joined Rez's team, so you must have a reason. Now that he's dead, you can start a new life. My team is short of a mage. If it's a secret, he's already dead. And I've taken care of him for you. As a thank you for joining my team. If he has someone important to you, he's already dead. And I've taken care of him for you. As a thank you for joining my team. My profession is Holy Light Priest. That we also need healers. Chunshur looked at the girl. She was truly a treasure. And Holy Light Priest. A top-tier profession. Even if a common player can't afford it, it's much better than my lousy adventurer job. If you have someone important, he probably wouldn't want to see you pass away. If you lack money, you should join my team even more. Lena's expression finally showed hesitation. At dawn, she slightly lifted her chin, signaling her to walk behind Hongshu. Do you have anything left to lose? Aren't you already unafraid of death? Lena blinked, as if that was true. Yes, Hongshu, let's go back to the 7th floor. We haven't finished collecting our materials, and now there's one more person to help. Dawn walked at the back, while Hongshu led at the front. Task complete, rewards distributed. With the sound of a lock opening, the 3rd character's slot finally appeared. Hooray, we're taking off. The annoying disturbance from an unknown figure instantly vanished without a trace. Now, let's check this person's attributes. Dawn didn't rush to move. Instead, her consciousness sank into the virtual system interface. The 3rd character's slot lit up as expected. Lena's pixel portrait quietly sat there, a young girl with blonde hair, dressed in a simple robe, holding a short staff. She clicked on her details. Character, Lena, class, Holy Light Priest, attributes, sleight, skills, favorability. 32, healing prayer. LV1 restores a small amount of health to the target. Magic cost, low. Holy Light Shield. LV1 grants a brief, weak shield to absorb some damage. Magic cost, low. Dispel Microlight. LV1 has a low chance to dispel a low-level negative status, like mild poisoning or slow. Magic cost, medium. Dawn quickly calculated in her mind. This panel's stats weren't very high, far from Hongshu's straightforward numbers, even weaker than her own. But this skill tree, the Holy Light Priest class itself, is quite rare. Healing, a shield, and the ability to remove debuffs. Before fully developing, it already covers the most critical aspects of battle, survival, and endurance. And the most important part is coming. Passive, reality, loved by the Holy Light, loved by the Holy Light. When the favorability reaches above 60 and the team leader dies, Lena can cast a resurrection once. When the affection level reaches 80, you can revive twice in a row. When the affection level reaches 100, the passive holder cannot die and can revive infinitely. That's extreme. It's really extreme, but it won't be useful in a short time. Right now, the affection level is only 32. By the way, is 32 a bit high? Now, here comes the main event that can be used immediately. Game passive. Blessed by Holy Light at the start, all members are given a shield that can block one attack completely. While the shield is active, no negative status effects can be added. When the opponent deals damage in the first turn, all their characters are affected with a 3-turn, undispellable 20% vulnerability status. That's dark. It's really dark. Earlier, Chincy was thinking, is this all SSR cards have? It doesn't seem half as strong as Hongshu. Is this really an SSR card? After reading the passive, kid, you are the perfect match for an SSR card. There's no one more suitable. Honestly, even if her personality is somewhat abstract, I'd find it hard to hurt her. This skill set is just too awesome. Kid, after reading your passive, did you smile? Inside, I'm so excited I can't contain myself. But on the outside, Chincy still looks expressionless. Chincy rubbed his face. No one in this world can make him show his true inner thoughts, except maybe Hongshu. But they haven't known each other long enough. He feels like he's about to become expressionless. Chincy walks at the back, still thinking. In the 5th level, those two mages rely on high damage and slow control to leave them with no chance to fight back, right? If Hongshu can tough out one round without dying, He can instantly take out a mage. Lena can then shield Hongshu or heal him, or even dispel the slow. The situation could change completely. There's a real chance. It's really possible. Chensi looks at Lena. She obediently follows behind Hongshu, clutching that old staff, head bowed. Right now, her face shows no expression. Only the deep exhaustion in her eyes is noticeable. Lena, Chensi speaks. Lena lifts her head, looks at him gently, waiting for his next command, whatever it may be. Using gentle as a description is a bit strange, but currently, Lena gives him a gentle feeling. How is your holy light spell's magic consumption? Chensi directly asked the question he wanted to know. Her personality is not clear yet. He is slowly figuring it out. For now, he cares about the situation in front of him. Lena seemed surprised that he asked this and hesitated before answering. Not much. Casting a few basic spells. No problem. I should be able to support an entire battle. Chensi nodded. It's enough. When facing the 5th level, he can count on her to act a few times. Right now, both Hongshu and he are capable of attacking and dealing damage, but they can't withstand much. She can heal a bit if needed, and just having her passive healing is enough. His thoughts returned as he looked ahead. They had once again reached the 7th level. The 3 of them returned to the entrance of the bone-eroding poison spider's nest. Hongshu cursed as she kicked aside the rubble blocking the way and the half-processed bone-eroding poison spider. Because those creatures suddenly appeared, she was startled. This one was about to be finished. But it didn't matter. They couldn't take everything anyway. Chensi looked at Lena. Can you handle this? Lena whispered. I know a little. I haven't been to the 7th level before, so I haven't learned much. Chensi nodded. That's enough. Just help cut and collect those spider legs. Okay. Hongshu had already started working, swinging her skinning knife at the largest spider shell on the ground, prying it open with force. With a cracking sound, the shell split, revealing sticky tissue inside. Peel it off, polish it up, and it could fetch a good price at the blacksmith shop. She worked vigorously, tearing off chunks of shell, cutting through the sticky tissue with her knife. Her efficiency was very high. Occasionally, green body fluids splashed onto her face, but she just wiped it off casually, showing no concern. Chensi focused on the special organs near the spider's venom glands and mouth parts. These parts are quite toxic, so they must be handled carefully, but they are also the most valuable. Whether sold to alchemists or pharmacists, they are in high demand. Lena silently put down her staff and moved to another area where spider legs were scattered. Previously, to make things easier, Hongshu directly pulled off the legs of those bone venom spiders. She carefully avoided the sticky slime on the ground and the sharp edges of the bones, bending down to pick up each black joint, which was thicker than her arm. Lena didn't feel much inside. Helping them work or being killed didn't seem to make much difference. After experiencing this life-and-death crisis, she suddenly felt confused. What is the meaning of her life? Hongshu tore off a large piece of shell and casually threw it into the leather bag at Chensi's feet with a clink. She glanced at Lena, who was quietly working nearby, and curled her lips. She whispered to Chensi, "Boss, is this woman okay? She looks so weak, like she could fall over with a breeze. Maybe she's a burden?" Also, when those scraps died, she didn't say a word or make a move. Chensi understood that the ghost tribe strongly dislikes betrayal. No rush. Let's wait and see. You can't really know someone until you spend time with them. Hearing Chensi say this, Hongshu chuckled. She shyly scratched her head. You're right, boss. I didn't think about it before. You're so kind. There's no need for flattery. Just work. Got it. The heavy wooden door of the tavern creaked open, and a wave of lively noise and the smell of beer flooded out. Old Jack was squinting, wiping the bar with a freshly changed cloth. Around him, the voices of adventurers shouting about their victories, arguing over bounties, and complaining about equipment prices blended into a loud noise that made one's head ache. But the moment Chensi appeared at the door, all the noise suddenly stopped. Chensi looked around. She couldn't understand why old Jack liked this kind of environment. If it were him, he wouldn't stay for more than an hour. Does he enjoy lively places? Everyone in the tavern's eyes focused on the 3 people at the door. Chensi's signature blank face was known throughout the town of adventurers, along with her black robe that seemed to never change with the seasons. Now, there was an additional point of interest, her companion, the alien Hongshu, standing behind her. Some adventurers blinked in surprise. Another one? Now, even Morning Sun is no longer doing solo missions. No, not even lone wolf missions. Are they starting to look for teammates? Of course, if it were only that, it wouldn't be enough to make everyone focus on them right now. The main problem is, they now smell. Too bad. Morning Sun ignores the stares around him and walks straight to the bar. Hongshu follows closely, with a large double-edged axe slung across her back, the blade still stained with dark grime. She lowers her head slightly and keeps her lips pressed tight. The lively, talkative, and lively attitude she had in front of Morning Sun is gone without a trace. She hates many people, but of course, all the people in front of her are enemies. That's another story. Talking to strangers is too troublesome. Leave it to the boss. Lena falls back half a step, holding her old staff, her eyes fixed on the floor covered with footprints. She looks calm, like a still pond, as if everything around her has nothing to do with her. Hey, Morning Sun, do you have any questions about the mission? Old Jack puts down his cloth, his murky eyes looking at Morning Sun. He didn't think Morning Sun could have completed the mission. After all, it's a monster on the 7th floor. It's impossible to finish in 2 days. The One-Eyed Giant's mission was even easier, and Morning Sun took nearly half a month. And, Miss Hongshu, good evening. Oh, Hongshu simply responds to the doctor. She has no interest in fighting. If he weren't somewhat useful to the boss, she wouldn't bother with him. Morning Sun places a heavy leather bag on the bar with a thud. The mission, the eggs of the bone-eating poison spider, completed. Old Jack's wrinkles instantly bunch up. He puts on his glasses in shock and leans in closer. Inside, 10 neatly arranged gray-white spider eggs emit faint glow and a fishy smell. 10. So intact. Truly bone-eating poison spider eggs. He looks up in disbelief, his voice trembling a little. Just a few days? You really got them? He remembers clearly that the mission was posted only 2 days ago, and it was on the dangerous edge of the 7th floor. A heavy silence fills the tavern. 7th floor. Bone-eating poison spider. Completed in 2 days. Wow, guys, you're really something. Glancing at Hongshu's back, I saw the deadly poison spider's legs. It seemed he didn't just steal and run away. This is unbelievable, too unbelievable. They only added a teammate, yet it feels like a different person altogether. Chensi nodded expressionlessly. And the payment? Yes. 50 gold coins. The 10 gold deposit has already been deducted, so 40 gold coins remain. Old Jack quickly reached under the counter and pulled out a heavy pouch, placing it in front of Chensi. The shiny gold coins glinted under the dim oil lamp. Many people greedily stared at the pouch of coins, but of course, greed is one thing. Actually trying to steal it is another. Chensi looked like he wasn't hurt at all. His strength was clearly on a different level. Of course, if Chensi had been in a bad state, many might have dared to take a risk and try to steal. Chensi didn't even look at the pouch. He simply put it into his pocket. He was confident enough to come openly because of this. After a moment, Chensi looked at Old Jack. Do you buy other materials? Yes. Of course I do. Old Jack's eyes lit up. The materials from the deadly poison spider are quite valuable among the monsters on the 7th level. Legs, poison glands, intact shells, buy as much as you have. Fair price is guaranteed. Chensi nodded slightly toward Hongshu. Hongshu immediately took off a large, bulging bag from his back, placing it heavily on the counter with a thud. It was quite heavy. She didn't speak, but silently moved back to Chensi's side. Old Jack opened the bag and examined the large, intact shells with mucus and blood scent, carefully processed poison glands, and a few well-preserved claws. The sturdy legs were directly placed on the ground by Hongshu. Old Jack quickly estimated and exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, these are good items. The poison glands are well processed, fully intact. The legs are thick enough." He took out a small abacus and rattled it for a while. Legs are priced by length and thickness, poison glands by completeness, shells by size. A total of 12 gold and 70 silver. To make it simple, 13 gold. Chensi nodded. Deal. It's a bit less than what they'd get outside, but within an acceptable range. If it were outside, other issues might come up, but the Adventurers Guild remains quite stable. All right, if there are more tasks like this in the future, remember to call me. After speaking, she left with the 2 girls. The adventurers watched as Morning Light and her two companions turned away from the tavern. Once the wooden door closed again, blocking their view, the invisible pressure suddenly disappeared. The tavern was silent for a few seconds, then a louder discussion broke out. After leaving the tavern, Lena stopped and looked up at Morning Light. My situation, you will eventually find out. You can use me or her to control me again. I only have one request. Please be kind to my sister. I am willing to do anything. Morning Light raised an eyebrow. So, you joined Reza's mercenary group because your sister was being controlled by her. Lena nodded gently. She didn't want to believe Morning Light, but she had no choice. This kind of thing could be easily checked, so she decided to speak openly. To the west of the town, there was a rundown, crooked shanty town that always smelled of mold and sewage. Lena led Morning Light and Hongshu to a nearly collapsing wooden house at the very end. The door was crooked, and the broken oil paper windows let in faint light. Lena took a deep breath and pushed the door open. A strange smell, a mix of poor-quality herbs and foul odors, rushed out. Big sister, I'm back. Lena's voice was soft, full of an indescribable tenderness. Under the dim oil lamp, a gaunt woman with a yellowish face lay on a bed made of broken cardboard, covered by a thin blanket that was hard to see the color of. When she saw Lena, a faint light flickered in her dull eyes. Welcome home, Lena. Morning Light and Hongshu also stepped inside. When their eyes fell on Morning Light and Hongshu behind Lena, the woman's expression suddenly filled with fear and confusion. Lena, who are these two? Could it be that because of her, Lena went somewhere she shouldn't have to make money? Lena opened her mouth, but didn't know how to introduce them. No matter what she said, it wouldn't be appropriate. Morning Light stepped forward, slightly bowed, and then offered a polite smile. Hello, Lena's sister. I am Chinsi, and this is my companion Hongshu. Lena helped us a lot today. We just finished our task, and we are taking her back home. Since Lena will be working with me and Hongshu in the future, we wanted to see if there is anything we can do to help. Hongshu looked uncomfortable and turned her head aside. I am just like this, so don't be afraid. Hearing Chinsi say that, she also relaxed and forced a smile. Thank you so much for taking care of my sister. I feel like I have been a burden to her. Sister, don't say that. Lena seemed to want to say more, but finally didn't speak, lowering her head. She looked at her sister with a gentle smile. Chinsi's eyes softened a little. He and Lena felt a strange connection. If it were for family, he might walk the same path as Lena. You don't need to be so polite. Lena will be our teammate in the future, so it's right for us to look after her. His gaze shifted to Lena. Lena, Hongshu and I are leaving now. Would you like us to see you off? Seeing Chinsi's smile, Hongshu's eyes widened. No, boss. We've been together for so long, and you've only smiled at me a few times. This isn't fair. Long-term mission triggered. Birth of the highest level profession. Lena followed Chinsi and Hongshu out of the shed, which smelled of mold and despair. The night air was cool, blowing away the stuffiness inside, but it couldn't lift the heaviness in her heart. The forced smile her sister wore at the end is etched in her mind, echoing over and over. She felt something strange, but couldn't quite explain it. Chinsi stopped walking, didn't look back, and his voice was soft but clear to Lena. Take good care of your sister. Lena froze, looked up at Chinsi's back. In the darkness, his black robe almost blended into the night. What's wrong with her? Lena's voice was confused. Confused about the future, confused about herself. Having truly experienced life and death, her thoughts really do change. Lena only felt that her sister was very tired, just as tired as she was. She has thoughts of ending her life. Chenshur spoke directly, without any hiding. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Lena. Earlier in the room, her eyes didn't look right. That kind of look was one of someone who had made a firm decision. The way she looked at you seemed to say, this is the last time I want to see you clearly. Lena's heart felt like it was clenched by a cold hand. Thoughts of ending her life? Big sister. How could she? Is it because she doesn't want to be a burden? This thought made her limbs feel cold, even more than facing death. She always believed that if she worked hard to earn money, her sister could live on, even if it was without dignity. She never thought her sister might have already given up on living. A strange anger and resentment rose inside her. Why? Why can't she live for me? I have worked hard to live for my sister. Why can't she live for me too? What do I still have left? Just a reminder, Chenshur said. He turned around, took out a heavy money bag from his pocket. He didn't count it, just poured out a small pile of gold coins, 10 shiny yellow coins glinting in his palm. He casually pushed them into Lena's stiff hand. Take it. Buy her some decent medicine, or hire someone to take care of her a little. Don't let her think that living is only about being a burden to you. You might already guess the reason, so I won't say much. When you become strong enough, your sister's thoughts will naturally disappear. At this moment, Chinshir's polite smile was gone, replaced by his usual serious expression. Even so, Lena looked at his face and still felt an inexplicable sense of relief. It's so strange. Even though we just met. The coins were heavy, cold, and hard, pressing against Lena's palm. She looked down at them, then looked up at Chinshir. His face, under the dim light, showed no expression, as calm as if he hadn't done anything. But these 10 coins, for someone who just met her, and who almost killed him, felt too heavy. He was different from all the adventurers she had seen before. Those so-called teammates are always calculating the gains and losses of every coin, greedy and fake. They keep pressuring her, telling her that without the team, she is nothing. No one would do that. No extra words, no acts of kindness, just handing over money, giving a warning, then casually walking away. It's as if giving her money and warning her sister about her suicidal thoughts are just normal things. She clearly did something very wrong. Chinsi, huh? What do you mean, wrong? Are you talking about warning her despite the risk of exposure? Lena stood there blankly, clutching the 10 coins in her hand, watching Chinsi and Hongshu turn and walk toward the brighter street in town. Chinsi's figure looked especially tall and straight in the night. Hongshu carried an axe and followed behind him. Looking at Hongshu, she felt strangely envious, being so trusted and depended on by him. That's really good. A very unfamiliar feeling surged from the deepest part of Lena's heart. Because she had been overwhelmed by long-term exhaustion, she almost couldn't recognize what it was. It wasn't gratitude. Gratitude felt too light. Something heavier than gratitude. She didn't know what it was. She was still very tired, so tired she just wanted to fall down. But the weight of those 10 coins in her hand, and the cold warning about her sister, gave her new hope and strength. How to keep living. Maybe she needed to think about it again. After walking a bit further, away from the suffocating oppression of the shantytown, back in the normal residential area, the atmosphere around seemed different. Hongshu's tense shoulders finally relaxed a little, but she didn't start chattering like she usually did when just the two of them. She stayed silent, quietly following Chinsi. Chinsi could feel the low pressure coming from her. He turned his head and glanced at Hongshu. What's wrong? Nothing. Chinsi looked at Hongshu, who was silent and looking down. Giving her money was to make her feel safe working with us, to help her sister have a better life, so she can focus more on her work. Chinsi kept walking forward. Was Hongshu jealous? Probably not, right? Really? Hongshu looked at Chinsi with suspicion. You don't think she's pretty, do you? Big brother, you can't do that. That kind of behavior, easily blown over by the wind, is definitely not good for fighting. Not to mention fighting, even if you really are on the front lines. Stop. What are you thinking about? Chinsi quickly called out to stop, confused about what she was saying. The Holy Light Priest is a rare profession. If we want to explore higher levels in the future, our team must include a healer. This kind of advanced profession is rarely seen in small places like ours. She probably came here with a mercenary group. Oh, she lowered her head, unconsciously kicking a small stone on the road. After walking a few more steps, she finally said what was bothering her most, her voice quieter and a bit sad. And you still smile at her sister. Chinsi paused, completely surprised. Huh, just now. Inside the house, Hongshu looked up, staring at Chinsi's side face with eyes full of complaint and sadness. You smiled at the woman lying in bed. Just now. I saw you smile several times, Chinsi. Didn't I smile at you? It wasn't that long. Chinsi looked at the sad Hongshu. I mean, you looked upset just now. Isn't it because of this? No, it's not okay. It's okay. Chinsi turned her head aside. It's nothing, really. I only smiled at her out of politeness. And I smiled at you because I was happy, purely happy. Hongshu's eyes immediately lit up. Really? Yes. The frustration in her chest, like a heavy cloud, was blown away by a gentle breeze. Hongshu's eyes brightened again, and she couldn't help but smile, revealing her sharp, signature tiger tooth. Got it. Her voice instantly became lively again. I knew it. Big brother must be happier with me around. So that's why? Hee hee. Chinsi watched Hongshu's face change from gloomy to bright in an instant, and once again confirmed in her heart. This silly girl's way of thinking is really straightforward. Maybe she was overthinking. Let's go. Coming. Hee hee. As Chinsi led the way, she listened to Hongshu humming some unknown tune behind her, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Chinsi didn't go straight home. Instead, he told Hongshu to go back first, and then went out to buy something. After dinner, Hongshu lazily lay on Chinsi's bed. This is real life. Chinsi, who had just finished washing the dishes, looked at Hongshu helplessly. Are you the master, or am I? Hongshu proudly raised her hands. I'm hurt, you know. What are you proud of? Chinsi reached out and nudged her head. Hee hee. Time to sleep, Hongshu said, and prepared to go back to the floor to sleep. Wait a moment. Tonight you can stay up a little later. Hearing Chinsi, Hongshu blinked. Is there anything else going on tonight? Chinsi brought in one board after another from outside. What is this? Hongshu looked at the items curiously. From her perspective, it was just a pile of wooden planks. You'll see soon. Chinsi reached out and pushed away the very close Hongshu. She was already touching his shoulder. Did she not care at all? Chinsi didn't notice that her cheeks, with their cherry pink skin, turned even redder. All right, Chinsi straightened up. Everything was now installed. Hongshu stared blankly at the object in front of her. What is this? Your bed. My bed. Chinsi turned to look at Hongshu. Was his explanation hard to understand? But, Chinsi took off his coat. I told you, we are now companions. As a companion, do you think I would make you sleep on the floor? Today was also tiring. He wanted to rest. So, he was hugged. His face was completely pressed into her, and he couldn't say a word. Meeting the boss is really super lucky. Just normal treatment. What's so lucky about it? Forget about that. He was about to suffocate. Chinsi looked at the ceiling, feeling the weight on his body that didn't belong to the blanket. He caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. His leg was pressing down on him. Hongshu has already fallen asleep. How did she get from her bed to here? Take a deep breath. Deep breath. Don't think about useless things. The most important thing now is to become stronger. Now, it's time for an exciting and intense game round. Entering the familiar level again, still facing the same monsters. Front row, Skeleton Warrior A with shield, Skeleton Warrior B with shield. Middle row, Skeleton Archer A, Skeleton Archer B. Back row, Frost Mage, blue robe, Fire Mage, red robe. Passive triggered at start. Lena, blessed by holy light suddenly. All our little characters are wrapped in a milky white glow. Enemy Skeleton Warrior A attacks. Target, Hongshu, shield bash. The holy light shield flashes, completely blocking the damage. -0 Hongshu's health bar remains unchanged. Chinsi excitedly watches the scene, thinking, this is promising. The first attack didn't take any health away. Enemy Frost Mage attacks. Target, Chinsi, Ice Arrow. Holy Light shield breaks and disappears. -0, shield absorbed. Yes, everyone gets hit once. Then it's our turn to attack and defeat them all. By the way, if you can lock onto a target, what's the difference between front and back rows? Is it really necessary to have a front row at all? Enemy Fire Mage attacks. Target, Hongshu, Fireball. The fireball whizzes through the air and hits Hongshu hard. -331. Chinsi is stunned. How much damage is that? Why is your critical hit red? Hongshu instantly has only a sliver of health left. Don't attack Hongshu. Don't attack Hongshu. Anyone else besides Hongshu can withstand the hits. As long as Lena slightly raises her health, she can survive. Enemy Skeleton Archer A attacks. Target, Hongshu, lock-on shot. The arrow whizzes toward her. -177. A critical hit again. Hongshu falls, losing the ability to fight. This means the pixel character representing Hongshu disappears. Enemy Skeleton Archer B attacks. Target, Chinsi, lock-on shot. Chinsi becomes the target. -341. It's another critical hit with red damage. Morning Light falls again. Can't get up. Morning Light couldn't help but laugh, really annoyed. No, out of 5 attacks, for critical hits. Did you turn it on? Or did you never turn it off? Now only Lena and Luna remain. Luna with no attack power at all, and in the first round, they were completely defeated. Morning Light opened his eyes. This doesn't seem right. Someone was defeated without even fighting? He knew that the stats of monsters varied each time, but this was too much. Are you guys ignoring defense and health completely, just maxing out speed, attack, and critical chance? This can't be right. This is very wrong. Again, let's try once more. Lena triggered her passive at the start. Enemy Skeleton Warrior A attacks. Target, Red Shio, Shield Bash, Holy Light Shield, absorbs the damage. -0 Enemy Skeleton Warrior B attacks. Target, Red Shio, Shield Bash. -21 This is the third action of his little character, which is pretty good. If he can kill one instantly, there's real hope. Sniper, target, Frost Mage. The scope opens, silent hunting triggers, and a brief invisibility icon flashes. Bang. Critical. -168. 4 words float above the Frost Mage's head. Vulnerable trigger. Frost Mage is defeated. Enemy Fire Mage attacks. Target. Morning Light. Fireball. -0. Absorbed by shield. Nice. Now only 2 skeleton archers remain. As long as they don't get critical hits, victory is assured. Enemy Skeleton Archer A attacks. Target. Red Shio. Lock-on shot. Arrow hits. -177. Instantly low on health, Lena acts. Lena's speed is a bit faster than the skeleton archer in this round. Very satisfying. Healing Prayer, target, Red Shio. A gentle white light envelopes Red Shio's little figure. 85 health points Red Shio's turn. Berserk Slash, targeting skeleton archer B. A flash of axe light. -198. Skeleton archer B falls. This skeleton archer is too slow. I had no chance to attack. Now only 1 fire mage and 1 skeleton archer remain. As long as I deal with these 2, I'll be safe. Fireball bang. -346, a huge red critical hit appears, and Rex's health bar is emptied. My smile freezes on my face. Are you messing with me? 2 skeleton shield soldiers move, bang. Bang. A skeleton archer's arrow flies over, and his health bar is also instantly emptied. They are finished. Lena's shield that blocks 1 attack was useless. Chincher's breathing becomes rapid. Okay. You're playing like this, huh? This is a sure win. The skill points and critical hit rate are the same as last time, so it shouldn't be impossible to win. This terrible game, go away. I did it. I finally made it through. Chincher looks at the scene in front of him. 3 characters, none dead. What does it mean? I ask you, what does it mean? I open the system menu, and a new upgrade option lights up. I click it, and a simple point distribution screen appears. Team level 1, 12 tenths, 000. Chincher. 1 available attribute point Regsu. 1 available attribute point Lena. 1 available attribute point this time. The little character on autoplay has gained some things. 1 EXP, 3 EXP. As an experienced gamer, Chincher quickly understands that leveling up isn't about increasing individual levels. It's about the team level, right? Chincher opens his eyes. Now Rexu is completely hugging him. He tries to move his arms, squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. But he can't move at all. He closes his eyes again. There's really no way out. Back on the system page, the good thing is that development is progressing. Even with new team members, they can quickly get up to speed. The bad thing is that it's very hard to get up. And when others level up, their basic attributes increase. But what about me? I have nothing. Only 1 free attribute point. Forget it. It's fine as long as I have it. The most important thing in life is to be content. For attribute points, Rexu's isn't urgent. I'll put it into agility. Now that I have the M24, my attack power is no longer a problem. It's a glass cannon type, standing in the back and dealing damage without worries. Adding a bit of agility makes dodging easier. Defense, I'll leave that to the equipment. Finally, there's the task triggered by Sister Lena. I was too busy before and didn't have time to check. The birth of the highest level profession. Task 1. Make Laya's health reach 60 current health. 24, close to collapse. Reward. 1 pet egg. Once this task is completed, the next task will automatically start. If Laya dies, the task fails, and this long-term task ends. This isn't urgent. Honestly, there's no rush. Right now, I've only built a basic trust in Lena. I think she's someone I can rely on. But if I lead her to fight and loot, she might give up when facing danger. And I won't do that. so it's not a concern. In the end, a golden dagger quietly rests in the warehouse. Let's check its stats. Blade of Fate, physical attack, 125 attributes. Sharp, armor-piercing, durable passive. Can block 1 fatal hit. This passive has a 60-second cooldown. Did you take the equipment from next door? This is the golden gear obtained from the bone-devouring poison spider. Why didn't I use it after passing the 5th level? It's simple. I used it. But after trying, I found that in the game, M24 is still more useful. Game equipment only has 1 slot, unlike real life. You can equip everything. A smile involuntarily appears on my face. I feel better. Really, I feel better. As for this ongoing quest, I'll just do it for now and give it a try. If I succeed, great. If I fail, it's no big deal. I like these kinds of tasks. No cost, high reward. Early morning. Dawn pushes open that crooked wooden door again, and a strong smell of mold and medicine rushes out. Lena is carefully feeding water to her sister Laya. Hearing the noise, she suddenly looks up. When she sees it's me, she relaxes slightly without even realizing it. Lena put down the broken bowl and stood up, feeling a bit awkward. Chincy looked at Lena and said, I have a new cooperation plan. Can we talk about it? Okay, sure. Chincy led Lena a short distance, and after they didn't smell anything strange, she stopped. Your sister's condition isn't good for staying alone. There's an empty room at the back of the house. Clean it up, and you two can move in together. Lena's gentle smile froze on her face. Her lips moved, and after a moment, she finally spoke. Move. Move in? With you. Live together? Yes. Chincy looked at Lena and said calmly, your sister needs someone to take care of her. You're running around 2 places, which is troublesome and wastes time. Lena unconsciously clenched her clothes. As expected, adventurers are all the same. Chincy also realized something was wrong. Why was her good impression dropping so quickly? Seeing Lena's unwilling expression, she understood immediately. No need to overthink. I'm not shameless enough to threaten your sister to make you obey. You can refuse. Huh? Lena was completely confused. She stared blankly at Chincy, unable to keep up with her thoughts. I help you, and you'll be grateful. Then you'll seriously do things for me. Taking care of your sister is easy for me, and it lets you focus more on the team. It's worth it. Can these things really be said openly? Chincy looked at Lena with a blank face. If you understand what I'm saying, it'll be easier for you. If you're not very smart, explaining clearly can prevent many misunderstandings. Lena was completely stunned. She had never met an adventurer like Chincy. Are you going? In just a few seconds, Laya nodded seriously. Yes, she had nothing left to lose now. She was already at rock bottom, and no matter how she moved, she was only going up. Chincy nodded, and it was really settled. Smooth sailing. Good. Tell Hongshu what to pack. She looked at Hongshu beside her and said, Hongshu, help her pack some useful things. Keep it simple. Oh. Hongshu responded softly. Leah looked at Hongshu with some confusion. Is she? Hongshu? Why is she in this state today? And wearing a helmet? Inside the helmet, Hongshu's mind was still fuzzy. She. When she woke up this morning, why was she hugging the boss? But the boss really feels so comfortable and safe to hold. No, I can't think about this. Finally collected it. Adventurers from small places are so weak. A fancy-dressed girl looked at the spider eggs of the bone-eating venom spider in front of her and sneered. It took so long to get even these trash monsters. If she didn't dislike spider nests because they are too dirty and smelly, she wouldn't bother with these trash adventurers. All right, let's start working. If it weren't for the fact that the potion maker exam here is quite easy, who would come to such a trashy place? Her tone was full of disdain for this small area. She injected magic into the alchemy cauldron, and faint blue runes lit up. Dark Hound, Hongshu, attack. Received, boom. A large boulder blocking the way was kicked aside, and Hongshu casually appeared in front of the Dark Hounds. This made dozens of Dark Hounds stare in shock. Wait, what are you doing? In the next second, Hongshu showed them her purpose. Die. Her double-edged axe swung with a terrifying sound, smashing into the frontmost Dark Hound. It had no time to react, and instantly turned into a pile of Dark Hound remains. The other Dark Hounds reacted quickly, scattering and forming a hunting formation. Hongshu, standing at the front, showed no fear in her eyes. In the darkness, Chincy held her breath. Bang! A muffled sound, and a dark hound's waist burst open. Blessing spell. A faint white glow flashed over Hongshu. Under her helmet, her expression became even more excited. This feeling is so awesome. The wooden door was pushed open, and a strong smell of blood rushed in. At dawn, Hongshu, Lena, and I entered one after another. We unloaded heavy backpacks and weapons onto the ground, making dull thuds. "We're back," Hongshu loudly announced. Only in front of people she trusts most does she show such a lively side. Leah, leaning on her cane, carried a steaming bowl of stew from the small kitchen inside. Half a month had passed, and the changes were obvious. Her once pale, sunken cheeks looked fuller, though she still appeared somewhat pale. Her health issues were quite complicated. It wasn't just malnutrition. Her appearance was actually quite good: soft cheek contours, a straight nose, and clear gray eyes. At this moment, due to her busyness and the steam, her cheeks had a faint blush. Objectively speaking, in terms of looks alone, Leah now even slightly surpassed her sister Lena's cool beauty. Before I traveled here, Lena's beauty was rare and exceptional, a true beauty. Her long blonde hair was simply tied up, then draped over her shoulders. Kind of. "Ma'am, your hairstyle is quite daring." "Yes, that kind of hairstyle." A strange description. "Smells so good. What are we eating today?" I grabbed Hongshu, who was about to rush to the table. Leah, wearing a clean rough cloth apron, moved more steadily than before. When she saw us, a gentle smile appeared on her face. "Thanks for your hard work. It's just some simple stew, bread, and fresh beans I saw at the market this morning. Just wash up a bit, and dinner will be ready." I looked at Leah, frowning slightly. "Leah, didn't I tell you to rest more? Let me handle the cooking." As I spoke, I placed the gold coins we earned today aside. With Lena and Hongshu, I had also gone to the 8th level of the dungeon. The income doubled, but the difficulty felt manageable. It was quite steady. Leah set down the stew bowl, wiped her hands on her apron, and turned to me. Her gaze was very serious, and the intense emotion in her eyes made me almost unable to bear it. "Mr. Chensi," she said softly, but with warm passion, "I am very grateful to you. Truly grateful. I want to do something for you. I know I can't do heavy work, but I can cook, light the fire, and clean the house. You and Red have saved my and Lena's lives, given us a place to stay, and hope. These chores are the only way I can help." Lena told me about it. She did. "All right, some things don't need to be said." Morning Light interrupted Leah. "Some things are better left in the past. Overthinking won't help us survive. Some things can be forgiven. Some cannot. First, it wasn't her choice. Second, she is willing to give up her bottom line to protect what she cares about. If she stands against me, that's not good. But now, she belongs to me, and that's good." Lena shyly lowered her head. "The captain said I belong to him. Does that mean?" No, no, no. Lena, you're already very happy. You shouldn't ask for more." But Morning Light didn't react much, still showing his usual blank expression. He went to the water basin, scooped water to wash his hands. First wash, then take off his gear, shower, and eat. "I've said it, there's no need." He shook off the water droplets from his hands, speaking calmly. To him, this is just a normal exchange. Lena is the team's healer. She does her part, which is very important. That's enough. You don't owe me anything. Living here and helping out is just convenient for everyone. That's not true. This time, it was his sister who spoke. Lena looked at Morning Light excitedly. "I can't do as much for the captain as he does for me. No, I can only do 1% of what the captain does for me. That's an exaggeration. I'm just being cautious. I really, really, really appreciate the captain." Morning Light looked at Lena, whose face was flushed from excitement. "There's no need to be so excited, right?" Red, who had just sneakily grabbed a piece of bread to eat, paused at her action after hearing this. Her lively eyes flicked between Leah's face, Morning Light's face, and the silent Lena's face, finally settling on Morning Light. There was a faint, almost unnoticed, wariness in her gaze. She was biting on a piece of bread, mumbling softly and unclearly. "Huh? 1%? Wait, why does that sound so?" She felt a strange nervousness inside. Something was wrong. This conversation didn't seem right. And Lena, she was just helping the boss, wasn't she? Why does it sound like the boss owes them a big favor? Although, maybe a little. But why do you both look like you're about to offer yourselves in gratitude? Karinai and Lena went to take a bath. Don sat in the yard, waiting patiently. He was holding a cloth, taking care of his weapon. Leah leaned on her cane and came over to Don. Mr. Don, Leah's voice sounded again. Hearing it, Don stiffened. He never thought a voice could be so gentle. I know you don't like hearing thank yous, but I still want to say it, not out of gratitude, but because it's the truth. You changed everything for Lena and me. Lena now has a goal and fights with dignity, not just living for a bite of food like before. And she looked at her hands. I feel alive again, no longer just a burden. All of this, it's because of you. Don kept cleaning his gun without stopping, but he looked up at Leah. And in the next moment, he quickly looked away. He appeared calm on the outside, but inside he was panicking. What kind of look was that? Seeing us like that, I got goosebumps. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke softly, just being alive is enough. And you're not a burden. If before he kept her around just for rewards, now, she's a good person, and I want to keep her. Old Jack swallowed hard, looking at the girl in front of him and then at the task. 200 gold coins, are you sure? Of course, thank you very much. The girl wore a nearly perfect smile. The morning air still carried a chill, but the Adventurers Guild was already bustling with noise. Various smells filled this not-so-spacious room. Morning light, Hongshu, and Lena pushed open the door, and the noise paused for a moment. Everyone's eyes quickly looked at them, then turned away to do their own things. Hongshu followed behind Morning Light, carrying a large double-edged axe on her back. Her pink skin was noticeable even in the dim light. She pursed her lips and looked down. Usually, she looked at Morning Light, but today, her gaze kept drifting to Lena. Lena habitually stayed a step behind, holding her staff with a calm expression. Her personality was like that. Morning Light appeared serious on the outside, but inside, well, never mind. Morning Light ignored the looks and went straight to the bar. Old Jack was hunched over, frowning deeply. When he heard footsteps, he looked up, and his cloudy eyes brightened. Oh, it's you, kid, and Miss Hongshu too. Old Jack's voice carried a hint of surprise. His gaze paused on Lena, but didn't ask anything. Welcome. Are you here for a quest, or to handle some materials today? Quest, Morning Light replied calmly. There's no need to act overly friendly with strangers. Below the 7th floor, or high-yield ones, he added, glancing at the wall behind the bar covered with request boards. Old Jack put down his cloth and habitually pushed his glasses up his nose. There are a few below the 7th floor. As for the rewards, he hesitated, seeming to think, then leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice with a hint of something unusual in his eyes. Morning Light, can you come to the back with me for a moment? This made Hongshu lift her head slightly and glance at Old Jack. Morning Light didn't react much, just nodded. Sure. He signaled for Hongshu and Lena to wait where they were, then followed Old Jack around the bar into a storage room filled with clutter. Old Jack carefully closed the door, blocking out the noise outside. The storage room was darker, with only a small window letting in faint light. Old Jack rubbed his hands, showing a mix of awkwardness and excitement. I have a request, not officially posted through the guild. The employer came directly to me. He swallowed hard and said seriously, it's a escort mission. Morning Light's eyebrows twitched slightly, almost unnoticed. An escort mission? Troublesome, I don't want to take it. He disliked wasting time protecting strangers, especially those annoying employers. Risks and rewards are usually not proportional. Hunting in the dungeon is more straightforward. So better to refuse. Just as he was about to speak, Old Jack seemed to see through his thoughts and quickly added, the price is very high. The employer offered 200 gold coins. A deposit of 50 gold coins. 200 gold coins? Morning Light's eyes widened a bit. No way. Who are you? Using 200 gold coins to hire an escort? That number is a bit more than expected. Hunting dangerous places like the bone-eating spider nest, high-paying jobs, and handling materials, they only earned about 60 or 70 gold coins. Normally, unless reaching the 12th level, earning about 10 gold coins a day is stable. Otherwise, on the 9th level without any jobs, they only make 5 to 10 gold coins a day. And that's only if luck is on their side and they encounter a beast herd. The dungeon gets bigger the deeper you go. 200 gold coins is enough to support their team for quite a while, buy better potions, supplies, and even have some left to consider Lia's treatment. This is a long-term task. Stage 1 is almost done, and she will definitely need treatment for her leg later. Pushing aside his complicated thoughts, Morning Light asked, destination? Distance? Time? They provided a lot of details, but he wouldn't be blinded by this huge sum. If 200 gold coins meant escorting her to the cold desert or the forest of the dead, places that are dangerous and take a long time, he would refuse immediately. Old Jack looked a bit embarrassed. He cleared his throat and said, the destination. The employer only said it's a small town in the north. The exact location and time need to be discussed face to face. The employer is quite strange. He spread his hands. I only connect people. The details, you need to talk to her directly. She's in the town. Thinking back to how that young girl made him feel. Well, calling her strange is not an exaggeration at all. North? That range is too vague. Morning Light quickly thought to himself. The most important thing in an escort mission is clear information. If the employer doesn't explain clearly, it likely means there will be trouble. 200 gold is not a small amount. If the employer is willing to pay that, it could mean they are either careless with money, or the task itself is very risky, or the employer has issues. But 200 gold is definitely a lot. Morning Light gently rubbed his index finger and thumb. His and Hongshu's strength is no longer what it used to be, and Lena's addition provides important support. As long as they don't face an army or top-tier experts directly, he is confident there is room to maneuver. The key is to understand the specific situation. At least, he needs to meet the employer. Understood. Morning Light nodded and made a decision. Arrange a meeting time for me. The sooner, the better. I'll discuss the details with my team. Old Jack clearly relaxed, his wrinkles easing. Okay. I'll contact them right away. As soon as I have news, I'll inform you. He seemed afraid that Morning Light would change his mind. This task could bring him quite a lot of profit. Morning Light didn't say more, turned around, pushed open the storage room door, and left. At the bar, Hongshu and Lena still stood in place. Hongshu tilted his head slightly, secretly watching Lena, but his eyes kept flicking toward the storage room door. Lena, what's up, Senior Hongshu? You know, tonight I will be resting with the boss. Lena looked at Hongshu's proud expression, a mysterious light flashing in her eyes. Oh, I didn't expect, Senior Hongshu, to be like a child needing care from the captain. No. I mean, I have a very good relationship with the big brother. Lena tilted her head, looking at Hongshu. Senior Hongshu, you should be seen as a kid by the captain, since you need care everywhere. Although you have a good figure, you always trouble the captain with everything. So the captain might unconsciously treat you like a child and take care of you. Lena looked away and said, Senior Akio, maybe you should think about whether the captain always tells you what to do. Even though you were hugged by someone with a figure like hers, you didn't do anything inappropriate. Hearing this, Akio was stunned. Oh no, this is bad. It really seems that way. Lena, please help me. I don't want the boss to think I'm a kid. Lena's lips curled into a slight smile. I will help you, Senior Akio. Just listen to me. You're so kind. Lena. Akio looked at her with teary eyes. At this moment, Morning Sun also came out. Seeing her, Lena immediately straightened up a bit. Her eyes were very gentle. Akio casually walked over. Morning Sun approached them. Let's go home. Today, they couldn't go to the dungeon. They needed to discuss it back at the guild. If they wanted to go, what about their families? Someone would have to stay behind, since Lena needed someone to take care of her. If it was a solo mission, then only he would go. Oh, Akio responded and obediently followed. Lena, holding her staff, also followed. After leaving the guild hall, Akio finally relaxed. Finally out. The smell inside was terrible. The morning sunlight shone on the road, and the air became much fresher. No one was around, so Akio's chatterbox personality came out again. Boss, old Jack secretly pulled you inside. What's he up to? Is there a good quest? Are we going to fight stronger monsters again? Is it the 7th floor, 8th floor, or 9th floor? Her voice was clearly excited. Battle, fun. Lena watched the scene with a smile, so she wasn't worried at all. It's not a hunting quest. Morning Sun interrupted her endless talking. Akio, she really talks too much. Huh? Akio looked at her with confusion. No dungeon exploration? Then what? Is it kidnapping or delivering things again? That sounds so boring. Dawn once again pushed away Hongshu's face as he leaned in. There was a previous escort mission that paid 1 gold coin, and he had spent an hour completing it with her. Hongshu's tone was full of disappointment. Delivering a few copper coins worth of goods is a waste of time. It's an escort, Don said as he walked, glancing at the shops on both sides of the street. Escort the client. Escort? Hongshu sighed, still looking uninterested. We just follow behind someone slowly. Watch out for little thieves that might appear from nowhere. Like being a bodyguard for a merchant? She remembered the caravan guard she had seen before. She thought it was the most boring job. I'd rather go to the blacksmith shop and work there. Lena followed behind, listening to their conversation, with no particular expression on her face. Escort. She had done similar jobs before with the Ironstone Adventure Group. The employers were often picky and troublesome, and they might encounter all kinds of surprises on the way. It was much more tiring than hunting. But since the team leader decided 200 gold coins as payment, Don casually revealed the key information. Oh, 200. 200 gold. Bored? Kids, I love boredom. If it's 200 gold, no problem. Lena looked at Hongshu, surprised at how quickly her expression changed. Don opened the door and was surprised to see he was back so early today. Leah was sitting on a raised chair, carefully wiping the table. When she saw them return, she looked confused. Lord Don, you're back so early today. Yes, because I need to discuss some things, and also. Don looked at Leah sincerely and said, call me Don, or you can call me the team leader. No need for formalities. But, no buts. I feel uncomfortable when you do that. He placed his heavy backpack against the wall. He had felt uncomfortable with her way of addressing him for a long time. Before crossing over, he was just an ordinary person. After crossing, he still considered himself an ordinary person. It feels strange to be called by someone older than me with so much respect. When she called me that just now, I got goosebumps. Hongshu also put down her axe casually and flopped onto the sofa. Home is still the most relaxing place. Lena took out her slippers, handed them to her sister, and placed them near Chensi's feet. Chensi twitched his mouth. Please don't do that, really. He pulled out a chair by the dining table, sat down, and signaled for Hongshu and Lena to sit as well. Hongshu naturally sat next to him, while Lena sat across, hands on her lap, head slightly lowered. He secretly glanced at Hongshu. Her movements were too quick. Old Jack has a task I've taken a liking to. Leah looked worried. Tasks that require Chensi and his friends to come back and discuss are usually not simple. She is very satisfied with her current life and fears it might be disrupted. The deposit alone is 50 gold coins. After completing the task, plus the deposit, you can get 200 gold coins, Chensi added. Hongshu didn't seem very interested. Although 200 gold coins is a lot, she dislikes escort missions. They're frustrating. How many fights can you get into on the way? If luck isn't on your side, there might be no battles at all during a mission. Lena was surprised, her mouth slightly open. 200 gold coins? That's an astronomical amount for a small town. What kind of escort mission is worth that much? She felt a bit uneasy. Her thoughts were very similar to Leah's. She is happy with her current life and fears change. Don't worry just yet. Chensi gently clapped his hands, bringing everyone's attention back. Their reactions are understandable. With his strength, it takes nearly a month of going to the dungeon regularly to encounter strong, rare monsters. Gold's purchasing power is quite strong. Hongshu only has 10 coins. Chensi continued. Old Jack said the destination and timing need to be discussed with the employer. They are a bit strange. They only mentioned a small town in the north. The exact distance and the risks along the way are unclear. My gaze falls on Hongshu and Lena's faces as I continue my analysis. If we take on this task as a team, 200 gold is too little. Hongshu blinks rapidly. Too little? 200 gold is not enough? Boss, this is 200 gold. She can't understand my way of thinking. If the three of us go together, we definitely won't make a profit. I patiently explained, having guessed that Hongshu wouldn't understand. The time spent traveling back and forth, supplies on the road, possible dangers and battles. When you add it all up, 200 gold isn't a generous amount. And at home, I pause and look toward the kitchen. Leah needs someone to take care of her. If all three of us leave, that's not good. Leah hears this and a flash of guilt and sadness crosses her face. But she quickly hides it with a gentle smile, lowers her head, and continues wiping non-existent dust. I'll go alone. I look at Hongshu and share my plan. If I can accept the employer's request, the distance isn't too far, and the risk is manageable, I will take this task alone. Only this way can I accept it. Going alone means more mobility, a higher risk-to-reward ratio, and enough strength at home to protect Leah. Traveling as a team, there's really no profit. No, Hongshu suddenly stands up, the chair scraping loudly on the floor. Her reaction is so intense that even I am a bit surprised. Boss, you can't go alone. What if the employer is suspicious? What if it's a trap? What if we encounter a strong band of robbers on the way? No, no, she shakes her head forcefully, her eyes full of seriousness and determination. I want to go with you. I don't feel safe otherwise. And ever since you bought me, we haven't been apart. Lena also lifts her head, her gray eyes looking at me sadly, as if she might cry. I see Hongshu's emotional outburst and Lena's pleading look, and I understand their worries. But I have to face the reality. Hongshu, my voice becomes more serious. Calm down. Listen to me. Redshio was silenced by his serious tone, biting her lip and sitting down angrily again. But her eyes still stared tightly at Qin Shi, as if saying, you can't leave me behind. Life isn't a game of house. We can't do whatever we want. We have to think about our benefits first. Qin Shi slowed down his tone a bit, realizing that if he wasn't serious now, Redshio might cause trouble. First, if the employer's demands are unreasonable, too far away, or seem like a trap, I won't take the job. 200 gold coins might be a lot for most adventurers, but for us, it's just okay. Lena and Redshio quickly nodded. Over the past half-month, Lena had seen how good Qin Shi's team was at making money. Second, Qin Shi raised his second finger. What about Leah? Her body is still recovering, and she's not able to move easily. If we all leave, who will take care of her? Right now, Leah is healing, and in the future, I plan to include her in our team. Just because she's weak now and can't help much, does that mean we ignore her? I can take care of myself. No, you can't. You can't. Leah lowered her head. I can't. Her voice sounded a little sad. Qin Shi nodded happily and looked back at Redshio and Lena. Redshio opened her mouth to argue, but realized Qin Shi was right. Leah really needs someone to watch over her. Leaving Lena alone at home? Don't be silly. Do you think a priest can really protect someone? You two stay here. That way, you can still go to the dungeon during the day and come back at night. I don't feel safe leaving Lena alone at home, or Redshio alone. Thinking about it, Qin Shi stroked his chin. There are only two options. I go or I don't go at all. We can't let Leah get too tired. Her body can't handle it. I can't handle it. In Qin Shi's gaze, Leah lowered her head again, sounding even more sad. If she stays at home, someone needs to be with her. Redshio nodded too. Yes, that's right. Yes, she was convinced now. And also, Morning Light continued. It's not certain yet whether I'll accept. 200 gold sounds like a lot, but whether it's worth it depends on the details, which we need to discuss. If the employer's demands are too strict or the place is too far or dangerous, I won't take the job. The same goes for going to the dungeon. 10 or 20 gold isn't worth it. Lena nodded along. Yes, Captain. We can earn gold in the dungeon too. And it's more free. When we escort someone, we have to listen to others. But in our team, we all listen to you. Morning Light pushed away the girl who was leaning in. That's true, but it's still better to check it out first. Has anyone accepted my request? The girl had a graceful smile as she gently sipped her black tea. All right, please arrange a meeting time for us. I will tell him our destination. The afternoon sunlight shone into the room at an angle. Old Jack arrived much earlier than expected. Morning Light. Old Jack wiped his sweat and looked a bit tired. I got in touch. We meet tonight. The place is the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion? Morning Light put down the dagger she was cleaning. The mansion is some distance from the small town in the neighboring town. If he goes, with his speed, an hour or so would be enough. Is the City Lord the one hiring for this job? Old Jack shook his head, speaking softly. No, not the City Lord. A new girl, a stranger, lives there. The City Lord seems quite afraid of her. Old Jack swallowed nervously. You need to leave before dark. The road isn't easy. Understood. Morning Light nodded. She knew very well that she needed to go see whether to accept the request or just give up. She sheathed her dagger and turned to the girl and Lena, saying, I'm going out for a while to discuss that request. If all goes well, I'll be back before dawn. You don't need to come with me. Take care of Leah and stay safe. Red Thread was sitting cross-legged on the ground, facing the ceiling, lost in thought. When she heard this, she stood up. Hey, can I go too? It's not like I'm taking on a job. I should be fine to come along, right? I also want to go. I want to go too. No, you can't. Chensi spoke calmly, slinging the M24 over his shoulder, not giving Hongshu a chance to climb up easily. If there's a small gap, she really would take it. The family needs someone. Leah needs someone to watch over her. With you and Lena here, I can rest assured. He looked into Hongshu's eyes and said, remember, when I'm not here, Lena doesn't have much fighting ability. You are the main force. Take good care of the house. Hongshu's mouth opened slightly, but she didn't speak. Her excited expression slowly faded. She quietly responded with an, oh, and her fingers unconsciously pinched her clothes. Chensi watched the scene before him, and suddenly, Hongshu's expression and the image of the big golden-haired dog from before the crossing overlapped in his mind. Whenever he had to leave, she always looked like that. Captain, Lena called softly, her eyes full of concern. Be careful on the way. Chensi nodded. Yes, don't worry. He turned to Leah, who was holding onto the table and standing. Rest well. Right now, Lena and Hongshu are here at home. If anything happens, let them handle it. Don't worry about the family matters. Have a safe trip. Chensi didn't say more. He checked his bullets and dagger, packed a light bag, and pushed the door open to leave. He had to ignore the lingering, reluctant looks behind him. What else could he do? He was just going on a trip, not bringing everything with him. There wasn't much time, and he had to hurry. If there was more time, he'd go together with them. Outside the door, the sun was about to set. It was already sunset. Chensi squinted his eyes, knowing he had to hurry, aiming to reach his destination within an hour. He took a deep breath, tiptoed, and shot forward like a shadow. To this day, all the attribute points gained from leveling up were still invested in agility. The road to the city lord's mansion was a solid dirt path. Running on it felt comfortable, and the scenery around quickly receded. The area was covered with dry grass, and the trees were sparse. For safety, there were no forests between the two small towns. No one knew if some magical creature might be hiding in the woods. The sky had turned completely dark. If using a 24-hour clock, it would be around 7 p.m. now. Morning light saw the tall building outline from afar. It was a stone fortress, with lights shining through high windows. A classic Western castle. As she approached, 2 guards stood at the door, wearing simple cloth armor. Iron armor, which is not something a small town lord could own. Mercenaries can get such equipment with effort. No problem there, but if your town lord has such armor without the Empire's approval, that's a big issue. The guards immediately became alert when they saw Morning Light, pointing their long spears at her. Who are you? Don't you know the town lord is resting at this hour? Morning Light gave the name of Old Jack and explained her purpose. One guard looked her up and down, then checked her adventurer's badge after she showed it. There was a hint of suspicion in his eyes, but he said nothing, just nodded and said simply, "Follow me." The guard turned and led the way, occasionally glancing at her with a sidelong look. Morning Light silently followed behind, feeling a bit cautious but not saying anything. The courtyard was large, and her footsteps echoed in the silence. After about 10 minutes, the guard brought her to a heavy oak door on the side of the main castle, decorated with intricate carvings. The first impression she had was that this door was definitely expensive. This is the place. She's waiting inside. Remember to knock before you go in, the guard said. Without waiting for her response, he turned and left quickly, seeming eager to leave. Morning Light stood in front of the door, her face hidden under her hood, feeling a bit confused. Why was she so afraid? Was the client really that scary? From outside, she couldn't hear anything. It was very quiet. Why be so afraid? What's so frightening about this person? Is it the Black Snow Princess or the little black fish? It couldn't be more frightening than Romeo or the ironclad warrior, right? She raised her hand and knocked 3 times. Come in, a clear, pleasant female voice called from inside. With voice-activated doors, she guessed it would open instantly. Ahem. The voice is indeed very pleasant, the kind that makes people imagine many things just by hearing it. Yes, Chensi admits that he was indeed fantasizing. But how he fantasized doesn't matter. His face remains expressionless. Chensi pushes the door open and walks inside. The room is smaller than he imagined, but very elegant. A deep red carpet covers the floor, almost silent when stepped on. The walls are decorated with dark patterned wallpaper, and a few crystal wall lamps emit soft light. In the center of the room, there is a set of dark velvet sofas. Sitting on the sofa is a person. It is a girl. She looks very young, about 15 or 16. She wears a well-fitted silver-gray dress, made of a material that looks quite expensive. The most eye-catching feature is her white hair. It's not the kind of white that shows aging, but a silver white like moonlight, smoothly draped over her shoulders. She is holding a delicate white porcelain teacup, sipping from it. When she hears the door open, she lifts her eyes. Her eyes are a pure blood red, and she smiles and nods at Chensi. Her smile is elegant and flawless, but honestly, Chensi feels a bit sick. It's too fake. Chensi stands at the door, quickly scanning the room. Apart from the girl, there is no one else. The crystal chandelier's light shines on her silver-white hair and red eyes, giving her an almost otherworldly feeling. Both of them are observing each other. The girl puts down her teacup, and the porcelain makes a crisp sound as it hits the saucer. She looks Chensi up and down, her gaze passing over his dusty boots and worn-out robe, finally settling on his expressionless face. Her eyes never change at all, always maintaining an elegant and graceful smile. "Are you the adventurer introduced by Mr. Jack?" The girl speaks, her voice still clear and bright. She looks at Chensi with a smile. "What is your name, sir?" "Chensi," he replies simply, without extra words. The girl in front of him gives him a very fake feeling. He doesn't like it. His guard is fully up. Chensi doesn't step inside, just standing at the door, keeping a proper distance. "Chensi, that's a nice name," the girl repeats softly, her blood-red eyes fixed on him. "I am the employer. You can call me Anastasia." She didn't mention her last name, and it seemed she had no intention of doing so. "Anastasia?" Morning Light was a bit curious, wondering if she was a princess. "Sit." She nodded toward the single sofa across from her. Morning Light quietly walked inside and sat down. Even though she was just a young girl, she brought him a lot of pressure. He sat up straight, not relaxing at all. His bag was at his feet, and he had also taken off his M24 rifle. At this distance, a sniper rifle wouldn't be very effective. He didn't take out the sword hidden inside his robe. Morning Light looked at the girl Anastasia on the sofa opposite, waiting for her to speak. He was starting to feel reluctant about this task. Clearly, she didn't belong here. She seemed to have come from far away. Anastasia picked up her teacup and took a small sip, her delicate fingers holding the handle gracefully. She put down the cup and finally got to the point, looking directly at Morning Light. "I need to go to Oceantown in the north. You will escort me safely to my destination, and 200 gold coins will be your reward." A deposit of 50 coins. Her words were direct, without unnecessary politeness. Although she still smiled, Morning Light could sense her disdain. Well, disdain or not, it didn't matter. As long as she paid normally, that was fine. More people looked down on me. Who do they think they are? Oceantown. Morning Light quickly reviewed the map in his mind. It's in the north, not too close, but not too far either. If he hired a carriage, it would take about 5 or 6 days. On the way, they would pass through a forest, which wasn't very safe. Occasional small groups of bandits or wandering monsters. Specific route? How will we go? Carriage or riding horses? Just you alone? Morning Light asked quickly, wanting to know these details so he could decide whether to accept or refuse. The location wasn't a problem. It would take 5 or 6 days to go there, and the return trip wouldn't be needed. If everything went smoothly, he could finish the task in 10 days. 10 days, 200 gold coins. And he was doing this alone. He could take the job. Anastasia tilted her head slightly, seeming to think he was asking too many questions. She shook her small leg hanging over the edge of the sofa, her tiny, pristine leather shoes spotless. "Decide the route yourself. Just avoid trouble. As for the carriage, I can't ride horses. For escorting, besides me, there's also a..." She slightly lifted her chin, and a well-built maid stepped forward. "This is the maid responsible for my daily life. She's not very skilled in fighting." She looked at Chensi. "Any other questions? What about the time limit? Is there a deadline?" Chensi continued to ask. "The sooner, the better." Anastasia's tone remained calm. "Ideally, early tomorrow morning. I don't want to stay here longer than necessary. As for the deadline." A small smile seemed to appear at the corner of her mouth, but it was very slight. "Just don't waste time on the way. I only ask for safe arrival." Chensi was silent for a few seconds, his mind racing. From what he could see, It was just a simple escort mission. But why was he offered so many coins for such a straightforward task? Are there any powerful enemies chasing you? Or have you caused some trouble? Anastasia couldn't help but laugh. You have quite the imagination. None of that. I offered such a high price just to ensure safe arrival. Besides you, I also hired ordinary guards. At most, there are some bandits and magical beasts. Anastasia leaned slightly forward. Those things that ordinary people can't handle, you are willing to step in. She looked at Chintzy. That's why I pay so well. I need to arrive at Oceantown in the safest and smoothest way. After saying that, she leaned back on the sofa again. That's all. If you accept, good. If not, I can find someone else. Chintzy quickly reviewed everything in his mind. There didn't seem to be any problems. All right, Chintzy made his decision. Judging only by these conditions, this job was indeed quite lucrative. I accept. We meet at the town entrance early tomorrow. Anastasia didn't seem surprised by his answer. She nodded. Good. 50 coins as a deposit, given to you before departure tomorrow. Then please, I need to rest now. All right. Chintzy stood up and repacked his gear. You and your people should prepare your horses and supplies. See you tomorrow morning. Anastasia said no more, only picked up her teacup again, her blood-red eyes watching him above the rim, as if she was giving her silent approval. Morningstar didn't look at her again. He turned around and strode out of the overly fancy room. The heavy oak door closed behind him, blocking out the light from the crystal chandelier and the figure of the white-haired girl. Outside, the cold air made him feel alert. He needed to go back quickly. If he stayed out too late, Redshow would worry. Meffield, how strong is he? Anastasia gently sipped her black tea, the aroma filling the room. The maid behind her slightly bowed. Miss, although he's just a low-level adventurer, I don't know why, but he always gives me a faint sense of threat. His strength is probably more than what he shows. Anastasia was a bit surprised to hear such a high praise from Meffield. Unbelievable, such a small place actually has a powerful adventurer. But I still think having you is enough. Miss, this is your first time going out alone. It's better to be careful. Meffield's voice was gentle. Well, what's there to be careful about? Meffield is invincible. Anastasia put down her tea, showing a lazy smile, very different from her usual elegant and poised self. Miss, you can't relax just because you're alone. What's the big deal? Anyway, Meffield won't tell my father. Meffield looked helplessly at his young lady rolling on the floor. Hopefully, everything will go smoothly. He turned his gaze to the sky outside. It looked like it might rain tomorrow. The morning air was cool, with low, gray clouds pressing down, signaling an unavoidable rain. The streets were damp, with puddles left from the night before in the cracks of the cobblestones. Morningstar arrived nearly an hour earlier than planned. He took a deep breath, loving the smell just before it rains. He also liked the rain. Before coming into this world, I already liked it, and now I like it even more. The rain can wash away the bad smell on me after I return from the dungeon. I looked around and saw that no one was nearby except him. This is the first time since Redshow joined that I am going on a mission alone. It's a bit strange to do this by myself. With Redshow, fighting is really easy and worry-free. If I were alone, I have to think about everything. I need to be very careful, but I've been doing it this way for 7 years, so I don't really dislike it. I looked at the Sword of Fate inside my robe and the various potions I carry. Hopefully, I won't need to use them. I glanced toward the city lord's mansion. There's still some time before departure, so I should rest a little. Usually, at this time, Redshow would complain about the weather or talk about wanting to fight fiercely. Now, only the wind rustling through the dry branches can be heard. I shook my head and tried not to think about those things. Right now, I need to focus on how to complete the task better. Finish early, go home sooner. Time passed slowly, and the rain started to fall lightly. My robe became damp. Finally, I heard the sound of wheels rolling over muddy ground and horses neighing at the end of the road. A team appeared in sight. Leading the group were several mercenaries riding strong, scaled horses. Their leather armor was splattered with mud, and they looked around cautiously. Behind them was a very eye-catching carriage. The carriage was made of heavy dark wood, with worn gold trim along the edges. Thick blue curtains were tightly closed, blocking the view inside. The wheels squeaked loudly on the rough road. Around the carriage, about 20 mercenaries walked on foot. Their gear was uneven. Some wore cloth armor, others only leather vests, and their weapons varied. The group looked a bit loose and noisy. Their boots crunched in the mud, mixed with a few rough laughs. Chunshur silently counted. Including the riders, there were about 30 people. The team stopped at the intersection. The leading mercenary, riding a horse, approached a few steps and pulled on the reins. He was a man with a thick beard, strong build, wearing a well-maintained half-armor. He smiled warmly, showing a row of slightly crooked yellow teeth. "Hey, I didn't expect Mr. Dawn to really come. It's a happy surprise. Now we can say we're safe." His voice was loud and friendly, like they were old friends who had known each other for years. Dawn's eyes under his black robe showed no change. The more enthusiastic the mercenary group, the more careful he was. "Old Jack said you took a job, and I thought he was just bragging. But it turns out, it's really you. My name is Buck, former leader of the Steel Mercenary Group. With you here, Miss Anastasia's safety is guaranteed." Haha. Buck's laugh sounded a bit awkward in this setting. Dawn looked at him without much expression and nodded slightly. Captain Buck. He didn't care much for formal politeness. When dealing with someone who might betray you at any moment, your attitude doesn't matter. They might still backstab you. So, there's no point in trying to please them. Dawn's cold response clearly annoyed the mercenaries behind Buck. A few scoffs and low whispers sounded among the crowd. "Damn, what's with the attitude? It's just a solo worker, wearing a black robe, thinking he's a master." A few mercenaries crossed their arms, glaring at Dawn with obvious contempt and challenge. Dawn felt their eyes on him, but he didn't care. He looked past Buck and their noisy smiles, directly at the quiet, luxurious carriage. His main task was the client and ensuring safe arrival, not dealing with these mercenaries. As long as they didn't cause trouble, he didn't care what they thought. Buck seemed to notice his subordinates' dissatisfaction. He glared back and silenced their whispers. Inside his robe, his hand rested on the blade of destiny. If things really went wrong, he could just kill them. Dawn stepped forward and headed straight for the carriage. The mercenaries automatically made way for him. Though they still looked annoyed, Dawn's reputation and past stories made them wary. He stopped in front of the closed window. "Miss Anastasia." His voice was quiet but clear enough for those inside to hear. "Good morning." He needed to confirm whether the client was on the vehicle and in what condition. This was an important check. A white hand pulled back the curtain slightly from inside. The opening was small, just enough to reveal a delicate face and part of a silver-gray collar. White hair, blood-red eyes. It was Anastasia. She wore a perfect, flawless, elegant smile she had seen at the city lord's mansion, with just the right curve. "Good morning, Mr. Dawn." Her voice was still clear and pleasant. But Dawn still felt sick of this fake smile. Her blood-red eyes quickly scanned him without any emotion. She is definitely on the vehicle. Confirming the client's presence before departure was a necessary step. Otherwise, when they arrived, the client might be gone. He wouldn't need to stay, and he was well known across several nearby towns. There was no need for unnecessary small talk. Dawn asked, "Miss Anastasia, are we ready to leave now?" He was asking if she was prepared to start. "Anytime." Anastasia kept her smile, but the curtain was already lowered. She didn't care about the subtle tension between the mercenaries and Dawn outside, as long as the mission went smoothly. I knew the lady was ready early." Captain Buck arrived just in time, riding his horse over. His voice was loud, and he casually reached out to put a hand on Dawn's shoulder. "Mr. Dawn, look at us." Dawn slightly shifted his shoulder, avoiding Buck's hand, and turned away from the carriage. He ignored him. Buck's smile froze for a moment, and he awkwardly closed his mouth, a flicker of barely noticeable anger in his eyes. He turned to his team, raising his voice sharply. "What the hell are you all standing around for? Form up. Clear the way. Let's go." The mercenaries stirred with a mix of complaints and scolding as they began to organize their formation. Dawn glanced at Buck out of the corner of his eye, feeling a bit strange. After showing resistance the first time, a normal mercenary group should keep a proper distance. This was an industry rule. New mercenary groups might not know, but Buck definitely should. As Captain Buck gave the order, the team slowly started to move. The heavy wagon wheels left deep ruts in the muddy ground. Mercenaries crowded around the wagon, talking loudly as they moved forward. It seemed to rain more heavily, the raindrops making a soft crackling sound on the leather armor and weapons. Morning sun silently followed behind the group, keeping a distance that was not too close or too far. This distance was just right for him to show his strength at its best. The escort mission had begun. Have they already left? Yes, Lord Priest, I saw them depart. Good. Are there any changes? There's an extra adventurer in the team. I heard he's a very strong adventurer nearby. No problem. We'll just deal with him too. Our main target is the young girl from the Clare family. The Empire ignores our church's existence. So, let's prove our greatness with action. Praise be to our Lord. Praise be to our Lord. Raindrops fell steadily on the muddy road, splashing muddy water everywhere. The rain made the already difficult path even harder to walk. Morning sun followed at the back of the team, his footprints quickly filled with rainwater. Ahead, the noise of shouting mercenaries and the creaking of heavy wheels filled the air. He habitually kept a distance that allowed him to observe everything and use his weapons effectively. Inside the carriage, Anastasia leaned on a soft cushion, looking quite annoyed. Clearly, she didn't like this weather. The sound of rain made the outside chaos seem distant. Opposite her sat Maid Mefield, who gently pushed aside the curtain of the window with her hand. Miss, that adventurer behind is indeed very different. Mefield's voice was serious. At first, she was just curious, but the more she looked, the more she realized that adventurer was not ordinary. Anastasia didn't turn around, her eyes lazily watching the swinging curtain in front of her. That boring-looking guy, huh? What's wrong? His movements are unpredictable, but I just checked the spot where he appeared. From every position, I could observe everything in front of us perfectly. Mefield frowned slightly. Something was very wrong. It's not that the morning light is unusual, but why would someone with such strength be in such a small place? Anastasia finally became a little interested. She changed her posture and leaned against the carriage as if she had no bones. A master? Absolutely. When he's hiding, I can't find him at all. Mefield said this seriously. Anastasia showed a serious expression, but it didn't last even 2 seconds. She quickly returned to her lazy state. A master? So what if he's a master? It has nothing to do with her. Recruiting talent for the family is her older brother's job. Today, she's just tired from studying potions. She has no time to worry about other things. Forget it. She didn't hear anything. Mefield shook his head helplessly. Miss can do whatever she wants. Like she said, the family affairs are handled by the old master, the young master, and the young lady. If the young lady likes this kind of life, let her live it. At the front of the team, mercenary leader Buck wiped rainwater off his face, cursing the terrible weather. He looked back at the disappearing figure at the end of the line and snorted. Playing tricks. A nearby mercenary carrying a spear sneered. Captain, why bother? A lone wolf adventurer, no matter how strong, can't be better than our 30-something brothers. Who knows if those materials are just lucky finds? They say he's strong and can go to higher levels of underground dungeons. But who's seen that? Have you seen it? Ha ha ha. Don't talk nonsense. I haven't seen it. I haven't either. Ha ha ha. Morning Light had excellent hearing and caught all the teasing sounds ahead. But inside, he felt no waves, even a little amused. He had seen this kind of contempt many times before, so it wasn't worth wasting time. Compared to those barking dogs, he cared more about the environment around him. He liked the rain, which was nice. But on rainy days, whether moving or scouting, there would be some impact, like now. His gaze sharpened. Under normal circumstances, he should have noticed this already. At the edge of the dense forest ahead on the right, the bushes suddenly moved unnaturally, accompanied by a strange, sweetly sick smell. A few mercenaries standing nearby immediately became alert, gripping their weapons tightly. Be careful. Something's here, someone shouted. The bushes parted, revealing a large green snake with a massive body. Its glowing green eyes flickered greedily in the rain, and saliva dripped from its sharp teeth. It was clearly attracted by the scent of the team. The green snake, though named somewhat hastily, was quite powerful. Usually, these monsters appeared in groups, but for now, only this one was seen. It was strong individually, with a tough body and a faint poison. Damn, it's a green snake. A young mercenary's voice trembled slightly as he instinctively took a step back. The appearance of the snake meant there would definitely be casualties. Their mercenary group wasn't strong enough to fight the green snake without injuries. Captain Buck cursed and ordered his team to attack, to avoid delaying their journey. This job paid well, but that wasn't what he valued most. If he could get close to the person on the carriage, then, suddenly, a dull sound shattered all his hopes. Bang! The sound was not loud, but everyone present froze in place. The green snake, just revealing its full body and about to attack, suddenly tilted its huge head backward, and its head exploded. A powerful impact sent its body flying backward, crashing heavily into the muddy ground, splattering mud everywhere. It twitched wildly. The whole event happened so quickly. From the moment it appeared to its death, only 2 or 3 breaths passed. All the noise stopped abruptly. The mercenaries' faces froze in shock. Dozens of eyes turned sharply toward the back of the team. But there was nothing, no sign of what attacked, no idea where it came from, and no clue where Dawn was now. Yes, no information could be gathered at all. Inside the carriage, Anastasia's lazy expression instantly vanished. Meffield furrowed her brow slightly. She had just imagined herself as the green snake. Could she have dodged that attack? Yes, it is possible, but it will definitely involve injuries. Can I find Dawn and defeat him after being hit? The answer this time is no. Unless I consider that young man an enemy from the start, then I could find and defeat him. But if that young man wants to secretly attack me or the young lady, he will definitely succeed. Are you joking? Miss, I think we can have the young master recruit this adventurer. I agree. Not bothering. Who said that? I, Anastasia, never said so. Captain Buck opened his mouth, but the command he wanted to give got stuck in his throat. His face twitched, and cold sweat mixed with rain ran down his neck. He swallowed, feeling his throat dry. He and Anastasia had the same idea. Are we joking? That's a bit too strong. A one-hit kill. So easy to defeat. The mercenary who mocked Dawn's reputation turned pale, trembling slightly as he held his spear. He swallowed and looked at his boss with pleading eyes. Boss, save me. I think I'm about to die. Are you leaving? Dawn appeared beside Buck without him noticing, looking at him expressionlessly. Buck's hair stood on end instantly. Run, run, run. Why the hell are you just standing there? Follow me. Protect the lady's carriage. He shouted loudly, his voice cracking a little because of Dawn's sudden appearance. Damn it, this guy is like a ghost. The team started moving again, but the atmosphere was completely different. The mercenaries' whispers disappeared, replaced by heavy footsteps. No one dared to look back at Dawn, but everyone felt a chill down their spines. They didn't think their heads were tougher than a green snake. He can kill the green snake instantly, defeat them. It's as easy as flipping a hand. As easy as flipping a hand. In the shadows, Dawn's lips curled into a smile. Kids, I enjoyed that. Seeing their scared faces, I feel happy. I, Dawn, never hold grudges. If someone wrongs me, I settle it right away. The mercenaries. At first, you said you didn't care. The dull sound of gunfire sounded very loud in the woods, each shot followed by the muffled noise of monsters falling in the distance. The mercenaries didn't even have time to see what the monsters looked like before the threat was gone. This feeling of precise sniping in open areas is something you can experience in narrow dungeon corridors. Morning Light slowly exhaled and moved slightly. It was indeed very satisfying to get such quick kills. Sniping is best with a good view. Living in the dungeon must be really tough. Time moved forward with the caravan. The sky darkened completely. The rain showed no signs of stopping or easing up, and the cold grew stronger. Now, it was time to rest. Morning Light looked at his wrinkled hands. After a long time in the cold, even he was affected. And the mercenaries in front of him were even more affected. Amid complaints, the team decided to stop at a naturally sheltered mountain cave to rest. The cave entrance was large enough to comfortably hold the caravan and mercenaries. Morning Light looked at the cave. Luckily, he found a natural cave. It's great luck to find a natural cave during the rain. When he first arrived, he also observed that the cave was clearly natural. He couldn't blame himself for being suspicious. During the rain, there was such a cave big enough for the caravan. How could he not be suspicious? He was on an escort mission. No, a delivery mission. He's a professional. Morning Light kept bragging inwardly, but his face showed no change. The mercenaries hurriedly arranged the horses and set up several bonfires. The flickering flames chased away the cold and lit up every tired face. Morning Light sat alone in a corner near the cave entrance, away from the crowd. The shadows inside the cave just covered half of him. He took off his heavy black cloak, which was muddy, and laid it on a relatively clean stone next to the fire to dry. The firelight reflected on him, making his figure, dressed only in dark clothes underneath, look very clear. The sound of fire making drowned out the mercenaries' low conversations, and a few cautious glances were cast toward morning light. The bright fire clearly lit up his face. There was only one feeling, youth. He looked handsome, with a slightly boyish charm, calm eyes, and little expression. The mercenaries exchanged glances, filled with awe, a bit of fear, and disbelief. It was this young man, not even 20, who easily dealt with the monsters that made their hair stand on end during the day, including the terrifying green python. No one dared to speak anymore. Even Captain Buck lowered his voice. The atmosphere in the cave became especially well-behaved because of the dawn light. Don paid no attention and once again declared that he didn't care about the rumors. He silently added a dry branch to the fire, and the flames crackled. He mentally reviewed the next route. There was still some distance to Oceantown. If everything went smoothly, they could arrive the day after tomorrow. Even if things didn't go smoothly, they would arrive the day after that. Rain would definitely slow down their progress. He played with the sword of destiny in his hand, the dagger dancing skillfully. The light at the cave entrance dimmed slightly as a figure approached. Don didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, but the flying dagger in his hand stopped. He knew who it was without looking. There was a faint, special fragrance, different from the scent on the girl named Anastasia. Meffield, Anastasia's personal maid, stopped a few steps away. She wore a neat maid outfit, still meticulous even after rushing on the road. Mr. Don, her gentle voice sounded. Don finally looked up at her. Meffield always seemed to have that gentle smile on her face. It was just a smile, unlike Anastasia's, which he found annoying. "Is there something, Miss Meffield?" Don asked directly. They weren't close, so there was no need for small talk. After this task was finished, he might never see her again. What was the point of pretending? Like Buck, licking up to him like a dog, that was even worse. Though he wasn't very serious, he still had a strong stance and wouldn't bend. "Miss asked me to bring some food." Meffield indicated the small package she was holding, which emitted the aroma of roasted meat and bread. "Thank you for your protection all along." As she spoke, she naturally walked over to a stone opposite Chensey, not sitting down immediately, but glancing at him to ask for permission. Chensey nodded indifferently. Only then did Mayfield gracefully straighten her skirt and sit down, placing her bag on the stone between them. Her movements were steady, almost silent when she Saturday. "You've worked hard." Mayfield opened her bag, revealing 2 perfectly grilled meat steaks and a soft white bread, clearly more refined than the soldiers' rations. "It's part of my duty, Miss Mayfield. No need to thank me." Chensey glanced at the food but didn't move. He had his own dry rations. He instinctively didn't want to touch Anastasia's things. His teacher had told him in elementary school not to eat things from strangers. In response to Chensey's coldness, Mayfield didn't mind and still smiled gently. She tilted her head, supporting her face with her hand, and the distance between them grew closer. "Adventurers like you staying in a small town like this seem a bit underused." Chensey silently fiddled with the campfire. Underused? More than half a month ago, the system hadn't shown much effect. Thanks to the system, he managed to become the strongest in the town in 7 years. If the system hadn't been active recently, he would still be just a passerby in a bigger place. He knew himself well. He was basically useless, and relying on external help made him think it was his talent. "Come on, that's ridiculous. Haha, I'm so modest. As expected of me." Mayfield, sitting opposite him, would never guess what Chensey was thinking. Seeing he didn't respond, she changed the subject. "Of course, everyone has the freedom to choose their own path. You admire your skills, and our destination, Mingshi Town, is an important stronghold of the Clare family in the north. The Alchemist Guild there is quite famous, and you are going there to take the intermediate alchemist exam." She casually mentioned the destination and Anastasia's background, the Clare family. Chensey raised his eyelids and looked at Mayfield. "Clare? Is that a noble family?" "I don't know. I haven't heard of it. Or maybe I just don't know." Chensey simply nodded to show he heard. Mayfield watched Chensey's reaction carefully. His face remained calm, and when he heard the name, Clare, there was no sign of surprise or greed in his eyes, only tranquility. This suggests either he is very cunning or he really doesn't care about these noble families. Based on his previous actions, Mayfield leans toward the latter. If he truly wanted to join a big power, even the nobles of the imperial capital would compete for him. Maybe he's just an ordinary person who has never heard of these things? Mayfield continued, because the Clare family is so powerful, we worry that some crazy person might ignore their reputation and try to kidnap the young lady. That's why we recruited you. You're very lucky, Miss Mayfield. You're too kind. Chuncher reached out, turned his black cloak inside out, and said, if I get the money, I will do the job. With your words, I feel relieved. She stood up gently and gracefully. Please help yourself to the food. I won't disturb your rest. She nodded slightly and turned toward the luxurious carriage deep inside the cave. Chuncher leaned against the stone wall, realizing that the little girl was from a big family. No wonder. 200 gold coins are a lot for me, but for them, it might be just pocket money for a day. Anastasia, not that little. Chuncher looked outside. The rain showed no signs of stopping. According to Mayfield, this family should be quite powerful, so hopefully no one with bad intentions will come to trouble us. Someone brought supplies, and it wouldn't be good to just throw them away. He took a bite of the compressed dry food. This food is very hard, like stone, and has little taste, but it provides enough calories and makes you feel full. It also doesn't spoil easily. It's a pretty good food option for going out. Xianxi looked at the food in front of him and sighed. You wonder what the meaning of life is. If someone saw Xianxi's condition, they would say it was excellent, good, average, or poor. Not even a warm meal. Living feels so pointless. Maybe it's better to just die? Mayfield. No, I didn't bring you delicious food. The rain outside hasn't stopped. In this weather, the air is damp, visibility is poor, and accidents are more likely. Xianxi thought to himself and glanced at the cave entrance. The mercenary group assigned 2 people to guard the night. They were huddled inside near the entrance, looking sleepy. Baker found a warm spot inside, wrapped in a blanket, and was already snoring. Honestly, these guards are not very effective. They might as well find a dog. He quickly finished the last of his dry food and took a few sips of cold water from his pouch. He couldn't rely on others. In fact, he never expected anyone besides himself. Xianxi stood up quietly, moving gently so as not to wake the sleeping mercenaries nearby. He approached the cave entrance. The 2 guards just lifted their eyelids briefly, recognized him, then immediately lowered their heads and dozed off again. Xianxi ignored them and started checking the ground and the walls around the entrance. He carried some inconspicuous little tools, tough metal wire, small bells, and squeaking flowers. These were habits he developed over many years of traveling alone. He chose a few key spots and began setting traps. The path near the cart, the shadows outside the entrance that are easy to overlook, and the corner leading to the dense resting area of the mercenaries. These locations are all critical points that could cause the mission to fail directly. Why does he think this way? Because if he were the one coming, he would choose to attack from these spots. There are 2 plans. One is to directly eliminate the target and then quickly escape. First, they need to eliminate the fighting force. Once those fighters are gone, the remaining 2 women can be dealt with however they want. After setting everything up, he returned to his spot near the cart and sat down again. Why did he move to the inside of the cave instead of the entrance? It's simple. He also needs rest. If there is real danger, the only possible direction is the entrance. It only takes a little time for him to get into fighting mode. Also, this position offers better protection for the target. Time slowly passes. The heat inside the cave gradually builds up, helping the tired person sleep more deeply. At some point, the fire dwindled to glowing red embers, and the light became dim. The 2 guards leaning against the stone wall had long since dozed off, their heads nodding slowly. Suddenly, a strange wind blew in, and the last few stubborn flames in the cave flickered out without warning. Darkness instantly swallowed the entire space, making it impossible to see anything. Outside, the sound of rain seemed to grow louder with the sudden darkness. Inside the cave, one guard was startled by the sudden darkness and drop in temperature. He groggily hummed and muttered, "Why did the fire go out?" He reached out to stand up. In the darkness, a very short, muffled gasp was heard, as if someone was choking. Ugh. Guh. Then, there was a soft thud as a body collapsed and hit the rocks. The other guard also seemed to sense something. Who? Ugh. Suddenly, everything fell silent again. All this happened so quickly that it's no exaggeration to say no sound was made, but even the tiniest noise was enough to wake someone. In the darkness, deep inside the cave, the guards' snores and mumblings could still be heard. Captain Buck's loud snoring continued. No one noticed the killing at the entrance. In the darkness, the gun was aimed at the shadows, but the Dawn Patrol had no idea to alert the others. Because it was pointless, since the moment they attacked, Dawn had already realized it. None of these people were weak. Their skills were extremely professional, ruthless, and silent. They weren't ordinary bandits or raiders. They came to silence everyone. The target is very likely an annotation. No, it should be certain. Otherwise, I can't think of any reason they would attack us. Now, what he needs to do is to cause the greatest damage before they become alert. Hold your breath, focus. At this moment, attention reaches its peak. One of the people raises a dagger again, aiming at a sleeping mercenary. Now is the time. Bang! A muffled sound, and the heads of two shadowy figures explode simultaneously. Silent technique. Quick step, quickly change position, but that's not enough. Stop. Aim the scope. Trigger. Silent hunt. Bang. Another shot. Another person's head explodes. All this happens in just 2 seconds. At this moment, the mercenaries inside the cave are also waking up groggily. They have no idea what just happened. Ambush! Chunshur loudly shouts without hesitation. Since the enemy has realized the invasion has failed, there's no need to hide anymore. Even before the battle officially begins, 3 of them are already lost. Deeper inside the cave, the awakened mercenaries are in chaos, shouting and panicking. What's going on? Who shouted? Damn it, who turned off the fire? Damn, something's happening. The firelight flickers again. For some reason, the strange feeling in my heart hasn't gone away. The attackers. Why are they standing still? Silent technique, his figure disappears into the darkness. The mercenaries finally see the scene before them. More than a dozen people in black robes, all covered from head to toe in robes. 3 of them have already been shot in the head. Bark shows a cruel smile. They really dare to come, little ones. His words are cut off, and his smile freezes on his face. The 3 shot in the head have writhing, tentacle-like flesh extending from their necks, twisting together to form a head shape. They stare at the stunned Bark, opening their mouths. They reveal a smile. What head? What mouth? All are made of tentacles. People are not scary. Tentacles are not scary. However, when the tentacle formed a person, it really started to mess with my sanity. Damn it, my sanity points dropped. You only said a madman was causing trouble, but you didn't mention this kind of thing. Chaos erupted inside the cave instantly. The mercenaries were awakened by Dawn's shout and the dull thud of their companions falling. Then they saw over a dozen strange figures in black robes at the entrance, and the 3 monsters with their heads blown off, their necks twisting strangely with flesh-colored tentacles, as they were reassembling their heads. Shit, what the hell is this? Captain Buck was the first to react, his face twitching with shock and anger. He pushed aside his fear and shouted loudly, "Stop just standing there watching. Grab your weapons. Kill these freaks." The mercenaries snapped out of their daze, adrenaline surging through them. Their fear was temporarily replaced by fierce determination. For these bloodthirsty mercenaries, although the scene was strange, they still had enough courage to fight. A few nearby mercenaries howled and raised their swords, battle axes, and various weapons, rushing toward the black-robed figures. Clashing weapons tore through the fabric of the robes with a ripping sound. One sword struck a black-robed figure's arm, but the expected burst of blood and flesh did not happen. The blade seemed to sink into a thick, sticky gel, leaving only a deep scratch. Several broken tentacles fell to the ground, writhing like mudfish out of water. They twisted wildly. Around the wound, on the black robe, countless tiny flesh buds squirmed and intertwined. The deep scratch healed rapidly, visibly in seconds. The black-robed person who was struck tilted its head and smirked. Dawn, hidden in the darkness, watched the scene reflected in the mirror and couldn't help but curse softly. What kind of creature is this? Another mercenary roared and swung his axe with full force at another monster's shoulder. The axe blade sank deep, making a grating, tearing sound. But it seemed stuck inside. The monster only slightly shifted its body, and the muscles around the shoulder, torn open, wriggled like living things, wrapping around the axe blade. More flesh buds surged forward, beginning to cover and repair the wound. The mercenary tried to pull out his axe, but felt a strong force pulling him tightly. Damn, I can't kill it. This thing is cursed, the mercenary shouted in fear. Hurry up and run. Forget that thing, you're risking your life. Buck grabbed him and threw him back. Stab it. Hit its heart. Its head isn't the vital spot. The heart is, someone shouted. A few long spears took the chance to stab hard at the monster's chests and bellies. The spear tips pierced through the black robes and sank deep inside. But it felt strange. The spears passed through the monster's bodies, and disgusting slimy stuff covered the tips. The tissue around the wounds shrank and healed again, making Dawn suspect they weren't really hurt at all. Buck swung his heavy war hammer and struck one monster's knee hard. With a dull cracking sound, the leg bent and deformed clearly. But the monster only staggered, and its bent leg moved as if it had no bones, quickly returning to support itself. Buck's face showed shock and disbelief. What the heck? It can grow back? Fear finally started to spread. Physical attacks were completely useless. This emotion began to spread among the crowd. It was the emotion called fear. The once fierce mercenaries now moved slowly, their eyes full of panic and retreat. They instinctively started to back away, pushing each other. Dawn hid behind a raised rock shadow, knowing these guys were unreliable. He hadn't gotten any useful information. What exactly was this thing? He saw more clearly than the mercenaries. Every wound caused by their attacks healed quickly, far beyond normal regeneration. It was hard to rely on physical attacks unless they were extremely powerful. His mind raced, filtering the information. He needed to find the key weakness, or all the bullets would be wasted. The mercenary group's collapse was only a matter of time. His eyes sparkled with determination. Nothing was invincible. They just hadn't found the weakness yet. He pulled the trigger again. Bang! A bullet precisely hit the head of a monster that had just been stabbed in the chest by a mercenary's spear. The head exploded like a watermelon, with flesh and mucus flying everywhere. The headless body swayed and fell. But Chensi's eyes remained sharp, his scope fixed tightly on the broken neck. Sure enough, it's useless. The wound at the neck twitched violently, with thick, flesh-colored tentacles bursting out wildly. They twisted and pressed against each other, quickly forming a blurry, tumor-like shape. The surface kept writhing and reshaping. A few seconds later, a new head, made of countless tiny tentacles and barely showing the outline of facial features, appeared on the monster's shoulder. Chensi clearly captured this regeneration process. Most vital parts of life are the head. If not the head, then the chest. Quickly, he adjusted his aim. Bang! Another shot, this time targeting the monster's chest. The bullet tore a large hole in its chest, but still ineffective. The tentacles twisted and tangled, quickly recovering. What exactly is this thing? Frowning, Chensi swallowed hard, activating silent technique, silent hunt. His figure disappeared again. Attack now! Buck shouted loudly, rushing forward first. He had already noticed that their morale was starting to break. This cannot be allowed. These creatures are indeed strange, but that doesn't mean there's no chance to win. If his men are afraid, then they're probably doomed. A mob that loses its ferocity is just a bunch of stragglers. Their rising morale was shattered. The figures in black robes moved, not with typical attacks like smashing or slashing, but exploding in place. The humanoid bodies suddenly burst apart. Dark red tentacles, twisting and writhing wildly, appeared before everyone. It's hard to describe how disgusting they are with words. The closest mercenaries saw a flash of dark red shadow. They had no time to react, not even to feel fear. Splat! The slick, cold tentacles, carrying an indescribable smell, precisely slipped into their slightly open mouths or stabbed fiercely into their eyeballs. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Me, Mayfield. Don't be afraid, miss. I'm here, Mayfield softly comforted her. She wanted to help, but right now, the lady. Her eyes were searching the battlefield. Where's Chensi? The cave was completely chaotic. The mercenaries were screaming, pushing, and trying to retreat, wanting to get as far away from those terrifying monsters as possible. The entrance was blocked by dozens of writhing tentacle creatures. How big could the inside of the cave be? The space was getting smaller and smaller. Chensi's forehead was covered in sweat. His initial plan was to have the mercenaries break out first. He thought they could fight better in an open area. But the mercenaries were collapsing too quickly. His movement area was shrinking again. The convulsions stopped. Suddenly, those mercenaries froze. Then, under the terrified gazes of the remaining survivors, they slowly, stiffly, crawled up from the ground. Their movements were completely unnatural. It was impossible for humans to move like that. Their skin also looked strange. Under their normally normal skin color, it seemed like something was moving underneath. Through the thin layer of skin, you could see finger-thick bumps wriggling, bulging, and sinking inside. One mercenary, as he stood up, suddenly jerked his neck backward with an unnatural snap, and his mouth opened wider than a human could possibly manage. Puff! It wasn't blood. A tangle of moist, dark red tentacles burst out violently from his wide-open mouth. Then his eyeballs suddenly exploded with a pop, and more tiny tentacles burst out, writhing wildly. Another mercenary's belly suddenly heaved violently and swelled. Then with a loud rip, no internal organs spilled out, only dark red tentacles erupting like a fountain, constantly splitting and multiplying. It was as if all flesh and bones had been drained in seconds. In just a few moments, those standing mercenaries were left with only thin, limp human skin, discarded on the ground. And on the spot, only writhing, tangled, dark red tentacles were moving wildly. The torn human skins, which had lost all internal support and floated to the ground like tattered cloth, with hollow eye sockets and torn mouths, silently stared at the stunned crowd. Even Chintzy couldn't help but feel a shiver down his spine. Damn, the skin. It's just skin now. A mercenary, tears streaming down his face, muttered softly. His pants instantly soaked through, and a foul smell spread out. Run! Run away! Someone let out a piercing, strained scream. The tense string finally snapped. The remaining mercenaries, including Commander Buck, who was collapsed on the ground, only had one thought left in their minds. Escape. Leave this cave. Leave these monsters. Forget about the mission, the gold coins, the command from the leader. All of it can go away. At this moment, the will to survive overwhelmed everything. An eerie laugh echoed. These creatures had never intended to spare anyone other than their target from the start. Thud, 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 thud. Chintzy felt his heart pounding faster. He thought he had made a bad deal accepting only 200 gold coins for this job. He canceled his skill and appeared in front of Mayfield and Anastasia. He had never forgotten his main task: protect the client and ensure they arrive safely. My mission success rate is 100%. He put away the M24 rifle. The upcoming fight was no longer suitable for it. This job won't explode either. Chintzy turned to look at Anastasia. Remember to pay me more. The blade of destiny appeared in his hand. Chintzy didn't give the others a chance to respond. Sprint, activate. Name. Chintzy team level, 24 attribute points. Strength, 0 defense, 0 magic, 0 agility. 24. If you don't want to die, hide behind me. His figure moved faster than his voice, blocking the front of the mercenaries. The blade of destiny shone with brilliant light, cutting dozens of thick tentacles into pieces. Sharpness, activate. Inner thoughts. I am incredibly handsome, really. All he saw were disgusting tentacles, so just swing the sword. They could no longer provide any useful information. There was no need to let them die for nothing. Eerie laughter echoed around me. The tentacles gathered again, forming shadowy figures. One tilted its head. A flash of sword light, and the head was severed. Who are you trying to scare? With a flick of the wrist, for daggers appeared between the fingers, and I threw them. The daggers whistled through the air, piercing the heads of those shadowy figures. Still ineffective, I charged forward again. How am I supposed to kill these things? Disgusting slime covered my cloak, and large chunks of flesh fell off. Suddenly, I felt a chill. I grabbed my robe and threw it away. The tiny pieces of flesh turned into small tentacles. My expression grew even more grim. Are you serious? Please, everyone, protect the young lady. A gentle voice sounded. The next moment, boom. A giant stone nearly 2 meters in diameter flew past my ear, smashing one of the tentacle-formed creatures into a mess. Boom. Chunshur stared blankly at the maid, who fell into the battlefield like a shooting star. At this moment, her arms turned into dragon-like limbs. It was definitely a dragon. The maid placed her hands on her stomach and smiled. If you all wish to leave now, I can stand in for the young lady and forgive your offense. A dragon is truly a symbol of royalty. The laughter continued. The maid opened her eyes, and her pupils turned bright red, like a dragon's. It seems you don't want to leave. Then, stay. The temperature inside the cave began to rise rapidly. Chunshur, did you really say there's no fighting power? Anastasia. Chunshur looked at the dragon maid. There isn't a single honest word in your master-servant talk. The enemy's information is like this: we can't fight, and that's how it is. In front of me, the red tentacle monsters, which had just been shattered by Meffield's stone and my quick slashes, were writhing and gathering again. They restored to their original form, sticky flesh attaching and merging, making a chilling, squelching sound. All the mercenaries who had been swallowed turned into these disgusting monsters. In my field of vision, at least 20 twisted shadows were forming. They radiated pure malice, and ever since they were discovered, that disgusting laughter never stopped. The pressure began to grow stronger. Qingxi could clearly feel his heartbeat gradually speeding up. A drop of sweat slid down his face and fell to the ground. Sweat? No, that was rain. Such a weak opponent isn't worth making me sweat. Where did the rain in the cave come from? Don't worry about it. Even at this moment, Chengxi's inner thoughts continued without pause. He glanced at the maid beside him. Mayfield still maintained an impeccable stance, but her sleeves had turned to ash, and her exposed arms no longer looked like human limbs. Bright red scales covered her skin tightly, and her muscles were tense and bulging. The girl might find it ugly, but Qingxi just wanted to say, "Wow, you look amazing. I want one too." The maid's gentle eyes had turned into fierce red dragon pupils, cold vertical slits locking onto the writhing monsters ahead. Yes, it's the weak, defenseless, helpless maid that Anna Natasha mentioned. No fighting ability, needing protection. Haha, give me a world with cheat abilities, playing with guns, easily conquering fools. Listen to this joke. Miss Mayfield, Qingxi spoke softly, his voice low, still staring intently at the monsters ahead. Give me some time. In the next few minutes, I want to face only one enemy alone. Mayfield slightly tilted her head, looking at the young man who had shed his robe. Though half-dragon now, his voice remained gentle when speaking to Qingxi. Yes, Master Qingxi. In the next 10 minutes, no enemies will approach you. She bowed naturally. Qingxi looked back at Anna Natasha, protected by mercenaries. Oh my, this maid really makes me envious. As he finished speaking, red flames suddenly burst from the gaps in her red dragon scales on her arms, and the air twisted from the high temperature. Qingxi no longer wasted words. He took a deep breath. His gaze sharpened again. My cool entrance has been ruined, so next. Clenching the sword of destiny in his hand, he fixed his eyes on the enemy below. Next, I will come back stronger. In the next moment, he suddenly leans forward, moving like an arrow shot from a bow, tearing through the dust. He charges straight toward a somewhat disconnected monster on the outer edge. Speed. Ultimate speed. This is his greatest reliance right now. The monster seems to sense the threat and turns its newly formed head toward the dawn. Do you have a brain? Just watch. The blade of destiny in his hand transforms into a storm of deadly silver light. Dawn gives up all defensive stances and unleashes the superhuman speed brought by 24 points of agility without holding back. Whooshing sounds. The sound of the blade slicing through thick flesh is so dense it almost merges into one, with hardly any pause. Dawn's arms become blurry afterimages. Each swing precisely cuts into the monster's body. The feeling from the blade is very strange. It's not like cutting flesh and bones. It's more like slicing a difficult-to-cut slime. One swift decapitation. Hasn't he already tested and found it useless? Why try again now? Dawn doesn't stop. The dagger in his hand rapidly cuts the flying head. The scattered tentacles are cut 6 or 7 times, turning into small fragments. Dark red pieces keep falling apart. The blade of destiny in his hand swings faster and faster. 40 strikes per second. That's the limit of his current physical ability. The air screams as it's cut at high speed. Faced with this storm of slashes, the monster doesn't even have time to counter effectively. Its body is collapsing visibly to the naked eye. The gathered tentacles are peeled and cut layer by layer. The once thick limbs are instantly torn apart. It tries to regenerate, growing new tissue at the broken points, but Dawn's rapid, dense blade strikes prevent the new tissue from connecting before being shattered again. It can only futilely twist and try to entangle Dawn with more tentacles, but under the overwhelming speed, these counterattacks are weak and powerless. They are cut off halfway out. If it had been the old daggers, Dawn might really have been helpless, but the Blade of Destiny is still too powerful. Under the fierce assault of the Dawn, in just over a minute, this large tentacle monster was forcefully cut into a mass of dark red, writhing flesh by his sword. It completely lost its shape. Only a slow-moving, sticky substance remained, sprawled on the ground. It seems he was right. A quick thought flashed through Dawn's mind. Without hesitation, he kicked off the ground and retreated swiftly like a ghost. He had already found the answer he wanted, so there was no need to stay here and waste time. In almost an instant, he retreated to a safe distance behind Mayfield and immediately looked toward the maid's fighting area. The scene there was completely different. Mayfield was not like the elegant maids from anime. Other maids were graceful head maids, but she was the kind who would punch you to death. Every step made the ground tremble slightly. Her fighting style was simple, direct, and extremely violent. Her dragon claw, burning with golden red flames, clenched into a fist. No fancy moves, just pure straight punches, hooks, and smashing blows. Boom. She struck with a punch. A tentacle monster that had just lunged forward was half its body blown apart. Countless broken tentacles and sticky tissues splattered with shockwaves. Dawn swallowed hard as he watched the scene before him. Boom. Another sweeping strike. Thick dragon arms, with terrifying strength, directly smashed two monsters that were too close into pieces. The sticky flesh was deformed by the terrifying force, and fluids flowed out. Shattered into pieces. Physically crushed. It was no longer enough to just knock them away. She wanted to smash them. Dawn's eyes twitched slightly. This power, far beyond what he imagined. Even if Ringo came, she would be pressed down and beaten, right? No, she would definitely be beaten down. Maybe not always, but right now. Being beaten down was certain. Dawn looked at the battlefield ahead, and as he expected, it was just as he thought. Those monster chunks that had been blown apart and flattened kept wriggling after hitting the ground. Whether they were smashed into pieces or cut into sauce, they kept writhing and reassembling. Physical destruction was ineffective? Not quite. High-temperature burning has limited effect? Not really. It seems that both the foolish master and servant don't realize their information has already been fully exposed. Mefield's flames on her arm are not purely magical attacks. They are more like enhancements to her strength. The attack is too targeted, suggesting it hasn't been investigated thoroughly or wasn't meant specifically for them. Chinshur doesn't believe that. Mefield stands at the front, holding back most of the monster's rush, while the mercenaries behind watch nervously. Help! Don't be silly. If they go up, they're just offering treats to the enemy. Look at this. Is this level of fighting something they can join? Answer me. Look into my eyes. Chinshur knows she can't hold out much longer. The number of monsters is slowly increasing. Yes, increasing. The carriage where Lady Anastasia is located is temporarily safe, but if they can't break the situation, that safety won't last. The increasing number of monsters only means one thing. The others behind are secretly adding more. Especially with those disgusting tentacles sneaking in. Who can notice in this chaos? We can't wait any longer. Chinshur no longer hesitates. She reaches out and pulls out a bullet. A red egg, so long stored, never used before. The red egg is meant for turning the tide. Now, it's time to strike back. Come on, let's test my guess. Chinshur acts without hesitation. Skillfully removes the magazine from her M24, then presses down hard, forcing the heavy red bullet into the cold chamber, making a soft click. She reattaches the magazine, pulls the bolt, and chambers the bullet. Raise the gun. Aim. The cold crosshairs of the sniper scope instantly lock onto the monster closest to Mefield on her right. It is aligned with a mass of tentacles behind it. With intense focus, Chinshur's vision only sees the target in Mefield's moving dragon form, perfectly clear. Mefield takes a tiny step back, creating a perfect shooting window. The chance, gone in an instant. Hold your breath. Even the heartbeat seems to pause for a moment. Bang! The gunfire was no longer dull. It could now be described as a loud explosion. A stream of dark red energy, as thick as an arm, shot out from the muzzle. Where the energy passed, the air was torn apart, leaving behind a twisted, transparent vacuum trail. The dense rain was instantly vaporized. This stream of energy nearly grazed the outer side of Mayfield's retreating dragon arm. The intense heat of the blast even scorched a few red dragon scales on her arm. Mayfield's fist suddenly froze in midair. The red golden dragon's eyes shrank in shock, and it immediately turned its gaze toward the direction of the attack. With a hiss, the energy stream hit the target monster precisely. There was no loud explosion. Instead, there was a more complete, purer form of destruction. The monster was hit so hard that it didn't even have time to explode. The moment they touched, its body, made of countless tough tentacles, simply vanished. Yes, it disappeared completely. There was no big explosion, but that made Mayfield feel a shiver down her spine. The entire monster was gone. All that remained was a blackened scorch mark and a strong smell in the air. That monster had been completely erased from this world. No chance to regenerate. Mayfield blinked in surprise. She looked at the scorched mark still steaming on the ground, feeling stunned. Then she turned her head toward the Dawn. At this moment, Dawn had lowered his gun. Thick raindrops quickly washed over the hot barrel, making a sizzling sound. The cave had collapsed. Rain kept falling, just as I thought. His voice cut through the rain, clearly reaching Mayfield's ears. I was thinking earlier, any living thing must have a core, like a head, heart, or chest. But this one didn't. I started to doubt whether it could move its core freely inside its body, but when it exploded and changed my mind earlier. Dawn looked at the stagnant monster and carefully loaded red eggs into his magazine one by one. So, just now I tested it by completely cutting a monster I saw as a whole into pieces to see if it could still regenerate. It has been proven that the core thing simply does not exist. Each tentacle is an independent being with a strong ability to regenerate. So, how do you completely kill them? It's very simple. Hold up a gun with one hand, without aiming, and shoot directly at these monsters. The goal is to destroy them completely, leaving no chance for them to turn into flesh. Just destroy them physically. Burning or vaporizing are both options. But in the next second, Chensi puts the gun away. He lifts his head, rainwater running down his hair, and sharply scans the remaining monsters. Of course, all this talk isn't meant for my employer, it's for you. Looking at the monsters, he says, the people behind you should be able to hear this. I can tell you clearly, your plans have failed. You anticipated a lot, choosing this creature that is very controlled around the maid. Her flames are more about strengthening the body, and these mercenaries are all just strong, but not very clever. Without me, just relying on these things, they could wear out the maid and kill her. You can easily achieve your goal. Simply put, these scary-looking creatures have excellent physical resistance, but almost no magic resistance. Miss Maid, protect your employer and don't let some people act recklessly, rest assured. He glances sideways and notices she has already returned to stand in front of Anastasia. What a dedicated maid. I feel so envious. Next, I give you two choices. 1. I kill all these trash and then see if I can find your little bug. Or 2. You obediently roll away. One of the monster's throats twitched, making a gurgling sound. But in the next moment, a strange voice sounded. We don't have any conflict of interest. So, how about we talk? At this moment, everyone's hearts tightened. Everyone has seen Chensi's strength. If he really turns against them, they will all die. Are you asking how to get lost? A strange laugh echoed again, young one. I will find you, and then I will eliminate everyone you care about. Morning's eyes narrow slightly. These monsters retreat like a tide, and everyone gathers around. Mayfield bows deeply to Anastasia and Morning, saying, Mr. Morning, thank you very much. I will give you a fair price as compensation, Mr. Morning. Inside a cave deep in the woods, a faint blue candle flame outlines a twisted figure. The woman is curled up in a damp corner of the rock, her emaciated body wrapped in tattered robes. Her exposed skin is covered with swollen, pus-filled sores. Her dry fingers dig deep into the dirt beneath her, trembling violently from intense anger. She doesn't care even if her nails turn outward. Morning, Morning. Her hoarse voice squeezes out of her throat, filled with hatred for the adventurer. Damn it. Damn the adventurer. How could? How could I fail? Her skeletal hand desperately grips her already sparse hair. She suddenly lifts her head, her cloudy eyes filled with crazed bloodshot veins, staring fiercely at the rainy night outside the cave. An unbreakable plan. Those flesh children. Even the dragon servant of the Clare family should be exhausted. Why? Why did he defeat? No, 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 no. This isn't right. This isn't right. It shouldn't be like this, she screams incoherently, her nails falling off, her flesh worn away. Her finger bones are exposed. The sores burst, and a mixture of blood and mucus drips down. Tear him apart. I want to tear him apart. He must die, he must die? No, I can't let him die so peacefully. I want him to see the people he cares about die one by one in front of him. Everyone's death. All the pain must be blamed on him. Her frantic shouts turn into a wicked curse. Looking at her, no one would doubt that her words are not a joke. A thin, bony fist forcefully struck the ground, splashing a small patch of mud. Immediately afterward, due to weakness and intense emotion, he began coughing violently, curling into a ball. A few hundred meters away, deep in the forest, rainwater dripped from the wide brim of his hood, falling silently onto the ground covered with decayed leaves. Morning light quietly leaned against the trunk of a sturdy oak tree, blending almost completely with the dense shadow. Cold rain streaked across his equally cold face. He was supposed to be in a cave, but now he was here. At this moment, a strange metal device covered his right eye. It was a one-sided, lens-like object tightly fitted around his eye socket. Right now, his vision was split into several clear windows. The largest window showed the scene inside the cave. Under faint firelight, a woman covered in sores twisted and roared. Her voice, processed somehow, clearly reached his ears, word for word. Other smaller windows showed different angles of the cave's surroundings. He controlled the view within a few hundred meters around. The perspective was very low, close to the ground. In his view, a small map gradually formed, with several tiny red dots on it. In the dark rain forest around the cave, several entities were moving slowly, scanning. They were small mechanical creatures, only as long as a hand. They looked like spiders, with 8 thin but very agile metal limbs, allowing them to silently crawl over wet mud and tangled roots. Their mechanical shells constantly shifted as they moved, helping them blend into the environment. What are these? And why is he here? It's simple. Before leaving, the presence behind all this had already said such things. Was he waiting for the other side to make the first move? Cut the weeds at the root. Beat the drowning dog. Only crises born from the sprouts are good crises. Then, the mission was triggered. If you don't cut the weeds at the root, they will grow back with the spring breeze. Mission description: find the mastermind behind the scenes and try to eliminate them. Just taking action will earn the mission reward. Task reward: Item Vault, Self-Destruct Recon Spider. Item Vault, Self-Destruct Recon Spider. Made entirely of alloy, equipped with reconnaissance radar, camouflage system, self-destruct system, and shell fragmentation system. The owner can use the item to see through all reconnaissance spider surveillance. It has an embedded AI model with 71 tactical presets, and its attack method is self-destruction. Up to 6 can be replenished daily, with a maximum of 36. This is a very powerful item, but even if it's not given, Chintzy won't let her go. In his view, making threats is the stupidest thing. A barking dog doesn't bite. No, that's like calling himself a dog. Chintzy squinted his eyes, having successfully tricked this person. The one staying in the cave is a decoy skill, called Dummy. This skill has a big flaw. It's easily exposed if someone gets too close, but it's worth trying. Trying doesn't always work, but not trying guarantees failure. The mini-map is becoming more detailed. The nearby mountains outside the cave are fully explored. He must ensure this person has the least chance to escape. The M24 scope is aimed at the cave entrance, with 5 bullets loaded, all of which are red eggs. If there are no other exits, then he will block the entrance. He watches the scene, where tentacles churn deep inside the cave. It startled him. He thought he had entered the world of Kashi, but it was just a bunch of disgusting blood and flesh. So, you're pretending to be Damar too? The woman's screams continue, cursing his name, cursing Miss Clare's family, hysterically repeating that she wants to tear him apart and offer him to her master. Master? Is this a cult? Thoughts swirl in his mind. No matter her identity, her ending today will only be one. He is just waiting now, waiting for the reconnaissance spider to finish its scan. Once the map is fully explored, it will be over. While waiting, let's start a tense and exciting AFK battle. Opening the system interface, the virtual system screen won't disturb his vision. Ahem, it's monitoring that crazy woman. The current level is the 8th stage, and it's a dead end. If he can't beat it, the items gained from AFK will still be a bunch of small green items, occasionally with a few points of attribute or very small attribute points. Rex's attribute points are all used up, but Lena's are not yet. After returning home, I played a little card game. Based on Lena's observations over the past few days, she is still reliable. Soon, I can give her some exclusive equipment. I tapped my fingers and claimed a few idle treasure chests. Besides a bunch of gear, I also got Host Lose Paper 6. My face darkened. Are you done? Do you think you're being funny? Suddenly, the mini-map zoomed in and turned into a 3D perspective model. The system shut down instantly. Get lost. System, it takes 3 seconds to see a person clearly. The world inside my mind is still exciting. I carefully looked at the 3D model in front of me, controlling it to zoom in and out. All the roads were displayed. I couldn't help but smile. That's enough. How many seconds until I can laugh? I forgot. After so many years of crossing over, I've forgotten many anime lines and jokes. There was only one exit, and the back was completely blocked. So, I can finally laugh. The ground-dwelling spiders stood up. They received orders. Raise their guns, aim. Silent Hunt activated. In the view of that device, the woman's body was highlighted in red. X-ray vision. You're disgusting, but sorry. I am a gue. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, a sound made her freeze in madness and turn her head. She looked sharply at the cave entrance. A few strange alchemical creatures appeared there unexpectedly. Their mechanical legs moved quickly, rushing forward in just 2 seconds. When their disgusting tentacles appeared, they stopped immediately. They were within attack range. Then, beep, beep, beep. A series of urgent sounds rang out. Shell fragments activation. Self-destruct initiated. Boom, 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 boom. Say hello to my red egg. Another stream of red energy flew over, and she didn't even have time to react. Everything happened in just 3 seconds. The mutual explosion charms of death too, and Bailey show you. Isn't that too sinister? Morning light stood on the edge of a mountain slope in the rain. Cold raindrops dripped from the edge of the hood. He raised the M24, aiming the barrel at the unremarkable hole in the distant mountain wall. A red round was pushed into the cold chamber. Chincy's gaze fixed tightly on the bright red human figure. Suddenly, an explosion erupted. Bang! He suppressed the pain in his heart, held his breath, and steadily pulled the trigger. A stream of dark red energy tore through the air, crashing into the cave. The hard rocks instantly shattered and vaporized, leaving behind a blackened, smoking crater with debris tumbling down. The second bullet was chambered immediately afterward. Chincy's heart ached. Only 1 shot a day? He was so unlucky, so frustrated. It hurt so much. The more he used, the more it hurt. The pain grew sharper with each shot. It was too painful. Bang! The third shot. This time, it hit the side directly. The shockwave from the explosion seemed to shake the entire mountain, causing the structure of the cave entrance to collapse visibly, with large rocks and dirt pouring down, blocking most of the opening. After the explosion and the first shot, the bright glow disappeared. After all, he wasn't truly dead, just monitored through real-time feedback to mark his position. Now that the view was lost, he couldn't see anything. His hand moved faster and faster. The 4th and 5th red rounds were fired almost without pause. Bang! Bang! Single shots. Single shots. Single shots. Each shot caused the mountain to tremble violently. The area around the cave entrance completely collapsed, with debris and smoke rising into the rain, forming a muddy curtain. A corner of the mountain was utterly destroyed by continuous destructive hits, with one side collapsing. The smoke and dust slowly settled in the rain, revealing twisted, fierce rock faces and deep craters. Chincy lowered the hot M24, his eyes fierce. Threatening me, and still trying to escape unscathed? Does he think I'm easy to deal with? He's just a rough guy, but even that mud doll has some spirit. He checked the magazine. Only one red round left. This is the last shot. His whole heart ached. The fight wasn't over yet. His gaze fell on the ruins. Did he die or not? He wanted to see it with his own eyes. Wearing the M24 on his back, he drew the sword of destiny from his waist and slowly walked down the muddy slope, stepping into the recently destroyed ruins. His boots crunched on the hot stones and dirt, making a squeaking sound. The morning light sharply scanned every corner, not missing any detail. Under such an attack, it was unlikely anyone could survive. But what if they did? It's better to be cautious. The ruins were eerily quiet. Only the hissing sound of rain washing over the hot area and his deliberately soft breathing could be heard. He lacked experience. He hadn't used these tactics before. Otherwise, 4 out of 6 turrets could be destroyed, leaving 2 to monitor. So, even with good gear, it takes time to get used to it. Using everything immediately might not work well. After searching half the area, all he found were scorched rocks and broken tree roots. He stood still, thinking he was probably dead. Or maybe he should go back. Suddenly, an unexpected attack shot out from behind a pile of rocks. Every cell in his body warned him. Quick. Too fast. He didn't have time to see what the attack was. Getting hit could be deadly. But if he couldn't dodge, then 1 second to transform. Helmet, armor, boots, weapons, arm guards. In less than a second, he changed into a set that increased defense and health. The Red Wolf Knight's chest armor he was wearing appeared on him, boosting his stats. All agility points were added to defense. Kids, during battles, you shouldn't redistribute your attribute points or change gear. But I'm not pushing through levels right now. This is a game system. It has nothing to do with the real world. A huge shield, taller than him and very thick, suddenly appeared in front of his left arm, slamming into the ground with a deep thud. An unimaginable force hit the shield fiercely. In a rush, he was knocked flying. The surface of the giant shield dented inward, forming a deep, alarming crater, with tiny cracks at the edges. It was only a green-quality shield, so it couldn't be perfect. Good news, it broke through the defense. Bad news. HP -10 enduring the discomfort and dizziness. Chintzy stared intently through the gap at the direction of the attack. In the collapsed pile of rocks, there was only one thing. A head. A woman's head. Half of her face's skin and muscles were burned and peeled away, revealing blackened bones. The other half was covered with sores, and one eyeball hung outside the socket. Only a few strands of dry hair clung to the blackened skull. At her neck, no blood flowed from the broken opening. Instead, countless tiny, dark red flesh-like growths twisted wildly. Morning Light slowly stood up. She had always looked like this and had not recovered. Seeing her, an idea appeared in Morning Light's mind. She hadn't recovered because there was nothing left to help her recover. Otherwise, why wouldn't she heal? Was she unwilling? Under that kind of attack, surviving without giving something in return seemed impossible. He didn't believe it. If that were true, he might as well find a hole and bury himself. The head floated about half a foot above the ground, looking especially terrifying and strange. Her remaining half of the mouth curled into a sneer, revealing yellowed teeth, and she cursed wildly. Damn, adventurer. Morning Light. I remember your name now. Dirty saliva mixed with black liquid dripped from her mouth. The Lords. Flesh and blood eternal. Unbreakable. You can't kill me. Her cloudy eyes locked onto Morning Light with hatred and venom. I will. Find you. Find everyone you care about. And then, right in front of you, kill them. Make you suffer and die. Boom. The shield was lowered, and with both hands aimed at her head, he activated Dust Escape. You're crying out of panic. Idiot. You're crying out of panic. I will. So anxious? You're crying out of panic. You're crying out of panic. Ah, I want to a flaw? As she roared in anger, his free right hand shot behind him like lightning, grabbing the stock of the M24 rifle, and he skillfully chambered around. The last red round in the magazine was pushed into the chamber. The whole process was so fast it was almost in a breath. The cold gun barrel was steadily raised, aiming at the floating, still cursing head. The crosshair firmly settled on the relatively intact skin of her forehead. Ghana. The 2 words were spoken, and Morning Light did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Bang. The last dark red energy wave roared out. This time, the attack was too close. The bright light instantly swallowed the fierce-looking head, along with all the flesh that was wildly twisting at her broken mouth. It was completely destroyed. After the light faded, nothing remained in the air. No ashes, nothing. Only a small patch of scorched, slightly glowing rocky ground was left, with rainwater falling on it and steaming up a little white mist. Morning Light looked at where she had just been. Neither her movements nor her timing were suitable for using the final red egg attack. Anyway, since the opponent couldn't defeat her instantly, she used herself as bait to make the enemy reveal a weakness. You're more impatient than I thought. The 24-hour defense was still very reassuring. She didn't hear anything, and if she had, she probably would have been angry enough to come back to life again. Morning Light showed a thoughtful expression. Was her fighting style and tactics a bit too dirty? Who would have thought that an assassin could suddenly turn into a tank in just 1 second? If her skills weren't lacking, Morning Light felt she could transform into a mage. The ruins returned to silence, with only the sound of rain falling. Her tense body relaxed slightly. She coughed violently twice. Being hit just now was indeed uncomfortable. The pain in her left arm was clearer now, probably a severe muscle strain or a slight bone crack. But it wasn't a big problem. With her healing speed, she should recover in just a few hours. She collected all her equipment and then redistributed her points into agility. She put on gear that increased agility. This point reset item was abundant, more than enough. For a game that autoplays, some things didn't matter much. But with this reset item, she could develop herself into someone who could change according to the battlefield environment at any time. Thinking of this tactic, she truly felt like a genius. I've done everything I can. I've done my best. Although there was still room for improvement in her fighting, Morning Light believed she had performed perfectly in that situation. Her red egg was used up, she was injured, and she had tracked this far. Most likely, she had killed her opponent. If the other person can still survive or find a way to retaliate, it would be something he cannot predict or control. Having lived on the edge of the underground city for many years, he knows that some risks cannot be completely avoided. All he does is minimize those risks. Let's go back. That attack can't be used anymore. He turns and leaves, no longer feeling attached. His figure slowly disappears. 5 hours later, Dawn quietly peeks out from behind a tree. It looks like he really is dead. This time, he truly did everything he could. The rain continues to fall. Even though they saw how powerful Mayfield is, no one feels truly safe. After all, the key person who defeated the enemy decisively is Dawn. Captain Buck leans against a stone wall, clutching his weapon tightly, looking much less confident than usual. He stares at the cave entrance with a smile that reveals his true feelings. Mayfield stands by the carriage, the heavy curtains closed tight, blocking out everything outside and hiding the young lady inside. She still looks elegant, but her eyes show a faint worry. She worries about Mr. Dawn, who went after the enemy, and about her own young lady. After seeing someone die, the young lady closed herself off completely, not letting anyone near. Knock, knock. She gently taps on the carriage wall. Young lady, are you asleep? A few seconds later, Anastasia says she is not sleeping. Mayfield breathes a sigh of relief. She doesn't understand why Dawn suddenly told her not to let the young lady sleep earlier. He didn't explain, but she chooses to believe that boy. Time stretches in silence, testing everyone present. Although they don't want to admit it, everyone who was saved by Dawn now depends on him. After the chaos, there's a feeling of exhaustion from escaping death, followed by worry about the fate of the brave adventurer who went after the enemy alone. They didn't know if there would be a second attack after the first one. Without Dawn, how could we defend against another attack? Just as Buck was about to send someone out to check, the light at the cave entrance dimmed slightly. A figure stepped in through the muddy water. Everyone immediately became alert, pointing their weapons at the person. The black cloak was soaked and clung tightly to the body, with the hood pulled low, covering most of the face. It was Dawn. The cave fell silent for a moment. Then the tension broke, and cheers erupted. Everyone instinctively straightened up, their eyes fixed on him. Dawn paused, surprised that everyone was waiting for him. It took quite a bit of time to catch that guy this time. Honestly, even if the other person had left, he wouldn't find it strange. Whether the enemy was waiting or not, he had to go after him. Mayfield's tense shoulders suddenly relaxed. A sense of relief began to fill her heart. She stepped forward, past the mercenaries blocking her way, and stopped about a meter from Dawn. She clasped her hands over her stomach, bowed deeply in a very proper maid's gesture, speaking sincerely and seriously for the first time. "Mr. Dawn, welcome back. You saved me and the young lady, and also saved everyone here. We will always remember your kindness." Her voice was sincere and gentle, without any of the usual pride of a noble maid. Dawn looked expressionless, feeling a bit jealous. "I feel so envious. I also wish I had a beautiful, strong, reliable maid like that." The mercenaries looked at Dawn with gratitude. Without him, they would have died. They would have suffered a painful death. They saw how their fallen comrades had died in agony. Dawn looked at Mayfield and was silent for 2 seconds. He wasn't used to such formal gratitude, and he saw it. Because of the fight, her conservative maid outfit was slightly torn. He looked away, speaking calmly. "It's my duty. Since I accepted the task and received the deposit, I must ensure the employer's safe arrival. The major dangers are probably gone, and the road ahead should be safer." Mayfield straightened up and gently looked at the face of the young adventurer, partially hidden by the shadow of his hood. She couldn't quite explain why, but she felt that this young man seemed a little embarrassed. Is there something making him shy? Could it be that he's not used to being thanked? No, that can't be. This child is really quite adorable. Perhaps it is part of your duty. Mayfield's voice became softer. She stood up straight again and looked kindly at the young man in front of her. "But for us, what you call your responsibility has saved our most precious lives. Please accept our gratitude openly." She gestured toward the carriage behind her. "The young lady also asked me to pass on her thanks, though she's not feeling well right now and can't come out herself." "Is she asleep?" "No. I've been following your instructions, adventurer. I haven't let her rest." Morning Light nodded. "I'll tell you why later. For now, it's not very convenient." Morning Light looked at Buck, who was acting awkward. "Really, buddy, you're a strong man. Don't act so silly. It's a bit unpleasant." Captain Buck rubbed his hands and squeezed through the crowd. His face was full of smiles, but this time, there was no falsehood or scheming, only sincerity and respect. He stood closer to Morning Light than Mayfield, looking a bit nervous. Brother Morning Light." Buck spoke, his voice trembling a little. He brushed some mud off his pants and punched his chest twice. "Big thanks. I, Buck, and my useless brothers under me owe you everything today. It was my fault for not seeing things clearly before." He finished quickly, then his expression turned serious. "Sir, you saved me. I owe you my life. If there's anything I or my former Steel Mercenary group can do for you, just say the word. We'll go through fire and water without hesitation." Morning Light paused for 2 seconds and nodded gently. Finally, Buck smiled. It was much better than his earlier fake smile. The mercenaries no longer looked at the Morning Light with fear or awe. Instead, they felt gratitude. "Brother, you look incredibly handsome." Chunshur walked toward the carriage. Normally, Mayfield would be cautious, but when facing Chunshur, he couldn't feel any suspicion. "Miss Anastasia." When Chunshur spoke, a few seconds later, the curtain of the carriage was slightly pulled aside. "Chunshur, Mr. Chunshur." Chunshur could tell at a glance that she was in very poor condition, looking extremely exhausted. This world is not short of violence, and lives are not valued highly. Many people are used to seeing life and death, but this young lady is not among them. So, when first faced with such a bloody scene, if not handled well, it could leave lasting effects. All he could do at that moment was to prevent Mayfield from letting her sleep. "Now, wait a moment, the clock just hit midnight. Miss Anastasia, please wait a moment." "Huh?" Anastasia watched as Chunshur left and went outside the cave. In the darkness, 4 mechanical spiders were stationed near the woman's death site. "She is dead. Someone from the cult should come to check, right? Being targeted. Do they want to kill her entire family? Don't jump to stereotypes. Think rationally. Should they kill her? They want to kill my whole family." The campfire inside the cave had been relit, but the flickering flames cast shadows. The air was damp, making the fire burn weakly. The fire's glow pushed back the moisture in the air. The mercenaries huddled close to the fire, most wrapped in blankets or leaning on their gear. They looked very tired, but no one seemed ready to rest. Clearly, the terrifying scene earlier had drained their energy. No one spoke. Only heavy breathing and the crackling of wood. Captain Buck leaned against a rock, eyes closed. Chinchur stood inside the cave entrance. The 6 reconnaissance spiders had been released, so there was no need to worry about them anymore. The AI inside them was quite powerful and a little frightening. He turned his head to look at the carriage. Mayfield was quietly standing beside it. Seeing Chinchur's gaze, she nodded slightly, her eyes filled with questions. Morning Light made a simple gesture toward her, pointing to a slightly dry, flat area inside the cave. Miss Mayfield, Morning Light lowered her voice. Everyone's nerves were tense, so it was better not to make loud noises. Oh, I am so thoughtful. Please smooth out that area. Mayfield didn't ask questions and simply followed Morning Light's orders. She went to the pile of stones that Morning Light pointed to. Without using her dragon transformation powers, she relied on her exceptional strength to quickly move aside a few small stones blocking the way. She roughly leveled the ground with her foot. Her movements remained graceful and careful, like a maid, even in this environment. Morning Light approached and took down the muddy backpack from her back. She opened the bag and searched inside for a moment, then pulled out an unusual item that didn't fit the surroundings. It was a folded wooden chessboard and 2 small cloth bags containing round black and white stones. She looked around, then found a large stone and moved it over. Using the Sword of Fate, she began cleaning the surface, cutting out a flat, smooth area in just a few minutes. She placed the chessboard on it and unfolded it. The chessboard was plain wood, without any decorations. The black and white stones were polished, smooth rocks, cold to the touch. So, where did this come from? After so many years, the system must have given away countless useless items like this. Otherwise, it couldn't be that he was bored and spent money to customize such a thing, right? She looked up at the quiet carriage. Miss Anastasia, seeing such scenes, you probably can't sleep either. Let's come out and talk. Inside the carriage, everything was silent. After a few seconds, the heavy blue curtain was slightly lifted by a trembling finger. Anastasia's pale face appeared, and looking at her now, Morning Light only felt she looked like a frightened little animal. She stared at Morning Light, her lips moving but no sound coming out. Compared to being alone, the outside world might make you feel more comfortable. Anastasia hesitated. Mayfield walked to the carriage, reached out his hand, and spoke softly and gently. Miss, I believe Mr. Chincy is trustworthy. You probably think so too. Anastasia nodded gently. She took a deep breath, gathered her courage, held Mayfield's hand, and slowly stepped down from the carriage. Her steps were unsteady, and she staggered slightly when touching the ground. Mayfield immediately steadied her. Her expensive dress was now dusty, and she no longer looked like the proud young lady she once was. She seemed more like a fallen noble. Chincy didn't look at her again. He sat cross-legged on one side of the chessboard and gestured to the opposite side. Anastasia, supported by Mayfield, sat down carefully, her movements stiff. She hugged her knees and curled up into a ball. Chincy picked up a black piece and signaled Anastasia to take a white piece. The rules are simple. Chincy spoke calmly, with no visible emotion. Mayfield, standing beside Anastasia, had a look of curiosity in his eyes. It seemed he had never seen Mr. Chincy show any expression before. 5 pieces of the same color in a row, horizontally, vertically, or diagonally, win the game. Black goes first. After speaking, he picked up a black piece and placed it in the center of the board. Why play Gamoku on a Go board? It's simple. The Gamoku board is just a plastic sheet that floats with any movement. What kind of thing is that? And he wouldn't know how to play. You can't expect a farmer who only plays Liang Bo, Ho Yi, the archer who misses, Kai Wenji, or Zhou Meng, who gets killed by snipers with 6 sets of AW, to learn Go, right? It seems there's no direct connection? Wrong. The answer is right there. He's been playing those 2 games all along. When would he have time to learn Go? All of this is just Chincy's inner thoughts. On the surface, he remained calm and untroubled. Anastasia stared at the black dots on the board, her gaze still somewhat distant. She mechanically reached out her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly. She picked up a white piece, hesitated for a long moment, then placed it in a square next to a black piece. Her movements were gentle, almost silent. After what just happened, you can't go to sleep right away. Morning Light looked at the chessboard. He placed another black piece, blocking a possible move for the white pieces. Why? Anastasia asked softly, instinctively. I don't know. After witnessing a serious accident, I can't just sleep right away. I need someone to stay with me for a while. Otherwise, I might have mental issues. I remember it like that. Especially for someone like you who hasn't seen anything bloody before. Morning Light replied simply, not sure himself. He had seen this in a video once. This kid was a bit proud, but still a good child. When dealing with children, he often couldn't help but interfere. Maybe it was because of his own experiences. He pointed to the chessboard. It's your turn. Focus and think about how to win. Don't waste time on useless things. Anastasia's gaze was drawn again to the black and white squares. She made her move. Morning Light responded immediately. They continued in silence, the pieces tapping lightly on the wooden board, steady and monotonous. Morning Light's eyes were firm. He thought, I will use my 5-in-a-row skills, which I was unbeatable with before 5th grade. Under my incredible technique, tremble. Time passed slowly amid the moves and the sound of rain. The atmosphere in the cave was still tense, but less dead than before. Captain Buck's snoring started again. Fatigue had overcome fear. Other mercenaries gradually relaxed, closing their eyes to rest. Anastasia's mind was gradually drawn into the game. The rules were simple, but each move seemed to require careful thought. It was very interesting. Mr. Morninglight, have you always completed your missions in the dungeon? That's impressive. He made a move. It's nothing special. Just trying to survive, he replied. He made another move. No, it's amazing. Being able to live on your own without relying on your family is already impressive. She looked at him with bright eyes. He saw that Morninglight's face was a little red. Mr. Morninglight, why is your face so red? Nothing, just a bit hot. Current score. 3:127 Grandma. After winning 3 games at the very beginning using her experience, she hasn't won a single game since then. Today really feels unbelievable. Anastasia's red eyes secretly looked at Chensey. It's just like I read in the night stories my father collected. A faint blush appeared on her pale face. You're like the hero in the story, suddenly appearing, defeating the evil monsters, and saving. Feeling shy, she didn't continue. She focused on the chess game. Now the score is 3-128. Her thoughts started to drift away from the present, becoming uncontrollable. Suppose, if we, her voice became softer, with a shy and dreamy tone. If we, in the future, end up together, my family, they definitely wouldn't agree. She quickly glanced at Chensey, then lowered her head again, staring at the chessboard. Although, you're a very skilled adventurer, but your background, they care a lot about that. My father and older brother. She was completely lost in her own imagination, unconsciously rubbing a chess piece with her finger. Meffield, who was nearby, almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Miss, what are you talking about? You just met Mr. Chensey. And if it really happens, as long as you like it, the master will probably agree. Miss, you don't really think that adventurers like Mr. Chensey are common, do you? No, I think it's too soon. What should we do then? Run away together? Hide somewhere far away? Like in the stories. Go through many hardships. And then, no, Chensey's voice suddenly sounded very calm. He picked up a black piece and without hesitation, placed it on a key point on the board with a snap for black pieces connected, with no white pieces in front or behind. Finally, he won a game. Chensey looked up at the dazed little girl in front of him. Because I don't like you. Crack. There was a sound of something breaking. Mayfield was once again stunned. You. What are you talking about? She is the beloved young lady of the Clare family. It would be better if you hesitated a little. Her fingers, holding the chess piece, froze in midair, and her whole body stiffened. The pair of blood-red eyes stared directly at the morning light, and the smile on her face froze there. Next to her, Buck's snoring continued, but his breathing grew a little faster. I didn't hear anything. Please don't hurt me. You liking me now is just a temporary effect. I do like young girls, but I like legal ones. Like teacher Yueyong Xiaoming. I don't want to get involved in trouble. He tidied up the chess pieces and made his move again. The enemy general has been defeated, so he pressed the attack. You're underage, so don't think about such things. I'm not underage. I'm an adult. Oh, then I don't like you either. Mayfield. Haha. Buck quickly covered his mouth, trying to stop himself from laughing. Why are you laughing? Is it funny? Anastasia looked at Buck with her eyes no longer shining brightly. Buck didn't dare reply, not even dare to speak. At this moment, Buck looked helpless, like a strong man weighing 300 pounds. Morning Light looked at Anastasia in front of him and nodded. Yes, now you can go rest. Anastasia, with a sweet smile, grabbed Morning Light's sleeve. Brother Morning Light, let's play a little longer. Okay, sure. Morning Light sat back down, having just won a game, proving he still had the skill to win. I was just letting you in earlier. Come on, let's fight. The bright red Morning Light looked at the chessboard in front of him. Anastasia stretched lazily. That was comfortable. Let's go back to sleep. She stood up, brushed the dust off her skirt. Then she turned her head and gave Morning Light a sly smile. Brother Morning Light, rest early. Current score, 4-371. Morning Light leaned against the wall and lay down to sleep. Not at all concerned, really. Let's play with the kids, but I can't always win against them, right? Who plays games without letting the kids win? It's not like I use my skills to bully the kids and then watch them get upset, is it? Who would be that bored? That would be really boring. Time to sleep. I slowly closed my eyes. And after 2 minutes, I suddenly opened them. Hey, buddy, isn't it your turn to win? The rain eased a bit at dawn, but the sky was still gray. The cold, damp air seeped into the cave. It was really uncomfortable. The mercenaries got up early, packed their wet gear, and checked their horses. The muddy mountain path was even harder to walk after a night of rain. No one wanted to set out in this weather, especially after yesterday's events, which made everyone even less willing. Anastasia wrapped herself in a thick blanket, leaning against the wagon wall, looking a little better than last night. Thinking about yesterday still made her feel sick, but it seemed she had accepted it somehow. At the cave entrance, Morning Sun sat on a dry stone, quietly nibbling on compressed dry food. Life is really boring. Sometimes I just want to die. If life is just about eating this kind of food, then I want to die quickly. I won't stay any longer. I'll just die. Though helpless, I still have to eat. Sighing again, I looked outside at the scenery. This road will probably be very difficult. In such muddy conditions, unless I stay in the trees all the time, I'll be affected. At this moment, Mayfield had already settled Anastasia and tidied up her new-made outfit. She stopped in front of Morning Sun, keeping a proper distance, hands crossed over her stomach. Good morning, Mr. Morning Sunday. How did you rest yesterday? Morning Sun didn't look up. With that gentle voice, kind big sister personality, and kind eyes, he couldn't resist. So he simply chose not to look. So frustrating. I also want a maid like that. If I could have a maid like her, I'd be happy to eat well and live comfortably. Mayfield looked uncomfortable and said, Miss, your condition still needs time to recover. The mountain path has been heavily washed out by rain, and rushing through it could be very risky. She decided to rest here for the day and set out again tomorrow. Chintzy swallowed the dry, hard food and nodded. His decision was expected and reasonable. Yes, that's the right choice, he replied. Resting for a day is correct, but it also means returning a day later. Mayfield looked at Chintzy, who showed no reaction, and continued. This mission, if not for your quick action, could have had terrible consequences. You not only kept the lady safe, but also saved all our lives. Yesterday, you went out to clear the danger, risking a lot. She slightly bowed, her tone more sincere. If we still pay the original 200 gold coins, it's hard to justify morally, and it's a bit disrespectful to our benefactor. Plus, 200 gold coins aren't enough to motivate someone like you to take such risks. Chintzy looked up at Mayfield. He took the job for money, and earning money is natural. Although the enemies this time were stronger than expected, the client didn't guarantee what kind of enemies they would face. Adding more money is a gesture of goodwill, but not adding it is understandable. Since the client brought it up openly, he saw no need to pretend politely and refuse. He needs money, and who wouldn't want more? She's right. An adventurer of my level isn't driven by just 200 gold coins. At least 500. Double it, and add another 100 coins. Okay, Chintzy said. He looked at Mayfield. What do you think is fair? His voice was steady, just as he expected. He wouldn't be excited with just 300 more gold coins. Oh, the red egg. This time, he used up all his saved red eggs. More than 10 shots. It hurts. Mayfield hesitated for 2 seconds and then said, considering the danger of the task was much greater than expected, your effort, and the delay of 1 day in your schedule, We should compensate you for this lost workday, so. She paused briefly and tentatively said, 10,000 gold coins. Do you think that's okay? If this amount doesn't satisfy you, we can discuss it further. Xianxi, blinking. You're mistaken, right? 1,000 gold coins? 10,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins. No, it's 10,000 gold coins. 10,000. Exactly, 10,000. Mayfield looked at Xianxi with a gentler gaze. This child is so adorable. Wow. Xianxi took a sharp breath, trying to contribute to fighting global warming. First, his heart started pounding faster, and then his reason returned. No. This time, Mayfield was surprised. Why? Xianxi took a sip of water and swallowed the dry food. Living life. No, now's not the time for that. Because I don't deserve it. I will accept what I should get. If you give me 1,000 gold coins, I can accept it calmly. After thinking about 2,000 gold coins, I would accept that too. Looking into the other person's eyes, Xianxi continued. Although I might be a bit boastful, I believe my performance is worth these 2,000 gold coins. Mayfield nodded upon hearing Xianxi's words. Indeed, who would dare say that Mr. Xianxi's performance yesterday wasn't worth these 2,000 gold coins? However, but 10,000 gold coins is too much. No reward without merit. It seemed Mayfield thought of something and smiled, saying, Mr. Xianxi, don't worry about what we need you to do. This is simply the payment for yesterday's and this current task. We won't ask you to do anything else. All gifts from fate come with a price tag behind them. I don't want to get involved in any trouble. Tying myself to a noble family isn't a good thing. I can't bear what's behind this 10,000 gold coins. So I refuse. Mayfield blinked. Is it really that complicated? Mr. Xianxi, you really misunderstood. There's nothing like what you think. This is the pocket money for the young lady for half a month, plus my 1 month's salary combined. You can handle this, right? Accidentally entering the heavenly realm, urging you to put down the sand in his hand. Listen to what he's saying. Mayfield waited quietly, without rushing. Oh no, this child is really quite adorable. Then I want it. Mayfield showed a gentle smile, clearly pleased with this answer. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Xianxi. Once we arrive safely at Oceantown, I will immediately arrange for the payment through the Clare family channels. She paused, then added, Of course, the previously agreed deposit of 200 gold coins is not included. Xianxi looked at Mayfield. Really? Even if she didn't mention the 200 gold coins, he wouldn't have any thoughts about it. But she brought it up voluntarily and didn't forget. Honestly, he felt a bit touched. Miss Mayfield, is there anything else, Mr. Xianxi? Have you ever thought about changing jobs? Mayfield couldn't help but laugh when she heard that. I never expected that Mr. Xianxi would say something so humorous. After discussing the payment, the atmosphere between the two fell into a subtle silence. Xianxi didn't know what to say for a moment. He was used to leaving right after a deal. Mayfield usually doesn't interact much with mercenaries or adventurers. Finally, Mayfield spoke first again. Mr. Xianxi, with your strong strength, why not go to some big cities? Your skills could help you thrive there. Xianxi leaned against a large rock. I think I'm fine where I am now. I'm not ready to go somewhere else yet. He didn't dislike high-pressure environments. They can help people grow. But it shouldn't be too stressful. His rapid progress was mainly thanks to the system's effects. In just over half a month, his strength had doubled. Once he had enough self-protection, he would set out. When is he considered capable of protecting himself? At least. Full set of blue gear? And staying safe and steadily developing is enough to get stronger. There's no need to rush into high-pressure environments to grow quickly. There's no need to take unnecessary risks. In case I die, I will really be gone. As long as I have a Lena, anyway. First, stay calm. The previous me might have rushed in recklessly. But now, I am no longer just one person. The entrance to Oceantown was visible to the naked eye. Inside the carriage, Anastasia looked at the distant town. The mercenaries' tense faces finally showed smiles. We've arrived. Morning light stopped a few steps from the carriage, sharing the same thought. We've arrived. After setting out again, everything went smoothly. There were no more attacks. Not just attacks. Wild monsters in the wild were rare too. Mayfield directed a few quick-footed townspeople to unload several tightly sealed boxes. Anastasia stood half a step behind the maid, still wrapped in a thick wool blanket cloak. Half her face was buried in the soft fur, only her ruby-like eyes visible. She occasionally glanced quickly toward Morning Light, then quickly looked away. Her eyes carried a hint of sadness. Morning Light noticed this too. She's looking at me? I won't play with you anymore. Are you addicted to tormenting me? That's enough. I was just teasing you. Can't you really beat me? Stop joking. He waited a moment until most of the items were unloaded. The mercenaries began to scatter in groups, looking for taverns or places to rest. Captain Buck waved his fist from afar toward Morning Light, with a look of relief and lingering awe on his face. He didn't dare approach or speak. Seeing Anastasia, he also swallowed nervously. They ran away. They ran away. He felt that if he stayed here, it might be worse than when he heard the laughter back then. They are going to the whole process. He only needed to escort her here. Now it was time to say goodbye. Morning Light stepped forward. As he moved toward her, one master and one servant immediately noticed. One was always watching, the other simply strong. Miss Mayfield, Miss Anastasia. The two girls looked at Morning Light with different expressions. The task is complete. I will take my leave now. My teammate is still waiting for me at home. This cooperation was very pleasant, and I hope we can work together again next time. Anastasia's fingers suddenly clenched the edge of the blanket. She almost curled up behind Mayfield, only peeking out one eye as she nervously watched the sunrise. Mayfield handed a small bag of money to the townspeople for the transportation fee. Then she looked back at the sunrise, still wearing her perfect, gentle smile. Mr. Sunrise, thank you for escorting us all this way. Before she finished speaking, Anastasia, hiding behind her, eagerly reached out and tugged hard at Mayfield's maid dress at the back. Foolish maid, we didn't mean it like that. The maid was completely helpless. Miss, aren't you being a bit too impatient? I haven't finished speaking yet, you know. Really, you are the most favored youngest daughter of the Clare family. Could you be a little more reserved? Her smile remained unchanged, as if the urging from behind was just an illusion. She slightly turned to the side and faced Anastasia behind her. Bang! She snapped her fingers, and the world fell silent. She looked back at Sunrise with a smile. Mr. Sunrise, there is something I need to ask you to consider again. Sunrise faintly guessed what she was about to say. But honestly, I really don't want to get involved. These things are too troublesome. I can just stay quiet and develop normally, and it will have the same effect. Mayfield's gaze was very sincere. She continued, the family has sent someone to pick up Miss. They are on the way, but because the distance is really far, even with urgent travel, it will take some time. After all, there is a mage in the team, so the speed of travel can't be too fast. Miss, you still need to go to the Alchemist Guild tomorrow to complete the final assessment, which will take most of the day. Once the assessment is over, we will leave immediately for Zero Town. She bent down and lowered her head. Honestly, I'm a bit worried about the return trip alone. I don't know if the threat we faced last time will appear again. If anything happens along the way, I'm worried I won't be able to protect Miss properly. Her voice lowered slightly, with a hint of pleading. Could you please escort us for a while longer? Just until we reach Zero Town. Regarding the commission, I will never disappoint you. Anastasia hid behind Mayfield, looking at Dawn with big, watery eyes. She had a pleading expression, as if saying, please, I beg you, Dawn. You wouldn't even kneel down and hold my leg, saying, Own. If it weren't for Dawn, then Vidasi. He took a deep breath, wondering what was going on in his mind. How much is the commission? Let's skip the boring talk and get straight to the point. Mayfield didn't speak. She slowly extended her right hand, opening her 5 fingers. 5,000 gold coins, Mr. Dawn. What do you think? Good. No hesitation at all. Not even a second of doubt. Just joking. Any more hesitation would be disrespectful to the 5,000 gold coins. Give me those coins. Make them rain. In these days of talking, Dawn learned some information. It seems he really is worth that much. Hee now, I am a man worth 10,000 gold coins. Mayfield finally let out a sigh of relief. With Mr. Dawn here, there was nothing to worry about. She smiled and said, Thank you very much, Mr. Dawn. The deposit remains the same, and the payment will be settled together after the task is completed in Zero Town. Rest assured, the Clare family's reputation means they have never delayed paying. Dawn pulled down his hood. I come from a small place, and I've never heard of the Clare family or anything like that. So I don't know how trustworthy they are, but he looked up at the 2 young women. I still trust your reputation. At this moment, Mayfield's heart beat a little faster. Dawn didn't notice that some of the maid's expressions looked a bit strange, or that Anastasia's eyes were practically sparkling with love. The spider has arrived home. Time to chat with my family. Ringashina. Tomorrow. What time? Just get a basic understanding and then go rest. 1,000,000 gold coins, kids. As a man, having 1,000,000 gold coins means you can do anything you want, right? It must be. Eating well, drinking well, then booking a nice room and sleeping peacefully. That's the life. That feels great. Next, Brother Chin will definitely enjoy a hearty meal. He will choose the best meat. Yes, so what Chinsi said about eating is really about eating. The assessment is expected to start at 9 a.m., and if all goes well, it should finish around noon. Mayfield answered very precisely. We are staying at a hotel opposite the guild, and we've also booked a room for you. I know, but there's no need to book a room. Chinsi replied with a nod and turned to leave. His dark figure quickly merged into the cold, damp streets of Mingshi Town and disappeared. Eat, eat, eat well. Enjoy delicious food. Until his figure was completely out of sight, Anastasia slowly peeked out from behind Mayfield, took a long breath, and looked a little flushed. Miss, Mayfield helplessly turned around and looked at his young lady. Next time you want to keep someone, you can speak up yourself. Anastasia, clutching the edge of her blanket, mumbled softly, how do I know if he'll agree? What if he rejects me again? Young lady, are you rushing things a bit too much? Mayfield bent down, helplessly looking at his little white pig. Although I really don't want to admit it, it seems our young lady is really like a pig trying to snatch a cabbage. He's so handsome. Is it abnormal for me to like him? Anastasia's face was red. She held her hot face in her hands. Mayfield blinked at his young lady's answer. Handsome? Thinking carefully. Well, yes, he is indeed very handsome. Mayfield looked toward the direction Chinsi had left. Mr. Chinsi said that Anastasia's feelings for him were just a pure suspension bridge effect. So, am I the same? He was so sure, he probably wouldn't lie to me. Yes, that's right. It's just a good feeling. The more superficial things like good looks, strong abilities, or heroic rescues. It's not that I am a hero, just that scene. All can generate good feelings. When the excitement cools down, you can think about it slowly. The growth of good feelings will naturally stop. Although he was just a young boy, he could say such things. Anastasia pursed her lips and said nothing more. She simply wrapped the blanket tighter around herself, her gaze unconsciously drifting back to the alley where Chinsi had left. 5,000 gold coins. This guy, he agreed so quickly. He really loves money. Then, if you accept me, whatever the price, it's all yours. 40 copper coins per night. I want a good one, a silver coin per night. All right, here is your room key. Have a pleasant night. Chinsi opened the door to his room, tossing aside his gear. He looked at the soft, large bed in front of him and really wanted to jump onto it. But, first a shower. Chinsi stretched lazily. Having money is great. He said he'd pay a silver coin per night, and his smile became even friendlier. No one is here yet. Are your cult members so cold? At least they are comrades. Even if they die, they don't come to check on us. Suddenly, water sounds came from under the bed, an undercover spider hiding beneath. When Chinsi dropped his gear earlier, a reconnaissance spider was hiding under his clothes. In this chaotic world, to survive, you must be careful, very careful, and even more careful. First, take a shower, then go to the town to enjoy some good food. Reward your stomach properly. That's what he really wants to do now. Once all that is done, he can talk to Hongshu and the others. Hongshu and Lena looked at the strange, spider-like metal object in front of them. Lena, why isn't it moving? Maybe the captain is busy now and doesn't have time to contact us? It can't be that the boss is hurt, right? Lena's heart beat a little faster. It's unlikely. Lena, don't think too much. The captain is very strong. Yeah, you're right, Lena agreed. Chinsi pushed open the inn door, happily rubbing his stomach. He was full, completely satisfied. He sat on the soft, large bed. If it weren't for worrying about Hongshu and the others, he really just wanted to sleep well. Connect. As soon as he gave the command, a small window appeared in the corner of his vision. After a few seconds of flickering, the chaotic signal stabilized. The scene that appeared was a bit shaky but clear. It was her small house, chosen carefully for communication at night. At this time, they were probably at home. Wow, it moved. Lena, look. The boss just went inside. Boss, I'll rescue you right now. Hongshu's shocked face filled the entire screen, eyes wide open. In the next moment, Chensi saw Hongshu pick up a double-edged axe, ready to swing it upward. Stop. This is just a way of communication. I'm still in Oceantown. The camera shook again and again. Clearly Hongshu was messing with a spider. At the edge of the screen, Lena stood quietly, also looking in the direction of the camera with bright concern. Hongshu. Chensi's voice came through the communication, a little helpless. Be quiet. Don't touch things randomly, boss. What is this thing made of? There's no magic energy at all. How did it see us? Is it because of those shiny little eyes? No. Wait, those aren't even eyes. Boss, you're not inside it. So how did it come back? And also, Hongshu didn't seem to want to stop, poking curiously at the spider's metal shell, making a clanging sound, and the screen shook wildly with her movements. Is the reconnaissance spider so unstable? No. What if Hongshu, that fool, was poking with the handle of the axe? Hongshu. Chensi raised her voice slightly, not angry, just a bit firm. She may be clumsy, but she's willing to listen. All right. Oh, sorry, boss. Hongshu awkwardly smiled, withdrew her hand, stuck out her tongue shyly, and stepped back a little. The scene finally steadied. So, it's really amazing. Where did you get this? Can it hurt people? Can we open it and see? No. Chensi firmly refused. Hongshu was always coming up with ideas. It's just a communication and reconnaissance device. What exactly it can do, we'll see later. He paused briefly and then got straight to the point. My assignment here is finished, and the person has been sent away. He didn't want Hongshu to keep talking endlessly, especially since the topic had already drifted far off course. That's good to hear. Hongshu's attention finally shifted, and a bright smile appeared on her face. You're amazing, boss. So, will you be back tomorrow? I really miss you. Chensi's expression stiffened. Hongshu, this silly girl, seemed to never know what embarrassment was. Lena bit her lip, realizing she had underestimated Hongshu. She looked away from Hongshu. Now wasn't the time to talk about trivial matters. More than anything, she was worried about Chensi. Not so soon, Chensi said, looking at the two familiar faces in the window, leaning back on the hard bed. The employer still has some finishing touches to handle. Hongshu immediately asked, What is it? Is it troublesome? Do you want us to help? She grabbed her double-edged axe, ready to rush out. No need, Chensi quickly declined. The issue wasn't serious. If something went wrong, Laya's long-term mission would be compromised. Besides, after nearly half a month together, she didn't want anything to happen to Laya. It's just a small personal matter for the client. I took a return escort mission on the way back. The pay is good, and it's worth it. Chensi didn't mention what happened that night in the cave. There was no need to. Now, they couldn't help her anyway. Talking about it would only worry them, with no real benefit. Is there any danger? Lena finally spoke for the first time. It wasn't about the pay, but about him. No, just go back the way you came. There won't be any danger. Hearing Chensi's words, Lena finally smiled. That's good. Since you and Hongshu Sr. aren't with the captain right now, you must be careful, don't worry. With so many years as an adventurer, I've earned my experience. Morning Light leans on the bedpost, quietly listening to Red's somewhat dull voice coming from the window, occasionally mixed with Lena's brief explanations or comments. They are talking about their daily life while he was away. Listening to these small complaints and stories, his tense nerves slowly relax. He occasionally responds with a simple, or asks briefly, and then, most of the time, he just listens. Red doesn't need much response from him. She can talk endlessly on her own. Lena remains very quiet, always watching her with that look, which makes him feel a lot of pressure. So, boss, you need to come back soon. Without you, there's no motivation to fight. Red lowers her head at the end of her words. This is the first time Morning Light has seen her look so down. Got it, he replies softly. Once this is over, I'll go back. Hopefully, in 6 or 7 days, I'll be home. 6 or 7 days. Red looks a bit disappointed at the projection of Morning Light, but quickly cheers up. All right, be careful out there, boss. You're strong, but there are also many bad people outside. Lena, do you agree? Lena nods seriously, looking at the camera, softly saying, Captain, stay safe. Morning Light looks into Lena's eyes. Take good care of Miss Laya. I'll come back as soon as I can. All right, it's late now. He doesn't give Red a chance to start a new topic. Get some rest too. Be careful in the dungeon. If you're tired, don't push yourself. Rest well? Yes, boss. Red immediately straightens up, grinning and giving a clumsy salute. Good night, Captain. Lena's voice remains gentle. Morning Light responds briefly and ends the call. The screen disappears instantly. He also wants to go home. The room falls completely silent. Only the faint sounds of the town drifting in from outside. A wave of exhaustion washes over him. He changes into clean rough cloth underwear and lies back on the bed. Feeling the firm mattress beneath him, he lets out a satisfied sigh, pulls the blanket up to his chest. Before sleeping, he decides to check his system. It is still the familiar interface, with 3 cute cartoon characters constantly using their weapons to attack small monsters. Currently, the animation shows 1 hit per attack, but in reality, if you pass the level, you might get kicked to death by the monsters inside. Chensi looked at the button for the next level, feeling nothing special. He was used to this. Idle games are like that. His finger instinctively tapped the screen to claim today's idle treasure chest. A faint glow flashed, and a few green equipment items appeared in his inventory, along with some useless attribute fragments. And, half-drunk Cola 17. At least give me a full bottle. TSK. Just as he was about to close the system and go to sleep, a pop-up window suddenly appeared without warning. The birth of the highest level profession, Stage 1 complete. Pet system unlocked. Received bound item. Unhatched pet egg. X1. Stage 2 of the quest begins. Heal the wounded leg. Quest reward. Pet evolution potion. Chensi paused for a moment, then opened Liao's profile. Liao's health was just at 60. Thinking about it, he had taken Liao away from that place for nearly half a month, plus 9 days on missions. Her condition had deteriorated to malnourished. He opened the item menu and found a new slot at the very end. Inside was a quiet, lying egg. The shape of this egg was hard to describe. It was about the size of a grapefruit, with a dirty gray-brown shell, uneven and covered with tiny, spiral-shaped, strange patterns. Looking at it for a long time made him feel a bit sick. It looked more like a stone parasitized by barnacles than an egg. This thing was labeled, unhatched pet egg. Chensi rubbed his arms, feeling a case of trypophobia coming on. Hatching? He stared at the ugly egg, pondering. What could hatch from this? Judging by its appearance, it had nothing to do with powerful pets. The subsequent quests were also about pet training. Could it be that the entire storyline was? Just as he was lost in thought, the system interface popped up another prompt. Would you like to hatch the unhatched pet egg? Yes/no swan bird. Swan bird. This free combat power is too good to pass up, and this pet's main role should be in the game, right? If it's not very strong, just consider it a less cute pet. Yes, the egg suddenly appeared on his bed, and then a faint milky white glow appeared around the egg. In an instant, Chensi felt his heart skip a beat. On the bed, the ugly egg disappeared. Instead, there was a strange creature. Well, calling it strange is fine. That thing is about the size of his forearm. The main body looks like a crab? A scorpion? He couldn't tell, but it looked a bit like a stitched-together monster. But this appearance looks a little familiar. It's mostly a pale blue color, with 4 thick, crab-like legs. In front, it has 2 large pincers, and behind, there is a strange horn. Next second, its face opened. Yes, it opened. The shell opened, revealing its yellow eyes and a fierce-looking mouth. Chensi swallowed hard. What is this thing? It made a friendly buzzing sound and rubbed its body against Chensi's leg. The shell that protected its face could open, like a medieval knight's helmet, with a window for observation. It also protected its vital parts well. It feels a bit fierce, this little thing. But this thing, just looking at it, it doesn't seem friendly. What does the system call this? A pet? Its panel appeared after hatching. Naming, demon, which status, larva quality, white bound to, Chensi introduction. A strange life, form forcibly copied, currently a juvenile. When it matures, it will reach 77 meters in height and weigh 24 tons. As its quality improves, its height cannot increase, but its weight can keep growing. It's a bit clumsy, but very obedient. Occasional praise and petting make it happy for a long time. Game bonus. All game characters attributes 1. Chensi was stunned. The Wicked Witch. Are you sure she's the evil witch from some Pacific story? Wouldn't you want to change her name a bit? You're just flooding me with legal notices, you bastard. And your added features are so strange. Morning thought she was too tired to complain anymore, but it turned out she just hadn't encountered anything worth complaining about. Red, do I feel like I've suddenly become much stronger? Lena, so it's not just my imagination, Senior Red. Did you find it? I gave you so much time. You won't let me down, right? In the dark, he sat smiling on a seat made of flesh and blood. Gently, he picked a grape and then placed it into the mouth that had already merged with other tissues. I found it. In Zero Town, he suddenly appeared 7 years ago. For over a month, he was a lone wolf, but for some reason, he suddenly bought a slave at the slave market as his teammate. Then he recruited a bright priest. It's believed that after destroying the Rock mercenary group, he forced her to join. The figure cloaked in a black robe trembled. Very good, very good. See, if you want, you can do it too. So, the eerie man reached out with his pale hand and gently lifted his face. Why couldn't you do it sooner? Master, spare me. The sound of flesh tearing echoed as his head and spine were pulled out together. He gently placed the head on the throne of flesh, and countless tentacles grabbed him. His remaining consciousness tried to beg for mercy, but he was helpless now. Well, that's enough for now. He cupped his face, licking his lips. Let's take a little interest first, though. Young man, you're really quite handsome. But naughty kids who try to stop us from doing our work must be punished. Laughter echoed in the dark space, and the smell of blood began to spread. The second operation was underway. In the town of Akashi, Don is leaning against the cold stone pillars of the Apothecary Guild Hall, with his hood pulled low. The air is thick with the strong, mixed scents of herbs and alchemical ingredients, a completely unfamiliar world to him. From the nearby judging seats, quiet whispers can be heard. Don yawns, and involuntarily tears well up at the corners of his eyes. Alchemy? He can't understand it at all. He came just to watch the excitement. Most people here are probably just here for fun. Otherwise, Don turns his head to look. Many people who have nothing to do with the town have come. You can't say they all understand alchemy. Because of this potion maker exam, Akashi Town has become the most famous and economically strongest town nearby, surpassing other small towns. Don carefully observes for a few minutes. Okay, confirmed, he really can't understand it. To him, it's like reading a heavenly book. But Anastasia, this young girl, seems to be quite talented. At first, he thought Anastasia was taking the lowest level apprentice potion maker license, just mixing herbs and adding a bit of magic to make potions. Until he saw 3 old men sitting in the judging seats, wearing badges with silver bottles entwined with ivy, symbolizing senior potion makers, and 2 guild senior members supervising and recording. Only then did he realize he had misunderstood. Intermediate potion maker, Don muttered to himself. This young lady is hiding her skills well. An intermediate potion maker exam is usually taken by people around 30 years old. Thinking back to Anastasia in the cave, trembling with fear and unable to move normally, and then looking at her now, dressed in a potion maker's robe, with steady hands and a focused expression, he feels a bit disconnected. She is carefully controlling a faint blue flame floating above the cauldron, while her other hand precisely pinches several silver leaves with a metallic shine. Using tweezers, she drops them one by one into the boiling, deep purple potion. Each addition stirs up tiny, colorful smoke, which she quickly covers with a delicate glass lid to absorb. The movements flowed smoothly and confidently, with no hesitation. Her calmness and skill made her seem far from a beginner, let alone a spoiled noble girl. Morning Light noticed that Anastasia's gaze quickly flicked toward her, but it was very brief, so quick it seemed like a mistake. Maybe it was just a mistake? The assessment was about to begin. What was she supposed to do? But after that, her actions seemed even faster and her movements more fluid. When handling a root emitting faint glow, instead of carefully cutting it, she used her fingertip to gather a tiny magic light blade. With a few swift cuts, she made clear, thin slices. Her technique was clean and sharp, earning a slight nod from a senior assessor nearby. It was hard to understand, but it looked very impressive. The assessment was clearly nearing the end. On the alchemy table in front of Anastasia, besides the purple potion still brewing, there were 3 sealed crystal bottles neatly arranged. They contained a clear green liquid, a thick amber paste, and a pill glowing softly white. Three elders on the judging panel exchanged glances and whispered to each other, their faces showing obvious approval. One of the white-bearded elders stroked his beard and nodded at the senior members taking notes. Morning Light straightened up and gently moved his stiff neck. He wasn't interested in watching anymore. The outcome was obvious. Even an outsider like him could tell that the three elders and the assessor were very satisfied. Plus, with her noble status, there was no reason to believe Anastasia wouldn't pass. He glanced at the large mechanical clock on the side wall of the guild hall. The hands were close to 1 p.m. He picked up the small bag by his feet and slung it over his shoulder. It only contained his simple change of clothes and some dry food. His important gear was either worn or hidden under his cloak. Meffield had already made arrangements. When he first entered the guild, the meticulous maid quietly appeared beside him. Mr. Morninglight, the carriage has been checked and reinforced, the horses fed with high-quality grain, supplies and water bottles replenished. We can leave at any time. The lady's luggage has also been packed and placed on the carriage. As soon as the assessment is over, we will set off immediately. The long night brings many dreams. It is better for us to quickly meet with the Clark family members from Zerotown for support. This was what Meffield told him at the time. He also strongly agreed, as no one knew if the last attack was truly the final one. Although there are mercenaries, when facing real danger, only two people truly have the strength to fight. The assessment was passed. Inside the door, Anastasia was going through the procedures, getting her certificate. Outside, Chensey and Meffield discussed the details. Mrs. Condition has improved a bit, but we still need to be careful on the road. Thank you again for promising to escort us back to Zerotown. No need for formalities. Chensey took out a map. I suggest taking a slightly longer route along the trade road. Traveling on the trade road can be faster and helps avoid the forest. But there are often bandits on the trade road. Bandits are easier to deal with than monsters or those strange creatures. A bandit with a golden egg shot would definitely die, but if we encounter that monster, it's not so certain. Meffield nodded gently. Mr. Chensey makes a good point. We'll leave everything to you. Suddenly, the big door swung open. Anastasia rushed over, waving her certificate in front of Chensey's nose. I passed. She was panting, her face flushed. Get in the carriage. Chensey pulled back the curtain of the carriage. Anastasia pouted. Is there nothing else you want to say to me? Chensey looked at her expressionlessly. Kids can be such trouble. Good job, good job. I'll praise you. That's too perfunctory. Although she was unhappy with Chensey's dismissive attitude, she obediently climbed into the carriage. She knew it wasn't the time to cause trouble. Chensey nodded at the front, to Buck. After receiving the order, Buck shouted, Little ones, let's go. This time, give it your all. I want to see how many of us start out strong. And how many of us come back. Silence spelled Chensey disappeared again into the darkness. Hiding in the shadows, Chensey frowned slightly. He liked to think deeply when he had free time. His mind is always full of wild ideas, and he doesn't know what he will think next. But now, his head feels messy, and his heart is a little nervous. The hidden investigation spider near his home has started again. Currently, Hongshu and Lena are in the underground city and haven't returned yet. Everything in Zerotown is normal. So, where does this feeling of nervousness come from? Chinshur's hand touches his chest, feeling very strange. The feeling of nervousness has disappeared. Who are you guys? A blue-skinned ghostly creature, about 3 meters tall, narrows its eyes as it looks at the group dressed in black robes. Hee. Next, it suddenly flies out. After punching it away, the blue-skinned ghost quickly appears behind it in less than a second. Looking at its head made of tentacles, its aura suddenly intensifies. Trash. I can tell at a glance you're not human. He grabs its head and crushes it directly. The dozen or so people standing behind that ghostly figure also draw their weapons after seeing this. A vast array of magic circles covers the entire Zerotown. The strange laughter disappears. What is going on? Everyone's chest badges bear the Clare family crest. The hidden figure behind the scenes is stunned. When did Zerotown become such a place full of hidden talents? He didn't notice that one person was missing from the team. A thin, bony man stands up. He doesn't have the madness in the woman's eyes. His only thought now is, quickly run away. Something's wrong here. I found you. This is the end of his memory. The man who suddenly appeared looks at his hand, and then at the corpse on the ground. How? How did he die? I just gently knocked him. With that amount of force, an ordinary person would at most be knocked out. How did he die? Chunshur swallows hard. This time, he's not even pretending anymore, right? You're even unwilling to wait for nightfall. As the sunset fades, the whole world seems to turn blood red at this moment. Tentacles kept gathering and finally formed a human shape. The number of these creatures had doubled, now totaling over 60. If they suddenly exploded, the number would be even more overwhelming. If it were just that, it wouldn't be a big deal. Along the way, he studied how to fight without using the red egg. But what was that thing ahead? It was about 10 meters tall, a twisted, swollen mass of flesh. Its muscles kept writhing. There was no skin, only exposed, bright red muscle fibers. On its body, there were irregularly shaped, cloudy gray-yellow eyes. Its lower half had several thick, fleshy limbs that looked like legs or tentacles, leaving behind sticky, foul-smelling slime on the ground. It had a large vertical mouth on its chest, with spiral-shaped flesh teeth around the edge. Inside, fragments of bones kept growing. Its strength was unknown, but it was definitely disgusting. They were getting closer. Dawn looked at Mefield and quickly said, "Miss Mefield, please handle that big guy in front of us first. I need to gather some information." Mefield placed her hands in front of her stomach and slightly bowed. "Leave it to me, Mr. Chintzy." The temperature around them started to rise rapidly. Inside the carriage, Anastasia clenched the edge of the blanket tightly, trying to suppress her nausea. The smell of rotten internal organs mixed with a strange, sweet, and sour odor seeped in, even through the carriage, making her dizzy. Chintzy's figure disappeared into the shadows in just a few moments. The slow-moving, twisted mass of blood and flesh ahead suddenly sped up with a loud crash. Several eyes embedded on its surface turned sharply toward the mercenaries guarding the carriage. "Protect the young lady," Captain Buck shouted, his voice trembling from trying to suppress his fear. The mercenaries formed a line behind the carriage, their weapons trembling slightly as they pointed at the disgusting giant creature. He regretted it, really regretted it. Why did he get involved in this mess? Was this what a young lady from a big family had to face every day? This was even worse than being a mercenary. Should they run? No way. Staying here now, relying on the two strong allies, was their only hope. If they run away, the Clark family's anger would definitely make them wish they were never born. At that moment, a bright red figure tore through the heavy air. Mefield had already rushed out as the morning light disappeared, with a clear goal, that huge, fleshy mountain. She moved very fast. Her arms suddenly grew larger, covered in red dragon scales, and a hot, smoky breath rose like white mist. The long, vertical mouth on the fleshy mountain suddenly opened wide, with spiral-shaped teeth grinding together, making a deep, almost silent hum that made everyone feel uneasy and their limbs slightly weak. Buck saw a blur in front of his eyes and reacted a little late. It seemed like a whisper was echoing in his mind. Mefield's eyes were sharp and unaffected. When she was still a few meters from the fleshy mountain, she suddenly pushed off the ground and leapt up, her dragon claw clenched into a fist, burning with golden-red flames. And with a piercing scream that tore through the air, she struck the mountain's relatively weak head area. Splash! Her fist sank deep into the churning flesh, and thick, milky pus splattered from the wound. But the wound was quickly filled and covered by new flesh growing at an incredible speed. Again like this. Now, Mefield really hated the regenerative ability. The mountain was hit with great force, but its huge body didn't even move. Suddenly, cracks appeared on its back and sides. Several tendrils, as thick as an adult's arm and covered in slimy, dark red flesh, sliced through the air in a sharp arc, fiercely striking at Mefield, who was floating in midair without any support. The tips even had bone-like hooks. Mefield's pupils shrank, and her dragon arm blocked the attack. Bang! A heavy impact sounded, and she was knocked sideways, landing with a deep gouge in the ground. The dragon scales on her arm sparkled, leaving white scars and sticky stains. A numb feeling spread from the contact point, but it wasn't very strong. Mefield stood up, holding her arm that was blocking her front. Her dragon eyes seemed to burn with flames. A strange humming sound rang out again, and the mercenaries behind her were almost out of strength to hold their weapons. The giant mouth on the fleshy mountain's chest opened again. This time, a ball-sized, yellow-green, sticky flesh mass was violently ejected, aimed directly at Mayfield, who had just stabilized herself. Mayfield quickly dodged and retreated. The meat splattered onto the ground where she had just stood, instantly corroding the muddy surface and creating a shallow pit emitting a strong, foul smoke. The weeds at the edge blackened and withered immediately. As Mayfield dodged the spray of corrosive liquid, muscles around the wound on the meat mountain's surface twitched strangely. More than a dozen small, blood-red, slimy maggots spilled out of the wound, dropping to the ground with a plop. They made tiny squeaking sounds, wriggled, and opened their sharp-toothed mouths, crawling purposefully toward the nearest mercenaries and the wagon. Damn, what kind of thing is that? A nearby mercenary looked terrified at the rapidly crawling maggots under his feet and tried to stomp on them. Be careful, Bark shouted, pulling him back with a quick grab. Bang! The maggot burst open, splattering slime onto the armor with a sizzling sound. Just keep them away from the wagon, everyone. Damn! Bone spines growing from the blood and flesh rained down toward them. Several mercenaries with large shields stepped forward to block all the attacks. The force was so strong they had to retreat. On the other side, a flash of sword light exploded among dozens of tentacle-shaped figures. Chunshur moved so fast, she was just a blur. Her agility reached its peak, 24 points. No, with the witch girl included, it should be 25 points. She didn't bother aiming for vital spots. Previous battles proved that physical slashes had little effect on the tiny tentacle clusters. There were no vital points. She never intended to kill them outright. The Death's Blade transformed into a cold, silver storm. Swish, swish, swish. A series of rapid, dense cuts. The dark red tentacles snapped and splattered. The severed limbs twitched wildly on the ground, trying to regenerate and reconnect. Faster, even faster. The sword was too quick and too dense. One monster's arm was cut off at the shoulder. Before it hit the ground, her second and third strikes arrived, tearing the arm into several pieces. Another monster tried to retaliate with twisted limbs, but Chunshur appeared like a ghost beside it. Her blade flashed, and both its legs were cut off at the knees. She raised her gun, aiming at a piece of meat. Bang! That piece of meat turned into flying ash. Inside the magazine, there are bullets of purple quality. Red and gold bullets should be saved for later. So, how should these guys be handled? It's simple. Cut them into small pieces, and the purple bullets are enough to deal with them. Task trigger. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Task description. Since you're here, let's bury them. Kill all the incoming flesh tentacles and the mother nest of maggots. Reward. Only for the host's golden quality weapon. Wow, that's impressive. You understand now. Holding the blade of destiny in reverse grip, I don't need to tell you. I will leave all of them behind. If I don't leave some, I can't leave it all. He's been watching the battlefield at Mayfield. The large-scale reduction of red bullets has limited their effectiveness, and regeneration also restricts both himself and Mayfield. This time, they even included himself in the plan. Inside the carriage, Anastasia's face is turning paler. The constant low-frequency buzzing of the maggot nest feels like a giant hammer pounding her soul. She feels dizzy and nauseous, with each wave worse than the last. The girl covers her head. So noisy, stop talking. The smell of decay, rotten sweetness, and blood grows stronger. Bach also feels his strength and reactions fading. He bites his tongue hard, the sharp pain bringing a bit of clarity. Hold on. Don't let those trash break through the defenses. He swings his war hammer, smashing a meat maggot trying to squeeze through a gap in the defenses. With a splat, mucus splashes everywhere. Mayfield dodges another thick tentacle sweeping across. She glances at the battlefield over by Dawn. Dawn is fighting alone against dozens of tentacle monsters, even killing several. Why don't those creatures split? When they split, Dawn immediately uses golden bullets to blast them. One shot, one group dead. Mayfield's inner anxiety is rising. Boom, boom, boom. The burning dragon fist repeatedly hits different parts of the meat mountain. The torso, shoulders, a supporting fleshy limb. Each hit bursts a large chunk of blood and flesh, which regenerates in seconds, accompanied by dozens of new maggots falling. Bone spikes keep shooting out, forcing Mayfield to move. She keeps the corrosive liquid spray within a safe distance. The knife in her hand is getting faster, but the situation remains unclear. He is holding back and fighting, but it will take a little more time to defeat him completely. Meanwhile, Meffield is also being pressured, but he won't collapse in the short term. The problem appears on the mercenaries' side. They can't deal with the falling maggots. The number of maggots has become quite terrifying. I really can't believe it. I fire a red bullet at the disgusting white ocean. Silent hunt, triggering an attack. Bang. Just one shot creates a vacuum zone. I turn my head to avoid the tentacle monster behind me. No, it should be the tentacles of the flesh beast. The one fighting me must be the flesh beast, otherwise, how could it be called a maggot nest? One red bullet didn't change the situation. Everything is heading toward an irreversible outcome. I turn around, and the blade of destiny swings wildly, turning into hundreds of pieces. A golden bullet is loaded into the gun, and with a bang, a large amount of flesh evaporates. Power, strength, there's no more power. Wait a moment. I quickly step back. Silent spell, I open the system, and at this moment, the demon which is lying leisurely in the pet space. Its level has also increased to level 2. Come out and help, demon witch. No matter how weak it is, it should be stronger than those mercenaries. Bang! The half-meter-tall demon which falls to the ground, looking at Chintzy with a cute expression. Although that word might not be quite right, it really gives a cute feeling. The next second, Chintzy feels a wave of joy emanating from the demon witch. Chintzy looks at the demon witch in confusion. Hungry? Food. What does that mean? Can I? The demon witch, having received its master's approval, immediately moves its 4 sturdy legs and charges toward the flesh beast. Then, it gets whipped on the body. Chintzy is about to go rescue, but the person stays in place. For facial armor plates open, the mouth armor also opens, and it bites the tentacle that was just whipped. The slender tentacle is quickly swallowed by the demon witch, like a noodle. Chintzy feels the emotions from the demon witch, eating delicious meat. Most of all, I love my owner the most. What is that? Careful. A new monster, the sudden appearance of the demon which made everyone's already tense nerves tighten even more. Meffield was blocking a giant limb sweeping toward the mother nest. She caught a glimpse of this scene, and her red dragon eyes suddenly sharpened like a blade, almost abandoning her hold to rush over. Because, in her view, her side was still okay, but Chintzy's side was already close to breaking down. Now, with this strange new monster appearing, if Chintzy's line collapses again, it will be a total defeat. Don't touch it. It's my pet. Chintzy's voice rang out just in time. Meffield froze for a moment. You call this thing a pet? From its appearance, the demon witch definitely doesn't look like a pet. The battlefield isn't a playground. In that moment of distraction, a flesh whip with wind sound struck toward her head. Bang! A shot hit it. Although it was a purple quality attack, it was just a tentacle, so one shot was enough to break it. Quickly reloading, she asked, "What are you doing?" Sorry. Meffield's voice carried a hint of guilt. Chintzy was fighting so hard, and what was she doing? Standing there distracted on a life-and-death battlefield? Shame and anger burned through the maid's mind. Demon witch, go deal with those maggots. I've got this under control. Chintzy charged again toward the flesh tentacles. Honestly, she just couldn't understand. What's the grudge? Why must you capture Anastasia? Did Anastasia kill your old friend Foam? Or did she pretend to be your horse and block the bridge? The demon witch blinked, turned her steps, and looked at the sea of white bugs. Her eyes lit up in an instant. Don't ask how her face, covered by shell armor, could be seen clearly, just, it's a feeling, a connection, understanding between hearts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Her steps almost flew. All the mercenaries saw this and quickly dodged. Although the demon, which didn't look very big, her appearance was quite terrifying. Faced with several maggots crawling to his feet, the fierce mouth parts suddenly opened wide, revealing sharp mandibles made of chitin, which precisely clamped onto one maggot. Pop! A harsh chewing sound rang out. The struggling maggot was instantly bitten in half and crushed. The corrosive liquid inside was drunk like a beverage, and the flexible outer shell was eaten away in a few bites. Delicious. One bite at a time, so tasty. Bouncy and yummy. You should try it too. He waved his pincers and shoved them into his mouth. With a whirlwind of chopsticks and a scoop, he stuffed large mouthfuls inside. Shinchi glanced sideways. This script doesn't seem right, does it? For sturdy legs moved with speed that didn't match their heavy appearance, like an efficient weed cutter rushing into the writhing white tide. His head armor fully opened, mouthparts opening and closing wildly. Each bite precisely caught one or even two maggots. The crunching sound was continuous and incredibly fast. The crushed maggots couldn't even burst open their corrosive fluids before being completely ground and swallowed by those powerful mandibles. Several maggots burst open, releasing corrosive liquid onto their bodies. But after a burst of white smoke, nothing happened. The mercenaries froze, their weapons held midair. Bark opened his mouth, watching that ugly armored monster sweep through the deadly white tide beneath their feet with such brutal efficiency. One maggot tried to bypass it and crawl toward the wagon wheel, but the demon, which didn't even need to turn around. Her pincers snapped out like springs, smashing it into a puddle of goo on the ground. I call out Sadra. When did it arrive? Just eat and drink, no money? I'll buy on credit. Mice, I'm still happily eating. Huh, what's going on? Listening to the feedback from the demon witch in his mind, he wondered, who taught you that? The pet hatched by the host is truly connected to the host's soul, so some memories are shared. Huh, wait, what do you mean I hatched it? That sounds ambiguous. His command blade flashed in a continuous light. He raised his gun, bang. Once again, a piece of flesh and blood disappeared completely. Master, I will try my best to eat well and work hard to become more adorable for you. Shut up! A twitch flickered at the corner of my mouth. Isn't it strange that you didn't look at the most important things in my memory? Why did you look at some other things? I tiptoed back into the darkness. The Meffield front line held steady. After the addition of the demon witch, the mercenaries' side also barely stabilized. But on my side, the pressure increased sharply. Although I had already killed many, the number kept growing. Dozens of dark red tentacles tried to wrap around me. Qingxi used her agility to the fullest. Every dodge was just barely avoiding being caught. The blade of the Fate sword flashed so densely that it formed a silver curtain, constantly cutting and smashing the approaching tentacles. The dagger attack is a risky move. You have to stay close to cause the most damage. Whoosh! The blade flashed, and one of the tentacles with fleshy tendrils was cut off at the root. The broken pieces still twisted in the air. Qingxi raised her M24 rifle, aiming the barrel almost at the largest piece of flesh. Bang! Her figure disappeared into the darkness again, her mind calm and unhurried. Before her strength fully soared, she had waited in one place for 3 days, or even longer. What does this matter? Qingxi truly demonstrated what an assassin should do, moving, slicing, and shooting through the gaps between enemies. Each strike forced the fleshy tendrils to split into more parts, and each precise shot eliminated large fragments that couldn't regenerate quickly after being cut. The number of tendrils increased, but overall threat was gradually weakened by Qingxi's tactic of breaking into pieces and defeating one by one. Even as the number grew, it couldn't save the collapsing situation. The sun finally set completely, plunging the world into darkness. Dodging several strikes sideways, Qingxi's cold gaze beneath her hood. Now, she was in her perfect form. Darkness, for her, meant safety. Her sudden disappearance in the dark made it impossible for anyone to know where she would appear next. Meffield faced the greatest pressure. She was alone, confronting the massive flesh mountain of the Maggot Queen's nest. The dragon fist repeatedly struck the opponent's torso, supporting leg, or eyes, causing large, foul-smelling chunks of flesh and pus to explode. However, the mother nest's healing ability was too terrifying. Wounds healed visibly in seconds, while new maggots kept falling. Close combat, ranged attacks, summoning, and control. If only her stats were higher, she would be a perfect monster. Charging up, she threw a punch. Boom. Mefield's uppercut hit the mother nest's chest, or where the chest should be, at the center. This time, the mother nest's weak point was not a point but a surface. The huge nest was actually pushed back several meters. Although it was only a few meters, it was 10 meters tall. Seizing the moment, Mefield's sharp gaze swept across the battlefield. The mercenary line barely held under the relentless assault and focused defense of the witch and her team. Everyone was injured, and their condition was poor, but the cart was temporarily safe. On the Dawn's side, they kept disappearing and reappearing like ghosts. Sword flashes and the loud clang of weapons filled the air, and more blackened debris piled up on the ground. The battle was on the brink of collapse, but it held steady. However, this stability was achieved through her and Dawn's dance on the edge of danger. One mistake, and it would be over. If either side's line broke, total collapse would follow. Mayfield took a deep breath of hot, murky air, suppressing the numbness from her dragon arm. She knew that if they kept fighting, they would definitely lose. Right now, the mother nest's regeneration seemed endless, and the number of flesh tendrils was slowly increasing. The mercenaries and she would eventually run out of strength. They had to break the deadlock. It seems there are no new updates. Mayfield shivered. She hadn't noticed when Dawn appeared beside her. Dawn looked at the maggot nest with a blank expression. She had finished gathering intelligence. The mother nest's abilities, bone spikes, tentacle strikes, a humming that can disorient the mind, summoning maggots, spraying corrosive liquid, and super-fast regeneration. That's all. Good news, she understood the enemy's abilities, so she could act as an intelligence scout. Bad news, she couldn't win. Damn it, they were really holding themselves back to the limit. Haha, I can't win. I am completely unable to defeat them. It's not about physical strength, it's about restraint, you understand. This is like Lan's friend facing Pangu, or Sister Zhang dealing with the dog squad, feeling helpless. With their build, even shooting all the red and gold bullets can't kill them. Bad news, they also know our intelligence. Bad news, they chose their hero based on what they learned. No matter how rich my inner thoughts are, I still show no emotion. Pull the hood down a little, a man should always look handsome. Miss Maid, I'll hold back this big guy. You and the mercenaries take Annette away, and you, Mayfield almost asked instinctively. Morning Light didn't answer her, but said to herself, Miss Maid, do you know who I hate the most? After you leave and it's safe, I might have a chance to escape. But you insist on staying, talking about sharing life and death. Mayfield's face puffed up. You've blocked what I wanted to say. Morning Light took a deep breath, pulled down the hood. Once you take the money, you have to do the job. She loaded the gold bullets into the gun, and a self-destructing reconnaissance spider appeared in the darkness. Let it follow you. When you're safe, I will withdraw. Please. Be careful. Mayfield bowed deeply to Morning Light. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions lit up the sky. The hidden self-destructing spider finally worked. Flames engulfed all the flesh tendrils, and the devil, which watched happily. Hey, there's barbecue. Old foodie. She tore off her black robe, and her gear changed. Respect. Defense attack. At points. Morning Light moved toward the writhing ant nest in the firelight. Teammates are in a tough spot. So does invisibility come with a tough spot buff? Really annoying. Annette stared blankly at Morning Light in the firelight, as if everything in the world had faded away. Bang, bang, bang. The M24 kept firing, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Morning Light's lips curled slightly. I can't take it anymore. How can my buddy be so cool? Oh no, I just remembered all the old fantasies I used to have. I glanced at the moving vehicle ahead. The truck. Truck. As the name suggests, it's a vehicle from the world of Buck, because Anastasia's horse has already died. Anastasia. My friend just wanted to look cool, not really to die. Chintzy turned his head and looked at the nearby motherworm nest. So, run a little faster. Chintzy's black cloak was swept into the fire by the wind and instantly turned to ashes. He stepped forward toward the motherworm nest, crushing a piece of charred flesh with his boot. 26 self-destructing reconnaissance spiders exploded at the same time, and their power was quite impressive. He flicked a finger at his waist, and a prepared magazine slid into his hand. This 5-round magazine was loaded entirely with red bullets. In the distance, Buck and the mercenaries were desperately pulling the cart. Without horses, the cart dragged deep grooves in the muddy ground. Mayfield pushed from the back of the wagon. Anastasia's pale face looked through the window toward Chintzy. The motherworm nest seemed angered by the burning, self-destructing spiders, and a dozen gray-yellow eyes turned sharply toward Chintzy. It suddenly opened its huge mouth on its chest, and a silent hum spread again. But this time, it was too close. There was no way to dodge, and honestly, Chintzy didn't even try to. What are you calling me? Boom, A red beam of light shot straight through its body, piercing through its mouth. But next, many tentacles shot out, grabbing a bunch of struggling worms, then stuffing them into its mouth. Disgusting green slime slid down its big mouth, and the injuries on its body healed visibly fast. Chensi was stunned. Dude, what kind of homemade operation is this? The Witch of the Devil was also stunned. No, wait, even the little trash mouse is fighting to eat. Is there any hope for the mouse? Several thick tentacles covered in slime tore through the air. He raised his left arm, and a green quality tower shield appeared out of nowhere, smashing deep into the mud. Bang, bang, bang. The tentacles struck the shield directly. The tower shield emitted a harsh metallic twisting sound, with its surface dented instantly and cracks spreading like a spider web around the edges. A great force pushed Dawn back half a meter, causing her boots to carve 2 deep grooves in the muddy ground. Her arms were trembling a little. Before, I had no idea how strong Meffield was. Now I do. The mother nest retracted its tendrils, exposing a brief moment before its next attack. Dawn suddenly threw away her shield with her left hand, while her right hand raised the M24 rifle almost at the same time. The gun's barrel was not aimed at the eyeball or the giant mouth, but at the thickest part of the mother nest's supporting limb. A red stream tore through the air, and the flesh disappeared instantly. Along with the surrounding writhing muscles and the exposed white bones, it vanished into nothingness. This shot directly cut off 3 supporting tendrils. The worm-like mother nest's massive body shook violently for the first time, losing its support point and emitting a buzzing sound. Its huge body tilted toward the damaged limb. Even at this moment, there was no sign of panic in its enormous eye. Taking advantage of this rare imbalance, Dawn quickly retreated like an arrow shot from a bow. The enemy was off balance. Unfortunately, I can't give it 2 red envelopes, or I would have triggered my passive skill and sent 2 red envelopes to its face. He was responsible for distracting the worm-like mother nest, while the witch was in charge of the flesh tendrils and the worms. At this moment, the witch was deeply surrounded by the flesh tendrils. Its 2 large pincers spun like a whirlwind, each opening and closing precisely to clamp a dark red tendril, while its mouth parts, full of sharp teeth, frantically tore. Dark red, sticky liquid covered its deep blue shell. Having hatched only a few hours ago, after devouring many tendrils and the remains of burnt, bloody flesh, its body had swollen to nearly a meter long. The shell's color changed from light blue to a dark, dull iron hue, shining with a metallic luster under the firelight. Its 4 crab-like legs remained steady in the muddy ground, and their strength visibly increased. It was just a small baby, and babies grow very quickly. Fighting the tendrils and worms with the witch was just like facing the worm-like mother nest with Dawn, completely helpless. Corrosive liquids? They were immune. Exploding tendrils invading? No effect. The eyes couldn't see through, and as for the mouth. Kids, the food just runs straight into my stomach. No need to mention the beating. Just deal with my very thick shell. As I kept eating, the witch's body grew larger and larger. The bigger she got, the faster she ate. The faster she ate, the bigger she became. Charge! Charge! Go! Her body suddenly sped up, and with a dull crashing sound, several smaller tentacle creatures were crushed directly, bursting with thick juice. A few slightly larger ones were knocked over and wobbling. The enemies lost their balance. Time to eat. Dodge. Dodge wildly. I reset my points, putting all my attribute points into speed. Back to my previous setup, I performed worse against the Worm Queen's nest than Meffield. Her spiked tentacle strikes and all her wide area attacks kept me at bay. I leaned against a half-burned tree trunk, chest heaving heavily, each breath pulling at the sharp pain in my left arm. In the top left corner of my view, below the HP bar, a small cracked bone icon appeared. This wasn't the damage from the last attack. It was from a hit I took after failing to dodge during an attack, when I was whipped and sent flying. My focus shifted back to the Worm Queen's nest. The massive body of the nest was writhing, blood and flesh around it flowing and piling up as if alive, quickly repairing the terrifying gap. I had no more tricks left, truly no options. My red bullets were used up, and the golden bullets were almost gone. But I hadn't caused any real damage to the nest. Energy conservation law was crying. Damn it. It was still producing worms nonstop. My view followed the reconnaissance spider near the cart. Under Mefield's strong push and the mercenaries' desperate efforts, the cart finally left the most dangerous area. The wheels spun rapidly, pulling the cart forward. Mefield was leading, and all the mercenaries were running wildly behind. Just then, the worm nest seemed to regain some strength. Its murky eye on the surface suddenly turned sharply toward the moving cart in the distance. It seemed to realize its most important prey was escaping. The giant mouth on the nest's chest opened again, this time not silent. A foul stench of rotten flesh, mixed with bits of internal organs and yellow-green sticky liquid, shot out like a high-pressure water jet, targeting the top of the moving cart hundreds of meters away. The smell of corrosion and decay even reaches from so far away. No, not captured alive. From earlier, it's clear that the enemies behind this attack wanted to capture Anastasia alive, but now they are clearly using deadly force. Gunfire, bang, bang, bang. 3 shots. Purple bullets successfully block the attack, but Dawn watches as the rapidly enlarging flesh tentacles come into view. Oh no, we're in trouble. Bang. Dawn feels the whole world spinning. He is thrown backward. Even with rocks and dirt absorbing most of the impact, the tentacles still hit him hard. Ugh. He coughs up blood uncontrollably, and his vision turns red instantly. Even though he's wearing purple quality armor, such powerful attacks still make his health drop quickly. His health bar visibly drops into the yellow danger zone. His health continues to slowly decrease, and his status bar shows icons for moderate shock and internal bleeding. The sky is covered with dense bone spikes, and dozens of tentacles block all escape routes. This really feels like being spun around by a top. Dawn shows a smile, his teeth stained red with blood. Kid, you've been played like a dog, you know that? 4 self-destruct reconnaissance spiders suddenly crawl out from underground, surrounding him in the middle. He struggles to stand up, then, stand at attention. Salute. Boom. Dawn disappears in the explosion, along with the demon who has completely devoured the flesh. Anastasia bites her lip, trying not to let tears fall. A strange feeling fills her heart. Is that hatred? Or anger at her own helplessness? The explosion ends, and the sounds of battle are gone. Everyone knows Dawn cannot defeat it. So, everyone already knows what will happen to Dawn next. Mayfield tries hard not to look back, but she stops. She looks at Buck. Take the young lady and go. Mr. Dawn has done his best. I cannot let Mr. Chintzy's efforts go to waste. Chintzy, in my eyes, he is just like you, another child who needs care. If he were alone, he would be afraid. Mayfield looked at Anastasia inside the carriage and finally bowed politely like a maid. Miss, if I take you away, we will eventually be caught. So I will try to stop them, hoping for a chance to meet you again. After speaking, she turned to Buck. Now, I leave it to you, Mr. Buck. If you can survive and bring the young lady back, the Clare family will reward you. She turned around, and her fair arm once again shimmered with dragon scales, her eyes filled with determination and killing intent. What are you doing? Why don't you leave? Chintzy, dressed in tattered clothes, looked at the scene before him and felt his blood pressure rising. My friends are risking their lives to buy you time, and you just stop and chat? Do I need to cook a couple of dishes for you and have a drink? Hey, Chintzy, wait a moment. Mayfield stared blankly at Chintzy, who suddenly jumped out from the nearby bushes. Wait, what do you mean wait? Run first. Okay. The legendary sword shattered, and the gods apologized. Just kidding. In that situation, the legendary sword couldn't save anyone. Even trying to buy just one more second was useless. So, Lena, whatever you want to say, tell it to my sister Lena's resurrection spell. After resurrection, her condition is restored to the best. Feel despair. This is Lena's power, SSR power. Run away, everyone. On the muddy road, wheels rolled over water, splashing mud everywhere. Chintzy used binoculars to observe the slowly approaching swarm of maggots. He followed behind the carriage, keeping a hidden distance at all times. Mayfield led the way ahead, her dragon-formed arms smashing obstacles with a punch. Buck and the remaining mercenaries pushed the heavy cart, panting with relief and joy at surviving. They no longer had any high hopes. Just being alive and returning was enough. The Witch of the Devil moved quickly around them, her 4 sturdy legs pounding the ground. Her deep iron-colored shell looked especially dark in the rainy weather. Its mouthparts open and close, making a soft clicking sound. It occasionally lunges back to chase after the maggots feeding on it. Since swallowing a large amount of flesh and maggots, its size has clearly increased, and its movements have become much faster. The maggots that fell from the maggot nest haven't had time to grow large before being swept away by its whirlwind, becoming nutrients for its growth. This thing really helps a lot. Bark gasped for breath and couldn't help but glance at the demon, which with a complicated look. He was somewhat suspicious that this creature alone, a beast, could wipe out their enemies. Move quickly, don't stop. Meffield looked back at Bark, who was pulling the cart. Bark wanted to complain, but after thinking carefully, he decided against it. He wasn't a fool who relied only on muscles instead of brains. He couldn't do the work of the Dawn that was sniping the meat mountain behind them. He also couldn't do the work of Meffield, who directly punched away the trees blocking the road ahead. Forget it, everyone. Pull the cart. They had left the trade road and entered the forest. The flesh and maggots now served as food for the demon witch. The forest terrain could effectively slow down the movement of the maggot nest. Inside the wagon, Anastasia tightly clutched the blanket, scared. She was afraid. The scene from before replayed in her mind, and this time, Dawn wouldn't suddenly appear again like it did then. Every bump made her heart beat faster. Mr. Dawn. She secretly peeked at the corner of the curtain, searching for that familiar figure. Seeing him still walking beside her, his cloak slightly torn but his step steady, her unease eased a little. The smile on her face disappeared, and her innocence and pride faded somewhat. She had grown through this crisis. Dawn looked up at the weather. When attacked, it tends to rain. He had good reason to suspect that this cult had captured a Gakoga. So, I have even more reason to believe that this cult is the Water Fleet. And I have even more reason to suspect that this is the Pokemon world. Her mouth twitched twice. At this moment, she wondered why she was still thinking about such things. Feeling like she had put some distance between them, her tense nerves seemed to relax a little. Buck wiped the rain and sweat from his face. He was about to tell everyone to try harder, but suddenly, deep in the forest ahead, the ground suddenly bucked up. Dirt and broken roots were pushed aside by a fierce force. Along with the painful tearing of muscles and the grinding of bones, a large, swollen shape tore through the rain and appeared right in front of the road. It slowly opened a spiral-shaped mouth on its chest, making a deep, humming sound that was silent but heavy in the heart. This is the second mother nest of maggots. Morning Light smiled. He wondered how the cult managed to find their exact location. After all this time, they didn't even know. They had set ambushes on both main paths. I'm not laughing. Haha. I'm laughing at how ignorant the cult is. There's already a maggot nest behind us that we can't handle. If we set more traps ahead, we will definitely lose. I didn't say that. Despair gripped everyone's hearts. Of course, except for Morning Light. Buck's face instantly turned pale, and his legs trembled. Meffield's pupils shrank suddenly. His dragon arm trembled slightly. He was also tired. Morning Light sighed. Honestly, this is a bit troublesome. The demon witch sensed the threat and immediately stopped chasing the scattered meat maggots. Her forelegs were firmly planted on the ground, and her faceplate opened. Her yellow compound eyes locked onto the huge new creature, emitting a low, hissing cry. Hold tight, dinner time is here. Morning Light could feel its excitement. Could this thing actually want to eat the big one? Stop joking. This creature's attack power is far beyond those useless meat tendrils. Get ready to fight. Meffield's voice was also angry. They had been entangled endlessly. Without hesitation, she stepped forward again, ready to face this terrifying interceptor once more. The mercenaries raised their weapons in despair, knowing they were outmatched, but still had to block. At this moment, their eyes burned with anger. If they had been defeated from the start, they would only feel hopeless. They kept chasing and chasing. With Morning Light and Meffield there, they felt a glimmer of resistance inside. Faced with death, either we are cowardly or completely crazy. We just want to live, and you won't let us. So, even in death, we will bite off a piece of flesh. At this critical moment, hiss, hiss, hiss. Several sharp, tearing sounds cut through the rain. A few energy arrows wrapped in blue lightning suddenly appeared, precisely pinning the support limbs of the second worm mother nest just as it was starting to stand. The arrows sank into the flesh, and the fierce blue lightning exploded violently. Crack! A chilling electric burn sound filled the air, along with a strong smell of burning flesh. The massive limbs hit by the arrows twitched violently, with large patches of muscle fibers blackening and smoking. The mother nest, about to strike, suddenly jerked, losing balance, and fell heavily into the muddy ground, splashing muddy water everywhere. Everyone was stunned. Even Chintzy was stunned. What? When did the cat of murder arrive? Then, figures moved swiftly from the dense forest on both sides of the road. More than 10 figures appeared silently, moving quickly and skillfully, quickly forming a semicircle around the second worm mother nest. They wore different clothes, but all bore the same badge, a silver ring of thorns surrounding a shield. The Clark family. But Chintzy didn't recognize them and instinctively raised his gun. However, Mayfield pressed his hand down. It's okay, Mr. Chintzy, this is support. Leading them was a tall, nearly 3-meter-tall blue-skinned orc warrior. He wore loose cloth clothing, and his exposed muscles showed how strong he was. He carried a fierce-looking giant warhammer, with blue lightning still flickering on the head. In his other hand, he held a bow. Chintzy blinked in surprise. Was that him who just attacked? He grinned, showing white teeth, and said loudly, "Miss Mayfield." Finally caught up. This broken road almost delayed everything. Mayfield's shoulders relaxed instantly, and the dragon scales on his arms slowly faded. "Harg's captain." Her voice was full of genuine surprise and relief. Known as Haggis, the strong man of the ghost tribe, glanced over the scene. When he saw the morning light and the fierce-looking demon which beside him, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Is this the young man praised highly by Mayfield? He looked so young. But soon, his gaze shifted to the mother nest struggling to get up, and his expression turned fierce. "TCH, more rotten meat again. Brothers, let's get to work. Follow me, break it apart." The mage is ready to finish it off. As he spoke, several figures in robes quickly raised their staffs. They chanted, and complex magic circles flashed in the air. Several invisible shackles instantly wrapped around the large body of the worm mother nest. No matter how it struggled or twisted, it couldn't move at all. A few human adventurers wielding long swords rushed forward with Haggis, swinging their swords, quickly dismantling the worm mother nest. Watching everything before him, Chintzy thought, these people are quite strong. They are similar to Mayfield, or maybe even a bit stronger. Is this the strength of a big family? It's enough to make you cry out in fear. The captain has this level of strength. It seems I still need to work hard. He waved to the demon witch. Come back. The demon witch, who was eyeing the newly appeared feast and about to make a move, looked longingly at Chintzy when she heard her master call. "Master, Wadashi, tummy is hungry." Chintzy tried to keep a neutral expression. The word itself was already disgusting enough, and it was spoken by the demon witch. "Oh, I feel a bit like vomiting." "Master, you don't love me anymore. Meow, sad meow." "Shut up." Baku and the mercenaries completely lost their strength. They plopped down into the muddy water, gasping heavily, staring blankly at this overwhelming scene. Is this what a big family is? Monsters that are difficult to fight even with their lives. And yet these people seem so helpless in front of them? The strong contrast made their hearts feel complicated. They don't have Chintzy's strength, nor his mindset. Mayfield quickly walked to the carriage and softly said, "Miss, the family members have arrived. We are safe." Anastasia pushed open the carriage door. Her face was still pale, but her eyes were much calmer. She looked at the fierce battle ahead, and then at Chintzy standing silently in the rain. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she just nodded gently. Her gaze stayed on Chintzy and refused to move away. Chintzy naturally sensed this, but, "Girl, your feelings are fake. We haven't built any emotional connection, and you want to show me a special scene? That's not right. At least, there should be a few dialogue boxes. I need to guide you a little." Hagriz's side is fighting very efficiently. Soon, the large body of the second giant grub nest was disassembled into dozens of pieces, and they all retreated at the same time. The mage's chant reached its final stage, with many complicated magic circles appearing in the sky. Chintzy looked up, forming fireballs. ice spears, and light cones. Wow! Boom, 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 boom. The firepower was overwhelming. The demon witch watched this with a look of pain, as if she was upset about wasting resources. She shouted, "Eat it! Eat it!" Hagrid slung his weapon on his back and looked at Mephield. "Mephield, take the young lady and leave first. My brothers and I will handle that other one in the back." After speaking, he turned to a few team members. "Carls, Musson, Fairs, you three come with me." Chintzy watched as the group hurriedly left. "So does that mean my task is done? The boss didn't fall, so it shouldn't count as a failure, right?" Half an hour later. Task: accept what comes, then make peace completed. When Hagrid and his team returned, the rain had lessened. Chintzy looked at everything in front of her. So, does this cult really control Gioka? The prison was in ruins. Even they could be controlled by the cult. Not surprising. After all, they could be lifted by a fishing rod. The second giant grub nest, along with the first one that was chasing, had been turned into carbonized fragments by the precise strikes of the Clare family elite squad. Several guards from the Clare family were efficiently checking the condition of the carriage and reorganizing some necessary supplies. Hags, a nearly 3-meter-tall ghostly creature, stood out among the crowd. He was quietly talking with Mephield, occasionally glancing at Chintzy and the dark iron-colored shell creature at his feet, which was focused on chewing a piece of burnt meat. That creature was the witch demon. If the young boy really was as fierce as Mephield described, he was truly formidable. "Mr. Chintzy," Anastasia's voice came from inside the carriage, with a hint of nervousness that was hard to notice. She tried to keep her face calm. She pushed open the door, wrapped herself tighter in a thick blanket, and her eyes crossed Mephield to focus directly on Chintzy. "Please, get on the carriage. You've worked hard." Chintzy was lowering his head, wiping the dirt and sticky liquid off the Sword of Fate with a relatively clean cloth. Hearing this, he paused for a moment, but didn't look up or change his tone. "No need. I am on guard outside." What, still coming? If the girl was truly mature and sensible, he would like her appearance and be willing to get close. But Anastasia was not. "That's not good, Mr. Chintzy." Mephield turned around, her face returning to her usual smile. Her voice was lighter than usual, with a rare teasing tone. She looked at Chintzy with gentle eyes, her hands elegantly folded in front of her stomach. "The employer herself invited you. As an adventurer hired for this task, you should listen to your employer, right? That's basic professionalism." She deliberately emphasized the words, "listen well," with a gentle smile. Chintzy stopped wiping his dagger. "You're causing trouble again." He could clearly hear the joking tone in Mefield's words. Anastasia didn't understand what she meant. Could she not understand what she was talking about after all their conversations? He glanced at Mefield's mischievous smile, and then at Anastasia's pale face, full of nervous anticipation inside the carriage. "This was your own choice, so don't blame me." After continuous fierce battles, especially when enduring the attack of the mother nest of maggots at the last moment, he relied on Lena's resurrection spell to recover, but the mental toll was real. When he finally relaxed, every part of his body was sending a clear signal. "Tired. Okay." Chintzy put away the dagger and slowly walked toward the carriage. The devil witch noticed her master's movement, looked at the remaining barbecue and cold meat on the ground, and after thinking for a moment, she made her choice. First, eat. Anyway, the master wouldn't run away. The space inside the carriage was smaller than Chintzy expected. Luxurious velvet cushions, delicate wooden walls, and a faint scent still lingered in the air, belonging to Anastasia. She didn't know before crossing over, but girls in this world really do smell nice. The carriage's defenses were very strong. Otherwise, it wouldn't have remained intact after so many attacks. After glancing around, she closed her eyes to rest. Anastasia sat opposite him. Mephield then also got on the carriage, sitting beside Anastasia, and casually pulled the heavy blue velvet curtain to block out the damp, cold outside world and the messy scene after the battle. The wheels started rolling again, and the carriage gently shook. After a brief silence, Anastasia's gaze seemed to be pulled by an invisible string, firmly fixed on Chintzy. She hesitated for a moment, leaned slightly forward, and spoke softly, with cautious concern. "Mr. Chintzy, are your injuries okay?" "I'm sorry, I am just too weak. If I had tried harder before, maybe I could have helped you." I take on assignments seriously and will complete them properly. The employer is not obligated to intervene. Then, what about your health? Chintzy opened his eyes and looked at Anastasia. Mayfield was surprised by Chintzy's expression. She had previously seen Chintzy with a cold, emotionless face, which felt out of place. It seemed like Chintzy's expression shouldn't be like that. But now, looking at Chintzy, she could feel. He seemed to be genuinely serious. How can you say it's okay? Anastasia's voice raised slightly, with a hint of urgency she didn't even realize she had. Because she was too anxious, she didn't notice the change in Chintzy's state. You stayed behind alone to face such a guy? Now you're like this. How can you say everything is fine, Mayfield? Do we have any special recovery potions? Quickly give some to Mr. Chintzy. She turned to the maid, showing obvious favoritism that anyone with eyes could see. Miss Anastasia. Chintzy's voice made Anastasia tremble slightly. He looked at the small young lady in front of him. She looked at him with a sad expression, but Chintzy showed no sign of backing down. Do you like me? Well, I can't really say that. It's just. Your maid should have told you about the suspension bridge effect. People, after experiencing danger, fear, or a racing heartbeat, often wrongly think these physical reactions mean they have special feelings for the person they are with during the danger. Everyone likes a pretty girl. Chintzy is also an ordinary person, so naturally, he likes her. But, deceiving a young girl whose mind is not yet mature, he cannot do that. Anastasia, in front of him, is not yet mature both mentally and physically. If only one of them were mature. Especially you, Miss Anastasia, who has been protected in a safe environment since childhood and is experiencing life and death, witnessing killing and blood for the first time. In such extreme fear and despair, someone appears and saves you, protects you. You would naturally feel relief and a thrill of surviving and project those feelings onto that person. It's natural, but it doesn't mean you truly like or love them. Anastasia's face turned from pale to red, her lips trembling slightly, as if she wanted to argue. Chintzy continued, people need to have boundaries. I can be honest with you. I am also a normal man, not the pure and innocent type you might imagine. Anastasia. That's great. I like a mature, sexy figure like mine, and I also like your cute, youthful body. I'm not as perfect as you think. Well, that's actually good. Chintzy looked at Anastasia, feeling a bit overwhelmed. No, are all innocent young ladies just love-struck? The problem is, Miss Anastasia, what have you experienced? Besides your family's love and your studies as an alchemist, what else is left in your life? Do you understand how dangerous people's hearts can be? Have you experienced how hard it is to struggle for survival? Do you realize that feelings need time to settle and mutual understanding? Your mind is too simple. So simple that you can't tell whether the feelings you have now are truly genuine and lasting, or just illusions and dependence caused by escaping death and your heartbeat still racing. At this moment, Chintzy's gaze is very firm. I choose to be with someone for a lifetime. I say all this not to show off how much I've been through, but to tell you, if you really choose me, all I said will become everyday life, and your comfortable life will never be the same again. Not everything is as simple as you think. It will be very hard. What right do you have? Anastasia's voice is trembling with tears and suppressed anger, her body slightly shaking from excitement. What right do you have to say that to me? To judge my thoughts as false or just illusions? Mr. Chintzy, are you too arrogant? It's not me talking nonsense, it's you. Faced with her sharp accusations, Chintzy's expression remains unchanged, even more calm. He leans back against the train wall. So, what I said is just my judgment, based on experience and observation. Anastasia can disagree, even think I'm talking nonsense. Everyone's thoughts are independent, and that's a good thing. He looks directly into Anastasia's tearful eyes. I just suggest you give yourself some time. When you return to your familiar home, to a safe and comfortable environment, let your heartbeat settle completely and clear your mind from fear and excitement. Think carefully. After removing the illusion of being saved and the thrill of life and death, how much do you really understand about me? And how much of that? Do you truly believe in the feelings you think you have? Chintzy no longer speaks. Of course, he could take advantage of her good impression to get into the car first, develop some special relationship, and go further. Joining the Clark family's great ship, a family that can casually produce 5-figure gold coins, is something he can hardly imagine now. But that is not right. Humans should not be like that. He likes the brightness of human nature. If it weren't for the people he cares about, he would stick to his own principles. In the game, even if betrayed 1,000 times, he still chooses to believe. Even if he goes bankrupt, fights with swords, or sacrifices himself, or blocks a bridge, he would never choose to betray. A passionate heart cannot be extinguished. At that time, Hongshu had woven countless reasons in his mind, but once Hongshu spoke, all those reasons no longer mattered. He said he could do it, but really he couldn't. This is still what he believes. Some things are more important than life. The carriage fell into complete silence. Only the sound of wheels rolling over muddy roads and the gentle rain outside could be heard. Anastasia bit her lip tightly. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to cry. She stared at Chintzy, her chest rising and falling rapidly, but she couldn't say a word. Mayfield sat quietly nearby, observing everything. She slowly closed her eyes. Mr. Chintzy, he is really so handsome. The young lady is still immature in mind, but what about me? He is not used to expressing himself, even deliberately hiding his true feelings, but in life and death moments, he shows incredible responsibility and almost stubborn dedication. He could accept that 10,000 gold coins, but he stubbornly only takes what he deserves. He could leave them behind and escape alone, but at the most dangerous moment, he chose to stay and cover their retreat. After the halo of the footbridge effect fades, can these traits still make her feel moved? Sorry, young lady. Mr. Chintzy is right. You can't suffer with Mr. Chintzy. But I can. All right, let's not talk about those useless things anymore. Finally, the most exciting part, opening the equipment. This time, it's not just a golden piece of gear, but a special golden item just for me. What could it be? I can't wait. A suit of armor? A sword? Or a magic staff? With the ability to add and reset skills, I can handle any profession perfectly. Let's open it. What does that mean? Are you addicted? Equipment, 416 Hong Kong dollars quality. Gold attack 125, attack speed 37% passive skills. Precise shot, increased damage on hit, frenzied barrage precise shot. Hitting an enemy applies a heavy injury status, reducing their healing speed by 78%. Can be improved with refinement. Increased damage on hit. Each hit increases your attack power by 1%, up to 30%. Can be improved with refinement. Frenzy Barrage. When activated, for a limited time, you have unlimited bullets and your attack speed doubles. Duration of white bullets. 600 seconds green bullets. 540 seconds blue bullets. 300 seconds purple bullets. 120 seconds gold bullets. 40 seconds red bullets. 0 seconds. Not activated. Refinement can extend durations and enable red bullets. Great. Putting aside some criticisms, how do I activate the refinement upgrade? Oh, I see. It's by progressing through levels. How long have I been stuck on level 8? Wow, almost a month. But that's nothing. I didn't get stuck for 7 years, right? The features unlocked at levels 5, 15, 20, and 50 are Upgrade, Event, Awakening, and Shop, respectively. Here's another question. Where do I find the refinement upgrade? Look further ahead, keep going. Oh, it's at level 65. All right, next question. This world setting is definitely Western fantasy, right? It's a Western fantasy world, isn't it? Then, what are you always giving me guns for? All the equipment obtained from autoplay is Western-style gear, but now I get a gun? Answer. The 416 Hong Kong dollars was made in Germany before the player's time, and since Germany is considered a Western country, the appearance of the 416 Hong Kong dollars is not surprising. There's nothing more to say. It makes perfect sense. Of course, the effectiveness of the equipment goes without saying. It's powerful. Very powerful. By the way, I should explain the damage of the guns. Gun damage is calculated as the base damage plus the attack power of the user. Within the effective range, damage is fully applied. But if the target is beyond a certain distance, damage decreases as the distance increases. Headshot damage is double the gun's base damage plus the user's attack power. Morning Dawn quickly calculated in her mind. If she used the 416 Hong Kong dollars for headshots, it would deal about 300 damage. New gun added to the inventory. Since assault rifle bullets are not as rare as sniper bullets, the amount of 5.56 mm ammunition will be increased. Daily stock. White quality bullets. 600 rounds. Green quality bullets. For 100 rounds. Blue quality bullets. 200 rounds. Purple quality bullets. 100 rounds. Gold quality bullets. 20 rounds. Red quality bullets. 5 rounds. Upgrading the ammunition depot will increase daily supplies. The ammunition depot can also be upgraded. I need to see how many levels I've unlocked. If I upgrade it, my strength will definitely skyrocket. Long range M24, close range 416 Hong Kong dollars, dual guns. The answer will be revealed. Unlocking building upgrades at level 120? Sorry to bother you. A strange feeling of resentment filled the air. Morning Dawn opened her eyes and saw Anastasia's face full of longing. You refused me, and now you're so happy? Why are you looking at me like that? Look at me, I still stand by my own ideas. Closing her eyes again, since she had obtained new gear, it was time for some exciting level progression. If I can push straight through to level 15, that would be awesome. She kept dreaming, imagining herself advancing all the way to level 15. The monsters in the 8th level are arranged with 2 human mercenaries in the front row, who have high health, and unlike the previous monsters with gray names. These 2 characters are labeled as human mercenaries, with blue names. Behind them are 4 green-named undead mages. Normally, you would just target the 4 undead mages in the back to clear the row easily. However, these 2 human mercenaries start with taunt skills, so you can't ignore them if you want to succeed. Additionally, they heal a little each turn, which makes things harder. It's supposed to be a 6v6 fight, but the undead mages don't follow the rules. They summon small skeletons that aren't in the grid. And this is a 3v6 situation, right? In one game, the character Akane was left alone to face over 40 monsters. You can't laugh now, but it's quite funny. The heavily injured equipment is ready, especially the 416 Hong Kong dollars rifle, which is meant for those 2 high-health mercenaries. If you think you can recover while heavily injured, good luck. Let's go. Click to start the challenge. His speed is the fastest, and he immediately targets Mercenary A in front. -65, -69, -73, -77 4 damage numbers pop up, and a heavy injury icon appears above the mercenary's head. In the game, the HK-416's attack means 4 shots, triggering a special shot that causes heavy injury and extra damage. The damage increase in the game is much larger than in real life. It increases steadily by a fixed amount each time. In the 4th round of the Frenzy Barrage, it can be used to hit all enemies 4 times. Slow enemies are also catching up. Akane's giant axe swings and hits Mercenary A's shield, dealing -114 damage, blocked. At this point, the mercenary's health is down by nearly a third. Since no one else is hurt, AI Lena attacks Mercenary A once, but she gets unlucky and is taunted by Mercenary B, -12 damage. Well, that damage isn't much more than her own. Both mercenaries activate a buff skill to increase their defense. The 4 green-named undead mages in the back row hide in safe spots, waving bone staffs, and a pale magic circle lights up on the ground. In the first turn, they summon 4 skeleton soldiers armed with bone knives. These summoned creatures do not count as part of the battle grid and are not limited by turn order. They will attack immediately at the start of each turn. In the second turn, for skeleton soldiers, start attacking directly. -12, -19, -3, -17 these 4 damage numbers are applied to Hongshu. The damage feels light, and his health bar doesn't change much. Chensi swallows hard, feeling something's not right. After the first turn, the taunt effect disappears. For 116 Hong Kong dollars locks onto the nearest undead mage. He pulls the trigger, and 4 bullets shoot out rapidly. Puff, 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 puff. -65, -69, -73, -77. The undead mage's green health bar instantly drops by a third, but it doesn't fall down. It also gets a gray icon indicating it was heavily wounded by a burst shot. Meanwhile, the other 3 undead mages finish their second round of summoning. A total of 8 skeleton soldiers join the fight. Hongshu's pixelated character is overwhelmed by a flurry of bone blades, and his health steadily decreases. Lena uses a skill to try to heal Hongshu, but the effect isn't very good. Equipment must be worn in real life to be used in the game. Lena's special gear is still sitting in the storage. In the third turn, they continue to focus on the first low-health mage. Another 4 shots. -80, -84, -88, -92. The mage falls to the ground, turning into a puff of black smoke. But it's too late. There are now 17 skeleton soldiers on the battlefield. Is the number wrong? No, it's correct. Our skilled undead mage summoned a critical hit. Hongshu's health finally drops to 0 under the heavy bone blade attacks. His pixelated character wavers and then disappears. The enemy's attention immediately shifts to Lena in the back row. Chincy watches Lena's healing spell, but before it can take effect, she is surrounded by several skeleton soldiers. The pixelated character in a white robe struggles briefly, and her health bar instantly vanishes. Blocking in the face of such numbers is hopeless. It's a completely useless block. His own pixelated character is exposed among the monsters. He only manages to fire 1 round of Frenzied Barrage, with 416 Hong Kong dollars spewing out dense flames, and a lot of damage numbers float up. But only one mercenary, who was targeted early and heavily wounded, dies. The intense barrage of attacks entered its cooldown again. This time, it was 2 rounds, and only the first round was 4 turns. No need to explain further. The undead mage kept summoning small skeletons, and the mercenary bee, who kept stacking buffs, finally took action. With 1 strike, it dealt -267 damage. This made Dawn Smile laugh, as she focused on one enemy, while the other kept stacking damage buffs wildly. If they split their attacks, they would start healing. This AI. And you, undead mage, what kind of mess have you become? Summoned creatures don't count as action units. Dawn Smile exited the battle screen, rubbing her temples. The main problem in the 8th level isn't lack of damage, but the snowballing number of summoned creatures. HK 4/16 burst damage is strong, but the intense barrage takes time. His speed to clear summoned creatures can't keep up with the undead mage's summoning rate. Red Shio and Lena's AI are taunted and can't cross the mercenaries to attack the backline. There's no point trying. No matter what, it won't work. Even if luck gives a critical hit, after being taunted in the first round and quickly killing one enemy, the numbers will still grow. It's impossible to win. His speed is faster than Lena's. Even if Lena isn't controlled, her purification can't help himself. At best, she can take out 2 undead mages quickly. Then the superhuman mercenary will start showing off his fiery sword skills. When you attack me, I am a tough frontline tank. But if you don't attack me, I will stack Dragon Dance and then cut you down in 1 strike. This makes me laugh. This trash game. Do you even design difficulty levels? I won't attack anymore. In real life, I strike hard. In the game, I get kicked aside like a street stray. Well, not that strong. This isn't right. Mephield blinked her eyes, and Dawn Smile's face turned slightly red. Is she catching a cold? Miss Mephield. The resting Mephield immediately opened her eyes, slightly turned her body, and smiled at Dawn Smile. Mr. Dawn Smile, is there something you need? Anastasia, sitting beside Mephield, looked at her maid with some confusion. Her maid's tone sounded strange, a bit awkward, like those annoying women trying to please their fathers. No, what am I thinking? My own maid always maintains the same attitude when facing her father. I must be overthinking it. Anastasia buried her face back into the blanket. Have I been too sensitive lately? Is there a place in the capital with especially good medical skills? Morning Light looked at Mephield. A place that specializes in treating old injuries or muscle atrophy, especially good at healing body paralysis. Finally, this task is about to be completed. It's time to think about what to do next. Other matters can wait. When I go back, I will equip Lena. Then, I will treat Lia's injury and clear my current tasks. Mephield immediately understood his intention. It's about Miss Lia's leg injury. People from big families like theirs wouldn't undertake a task without doing some investigation first. Mephield thought carefully and then replied, the best place is naturally the affiliated hospital run by the Imperial Medical College. It gathers top doctors and potion masters from the kingdom and nearby areas, especially skilled in difficult cases like old bone and nerve injuries. Their skills and equipment are among the best in the entire empire. Morning Light nodded. Understood. Thank you. So, I still need to go to the capital. Small towns like Zero and nearby cities are just minor places. After taking Lia to see them, I couldn't even explain a simple one-to-one. Anastasia, who had been hiding in the corner, hadn't spoken since Morning Light's straightforward words hit her. Now, hearing the words, the capital, her ears seemed to move. Mefield looked at Morning Light's thoughtful expression and continued softly. The dean of the medical college, Master Kasha, is one of the royal family's personal doctors. She has unique skills in bone regeneration and nerve reconstruction. But, she paused. Inviting her to personally treat it isn't easy. Besides the high cost, it also requires enough status or a special opportunity. Why use a gentle tone? Because she noticed that Morning Light seemed to like it when she spoke softly to him. Oh, isn't that just her natural way of speaking? Morning Light nodded. He can find a way to solve the money problem, but as for his identity, there's no quick solution. However, as long as his mind stays focused, there are always more options than difficulties. No matter which world someone is from, having good medical skills usually means a high status. No one can guarantee they will be free from illness or trouble in their life. If there's truly no way, then just kidnap that doctor named Kasha, treat her, and then send her back. Of course, he still needs to pay her if possible. If there's no other choice, he doesn't want to break the rules. Rules do protect some people. Although the rules of this world are simple and don't protect most people, this world shouldn't be like that. Ahem, I'll talk about it later. Later. At this moment, Anastasia finally couldn't hold back anymore. She sat up straight, and the blanket slipped slightly from her fair shoulders. Mr. Chensi, are you going to the imperial capital? Her voice was a little nervous, and her tone trembled slightly. When do you plan to leave, Mr. Chensi? Chensi looked up at her. His calm eyes made Anastasia feel a little nervous. Once I finish the task, I'll prepare and then go. There's no need to delay this. It's better to treat the injury quickly. The sooner, the better. If he really had no money before, and Laya's health was too poor, he would have taken Laya to the imperial capital already. Now, he has 10,000 gold coins plus 5,000 more. Haha, that's definitely enough. The biggest city nearby, the best hospital, and a checkup only cost a few hundred gold coins. He now has over 10,000, almost 20,000 gold coins, and he can't think of any way to spend it all. He simply can't spend it all. Then, Anastasia eagerly leaned forward, her cute face flushing with excitement. I know the imperial capital well. My family has businesses there. If Mr. Chensi is going, I can. She spoke quickly, her eyes full of hope. I can take care of your arrangements. Find you a place to stay, introduce you to people. Master Kasha is hard to invite, but maybe our family can help. Thanks, but I'll pass. Better to refuse. He's seen enough melodramatic scenes in movies. During our time in the dorm, my extraordinary roommate took the initiative to act as a group atmosphere for his goddess and her boyfriend while watching Korean dramas together. The most important thing was that he played the sound loudly. They stayed up until 2 or 3 in the morning, with old foam flying in the sky. After some discussion, he still insisted on his way, even hitting himself. He used his face to fiercely attack his own fists. His fists were even broken, yet he still believed they were fighting each other? It's unreasonable. Because of this remarkable roommate, I also had to listen to many melodramatic stories. The way the noble young lady in those stories acts is truly extraordinary. Accepting favors means entanglement. I have no intention of gambling. It's not yet the time when I must have the other person. The air inside the train car instantly froze. Anastasia looked a bit wronged, asking why I kept refusing her, even if it wasn't because of that kind of thing. It's just because of a life-saving favor, wanting to help you. Isn't that enough? Do you dislike me? Dislike? No, I don't dislike you. Chunshir glanced at Anastasia. Her appearance, whether in height, figure, or facial features, just fits my aesthetic preferences. Her petite body is very cute. I like everything about her. I've never disliked Anastasia herself. Her childish side is quite fun. From a purely visual perspective, she looks very nice. I appreciate her, but the key word is but. I won't accept any form of kindness from Anastasia at this time. Whether it's gold compensation, introductions in the imperial capital, or any other convenience that Miss Claire's family background might bring. Some might see this as arrogance. But that's just how I think. As I said before, everyone has their own independent thoughts. Maybe she feels affection or gratitude now. But who can say what the future holds? When kindness becomes too great to repay, it might turn into betrayal. Even a big family isn't immune to this. So, until Anastasia completely calms down, I won't accept any kindness from her. If I had to choose a beautiful girl, it would be Lena, who is getting fairer at home and has a fuller figure thanks to proper nutrition. She is as attractive as Anastasia. I've rested enough. I'll go out first, she said, then left immediately. Mayfield looked at her young lady and then at Chintzy, who had already gone outside. Anastasia's shoulders trembled slightly. Young lady, I will go talk to Mr. Chintzy. He probably has his reasons, so please don't be upset. Mr. Chintzy is really so handsome. Mayfield stared blankly at the trembling young lady biting her lip. Why does it seem like my usually proud young lady has turned into a bit of a troublemaker? Unfortunately, Anastasia did not trigger the teammate quest nor join the team. Otherwise, Chintzy would see Anastasia's affection level increase by 11111. After going out, Chintzy rubbed his arms, feeling confused but respectful. Why do girls care so much about love? He also likes sweet love, but before experiencing it, he needs to survive first. Different environments lead to different understandings of life. Her biggest worry during the day is choosing a pretty little dress, while he is thinking about how to stay alive. To live better. Master. Looking in the direction of the sensing, Chintzy was stunned. A tall, devilish witch was staring at him eagerly. The mercenary nearby looked very unnatural. Could she eat me? Bro, your pet is probably a juvenile, or it wouldn't grow so fast, a cheerful voice rang out. Looking toward it, it was that blue-skinned goblin. He happily approached Chintzy and gave him a thumbs up. Honestly, brother, you're really impressive. Impressive? Chintzy was confused by this friendly goblin. What exactly am I impressive at? The devilish witch also moved closer to Chintzy, eyes fixed on the goblin, so big, and looks so tasty. Morning light slapped the back of the evil witch. Why does everyone keep thinking about eating? Haggis moved closer to Morning Light. That arrogant guy from Mayfield said he met a very strong young person. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. What do you mean? Morning Light frowned. What does this big guy mean? After coming over, he started rambling, making no sense. He was confused. He pushed away the evil witch who was trying to get a petting. That lump of flesh is really powerful. Any one of us would be quickly defeated alone. But young person, you managed to last so long against that monster and that guy. You're amazing. Are you interested in joining the Claire family? And I also saw that humanoid thing in that small town. I just happened to meet it. Morning Light stiffened and looked directly at Haggis. Zero Town? Yes. That's right. I just happened to meet there. And then everyone was defeated. Morning Light bowed slightly to him. Thank you very much. For some reason, Haggis felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the young person in front of him. Morning Light slowly straightened up. This time, his eyes were no longer cold and fake. In his view, the other person wanted to kill him, but he managed to fight back and survive. I didn't cause you trouble either. I'm not weak, and most likely, you don't want to get involved in any problems. After everything calmed down, he simply thought that the matter was over. How foolish. How stupid. What are you proud of? What are you so full of yourself about? Are you invincible in the world? Even if you are unbeatable, does that mean there are no enemies from beyond the sky? This time, I was really too foolish, too naive. He used the sword of destiny in his hand to carve at the stone, feeling a rush of anger towards the evil cult and frustration with himself. Reality isn't a game. Since he chose this profession, he should think more carefully. Thinking more could make him safer. As the team leader, this is something he should have known. He knew it from the very first day he became an adventurer. Why has he forgotten now? Don't say that no one is perfect and everyone makes mistakes. He can't think of everything. As a leader, that is his duty. A gentle breeze blew by, and Mayfield naturally sat down beside him. Soft buns and fragrant roasted meat were placed in front of him. Don't blame yourself so much. Come, eat something. You like this flavorless bread with the toppings, right? How do I know? Just a guess. Mayfield smiled and stretched out her legs, showing a playful grin. Just look a little more, and you'll see. This time, you won't refuse me, right? At this moment, Chintzy was still a bit confused. Why are you watching me? Even so, he accepted it. He put the roasted meat inside the bun. Both foods were a little hot. When he wasn't as strong before, he would have waited for it to cool down. But now, even hot food wouldn't hurt him. He took a bite, and his eyes lit up immediately. The bun was very soft, with a wheat aroma. The roasted meat was sprinkled with spices. Making roasted meat or hot pot taste bad is quite difficult. That's why, in many stories, only roasted meat and hot pot remain popular foods over time. Getting back to the main point, the meat chosen was also beast meat. The fatty parts, cooked with oil, became very tasty. In fact, the slightly dry fatty meat was the real highlight. Eat slowly, and here's something else for you. A cool sensation touched her face, and Chintzy instinctively moved away a little. Mayfield appeared with a glass cup, a simple glass container. Inside was a purple liquid, still slightly cold on top. I asked my family's ice mage for help. You like cold drinks, right? This is grape juice. I think you'll like it, Chintzy. Thank you. Mayfield didn't give Chintzy a chance to speak and directly handed her the grape juice. Chintzy looked at the food in her hand, feeling a bit confused. Eat quickly. I prepared 4 portions for you. Mayfield opened her basket, which contained 4 steamed buns and a large plate of roasted meat. All this meat I personally grilled. Mayfield looked at Chintzy gently. Are you feeling guilty? Somewhat. I really didn't expect this. It wasn't surprising that Mayfield knew about her situation. A noble daughter of a big family hiring a wandering adventurer who likes to betray others. Skipping the background check would be too careless. Chintzy swallowed her food and returned to her usual calm. Chintzy's condition is much better than I thought. Mayfield supported her chin with her hand, tilting her head to look at Chintzy. 100-year-old giant tree had been cut down, now serving as their dining table. Feeling guilty is okay for a while, but what's important is what to do next and how to fix it. I'm lucky with my luck. Next time, I won't let this happen again. Feeling guilty all the time just wastes time. I can't think of any other use for it. Mayfield smiled. Chintzy, you're really mature, more than I expected. I want to comfort you a bit. Also, from now on, I'd like to call you Chintzy, okay? Chintzy turned her head and looked at Mayfield's gentle smile, then decisively withdrew her gaze. Nothing wrong with that. As comrades fighting side by side, calling each other by name isn't really that close. Mayfield shifted her position, placing her fingers on her lips. It's not very close yet, but I want to be closer. How should I call you, Chintzy? Chintzy turned her head in confusion, but Mayfield's face was very close. Master, how do you feel? About this? What's going on with you? Anastasia inside the carriage looked at the scene before her with tears in her eyes. She felt truly sorry. Mayfield, for my happiness, is willing to sacrifice so much. You are really the most wonderful maid in the world. Why does Anastasia think this way? Let's go back in time. Anastasia was wrapped in a thick blanket, curled up in the corner, chin resting on her knees, staring blankly at the wooden patterns on the carriage wall. Mayfield sat across from her, sitting gracefully as always, her hands folded on her soft thighs. She quietly watched her young lady look lost and distracted, then broke the silence. Miss, she said softly, are you still upset about what Mr. Chintzy said? Anastasia didn't lift her head. Instead, she buried her face deeper into the blanket and her knees, letting out a muffled sound with a heavy nasal tone. Actually, Mr. Chintzy's words might not be all rejection. Mayfield's voice was gentle as usual. Finally, Anastasia moved slightly, turned her head, and showed a reddened eye to her maid. Not a rejection, he said that I'm just imagining things, that I depend on him, that I don't understand anything. After Chintzy left, she felt wronged in every way. But he didn't deny who you are, Mayfield calmly pointed out. Mr. Chintzy just thinks that the feelings need time to prove their sincerity, given the situation they arose in. And he repeatedly emphasized that you are too young. You haven't experienced enough, so he likes mature women? Anastasia instinctively asked back, with a hint of defiance. Mayfield paused briefly, then continued. Mr. Chintzy's attitude shows that he prefers women who have experienced more of the world and are more mentally stable. She looked into Anastasia's eyes, speaking seriously and with a guiding tone. Miss, think about how he behaved on the way here. He faced danger alone, planned carefully, and when he saw your kindness, he considered responsibility and consequences, not impulsiveness. This kind of caution and responsibility often resonates more with mature, understanding partners. Anastasia's eyes flickered briefly. She sat up straighter, the blanket slipping from her shoulders without her noticing. Truly a woman with very slippery shoulders. Girl, Are you saying he prefers someone like my older sister, based on his behavior? Yes. Mayfield gave a confident answer, carefully watching Anatash's reaction. The carriage fell into a brief silence, only the sound of wheels rolling. Anastasia bit her lip, her face showing a mix of disappointment, reluctance, and a sudden realization. So, what should I do? Her voice was confused. I am not mature enough right now. I mean, I am just at that age, and it's not fair. Mayfield's face showed a moment of thoughtful expression, then she seemed to make a firm decision. Miss, if you are willing to trust me, I have an idea. Anastasia immediately looked up, a flicker of hope in her eyes. What idea? She was now willing to admit that Mayfield was much smarter than she was. Since Mr. Chintzy seems to prefer more mature types, then, Mayfield looked at her somewhat clumsy young lady and continued, and I happen to fit that description. Also, Mr. Chintzy did ask me before whether I was thinking of changing jobs. Anatash's eyes widened suddenly. He asked you? When? Not long ago, during a casual chat. Mayfield avoided specifics. That shows he recognizes my abilities, so? She took a deep breath. I can accept his invitation to join his team, or rather, become his maid. Join his team? Become Mr. Chintzy's maid. Anastasia was a bit confused. Mayfield nodded gently, speaking in a calm voice. I can take this opportunity to join Mr. Chintzy's team and become part of his circle. As a team member, I can observe him more closely, learn about his preferences, habits, and true thoughts, and even subtly pass on positive information about you, miss, to build his good impression. In simple words, I can become a spy placed by you near Mr. Chintzy. Anastasia was stunned. Then her mind finally started to turn. Her eyes shifted from confusion to surprise, and then sparkled with a strange light. You are so clever, headmaid. Is this really possible? Mayfield, for your happiness, any possible attempt is worth trying, Mayfield answered firmly. This is the most effective method I can think of right now. I can use this identity to create opportunities for you. Anastasia's heart raced. This idea was just too good. She imagined Mayfield by Mr. Chintzy's side, occasionally mentioning herself, subtly changing his view of her. It seemed much more effective than directly expressing her feelings herself. Mayfield. Anastasia's voice was full of emotion, with a hint of choking and guilt. Thank you for willing to do so much for me. But, is it too much of a sacrifice for you? You are my most trusted headmaid, and to do this, to join his team and pretend to be someone else. Anastasia couldn't go on. She realized this plan would require Mayfield to leave her service for a long time, give up her role as the head maid of the Clare family, and play another part. This was not just a task, it was a huge change in her life path. Mayfield looked at Anastasia's struggle and guilt, her face showing a very gentle smile, but deep in her eyes, a faint complex light flickered. She slowly stood up, moving with grace and precision, and gave Anastasia an impeccable maid's bow, her waist bending deeply. Miss, Mayfield's voice remained soft and respectful. Please do not worry about your maid. It is my duty and my honor to do my small part in ensuring the happiness of the young lady. She lifted her head and looked directly at Anastasia, maintaining a perfect smile. As long as I can help the young lady achieve her wishes, whatever I need to do or whatever sacrifices I have to make are not important. You know, my greatest wish has always been to see you happy. She tilted her head and smiled. Moreover, not everything is a sacrifice. Helping the young lady find her happiness is a reward in itself. Mayfield. Anastasia's eyes filled with tears. She quickly wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. I don't know what to say. Thank you. Really. Thank you so much. So, I trust you with this. You are the best maid in the world. Don't worry. Leave it to me, young lady. And goodbye, young lady. As Anastasia looked away and lowered her head to tidy the blanket, Mayfield's perfect smile seemed to deepen a little. I'm sorry, Miss Anastasia. Everything I said is true. Some of what I said includes my personal feelings. I believe you will understand. There will be other talented female adventurers serving you, but only I am willing to serve Mr. Chintzy wholeheartedly. He needs me. I have a feeling that someone like Mr. Chintzy, who meets my needs, won't appear again. I also want to make a brave change for my own life. For my own happiness. Anastasia. 666. Should I change the title after 1 second? Because of my background, I realized early on how harsh this world can be, and I am fully aware of what I am doing. Morning Light, is there anything else you want to say? Say. What could I possibly want to say? No, you also came over and mumbled all this. Wait a moment. Morning Light blinked. Are you thinking of changing jobs? Meffield smiled and said, actually, it's not exactly changing jobs. Oh, I see. I misunderstood. I want Morning Light to become my new master. Meffield slowly stood up, placing her hands in front of her stomach, and bowed. Before Morning Light, my only master was Miss Anastasia, and she was a pure maid. I know that. As a boy, Morning Light has certain feelings. I haven't been touched by anyone, so you can trust me. Wait a moment. The topic is jumping too fast. I can't keep up. Why are you bringing this up? Meffield looked at Morning Light's panicked expression. This was the first time she saw Morning Light so nervous. Really, it's very interesting. Just not abandoning you all shouldn't be enough for you to choose me. Morning Light looked at Meffield with surprise. Yes, it was a surprise, but just this small thing shouldn't be enough for someone to choose me, right? He is indeed handsome. Yes, incredibly handsome, but not handsome enough to win someone over just with this small matter. My family, the Clare family, is not comparable. I am just a small-town silver adventurer. In this world, there are no levels, only professions. Some people are blessed by fate and have special professions, like Meffield's Dragonman Warrior and Lena. These are special professions, but only for humans. Non-humans, like demons, elves, and monster girls, are considered special professions themselves. If you don't have a special profession, you're just a regular adventurer with no exclusive skills, only able to learn some mid- or low-level skills. The advantage is that you can learn skills from all professions, which is a bit like the adventurers in the world of Sujing. So, does this world have no way to distinguish levels anymore? Yes, it does, brother. Adventurers with special skills and those with regular adventurer jobs all need to register as adventurers. The Adventurers Guild also rates you based on the level of your completed quests. For example, he is a silver adventurer. Lays is also a silver adventurer. Levels are divided into white iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, honor adventurer, and supreme adventurer. With all this talk, he's just an ordinary adventurer. Honestly, there are more adventurers than stray dogs on the street. Meffield straightened up again. Is that not enough? After hearing about my background, don't you know what I really want, Chensi? She was waiting for Chensi's answer. After 2 seconds of silence, Chensi looked into her eyes. A family. Meffield's smile was bright and charming. Chensi, you're really smart. After going through so much, I just want a family like you. If you're willing to be my new master and trust me, I promise I won't let you down. Her eyes showed a hint of hope. This was sudden. She knew that, as a naturally suspicious adventurer, most wouldn't believe her. But Chensi was different. She thought he was different. Although they had known each other for less than half a month, she could clearly feel how much Chensi valued his companions. That kind of care was what she had always dreamed of. All the talk before was useless chatter. In the end, she just wanted a home. She wanted someone who genuinely cared for her and whom she could care for sincerely. If there was such a place, with such a person, she would be very happy. Chensi reached out his hand. I am confident I won't let you down. Refuse? Shaletsi, I really can't find a reason to refuse. Just ask for a yes, and he really comes. Insecurity is not for the brave. Achievement unlocked. Impossible feat description. Recruit a character who is normally impossible to recruit. Reward. Choice of a reward box. Morning Light blinked as she watched Meffield kneel down and kiss her hand. What does impossible to recruit mean? No, I mean handshake. You're doing really well, Master. Don't be too hard on yourself. From now on, I will help you too. Will that make you feel better? Meffield looked at Morning Light. Morning Light stared blankly ahead, unable to see the sky anymore. Why am I lying on Meffield's lap? Oh, I was invited and I just naturally laid down. The campfire was crackling, and the snores of the mercenaries were rising and falling. Meffield frowned slightly. Their snoring might disturb the master's rest. Well, there's nothing I can do about it now. Gently pressing on Morning Light's temple, she said, You seem a bit cold, Master. Do you not like this? No, I like it very much. Before, I didn't feel anything, but now Meffield tightened the belt around her waist, revealing her figure. Meffield, I'm really surprised. She continued massaging Morning Light's temple. Are you surprised that I made this decision? Yes. Hey, Master. Master, why aren't you replying to me? Sorry, I didn't realize you were calling me. Morning Light tried to control her feelings, giggling softly. Meffield, giggling softly. Now, Meffield is my mate. Hee hee. Strength. Looks. Personality. This is a top-tier character. If she were in a game, I would definitely give her the highest ranking. Now she's mine. She called me Master, after all. Well, Master, you should get used to it soon. Master. Morning Light took a deep breath. Oh my gosh. She's so good at this. Master, as an orphan who has been alone since childhood, I have learned a lesson. What is it? Seize the opportunity and be brave to act. Not all chances will wait for you in the same place. The recruitment of the Clare family works like this, and your position is also like this. I know that people like you might never have another chance if you miss this one. I'm not as good as you say. Chintzy continues to look expressionless. Inner thoughts. Oh, this feels great. This is so right, so right. Just a little more, just a little more. I love hearing you praise me. Meffield's lips curl into a slight smile. I feel like, my dear master, that what you say and what you think inside are completely opposite. Meffield quickly notices that Chintzy stiffens. Is there really no problem in Zero Town? That's a blunt way to change the subject. But since it's the master's question, I will answer seriously many times. No problem at all. The main support team coming this time is in Zero Town, and its safety level is even higher than here. Meffield's eyes are gentle and smiling. My master is really interesting. If I hadn't told him before that Zero Town is absolutely safe, he probably wouldn't be here now. Anastasia bites her handkerchief, tears welling in her eyes. Sorry, Meffield. It's all because of me that you had to do things you don't like. When I get married someday, I will definitely invite you and let you sit at my family's table. Wow, I am so touched. Tears slide down her cheeks. Meffield is truly closer to me than my own family. I used to treat you just as a maid, never as family. Sorry, maybe it's a good thing I didn't see you as family, or else Meffield wouldn't have been able to switch jobs. At the entrance of Zero Town in the evening, although it's not as bustling as big cities, Zero Town's evening has its own peaceful charm. Chintzy's figure appears at the end of the road, looking at the familiar town entrance. An inexplicable emotion wells up in his heart. He almost couldn't come back, and almost never see the people he treasures again. When she saw the familiar figures at the town entrance, all her caution and unease disappeared. Hongshu stood at the front, already 2 meters tall, and was standing on her tiptoes, looking toward the town gate. She paced anxiously, kicking small stones that flew everywhere. Why haven't they come back yet? They said they'd be back today. Why aren't they here? Did something happen? Should we go to meet them? The road was attacked. Who knows if they were attacked on the way back? Hey, Lena, say something. Leia, what do you think? Leia looked at Hongshu with some helplessness. Don't worry too much. Mr. Chintzy said he would arrive soon. It should be soon. Before leaving, Mr. Chintzy told her that Hongshu was very talkative. She didn't pay much attention at the time, thinking, it's just talking. If the children want to talk, let them. She actually liked the lively noise. But now she takes back her words. After killing in the dungeon all day and returning at night, Hongshu kept talking nonstop for 4 or 5 hours. According to her sister, she was also cursing and fighting while in the dungeon. Doesn't her mouth get tired? When Chintzy's figure appeared, Hongshu's anxious face was instantly replaced by joy. Big brother, her surprise was obvious. Hongshu took long, powerful strides, kicking up a gust of wind. She completely ignored the fancy carriage and people like Anastasia behind Chintzy, her eyes only on that familiar figure. A few steps away from Chintzy, Hongshu suddenly spread her arms wide, and with great strength and momentum, she hugged Chintzy tightly. Chintzy felt a strong force grip him, and his feet lifted off the ground. Big brother, you're finally back. I was so worried. Next time, we go together, absolutely together. This time, I won't let you go alone. Money doesn't matter, nothing's more important. Hongshu's voice was thick with tears. She buried her head in Chintzy's shoulder, rubbing back and forth. Her white hair brushed against his face and neck, tickling. She held him very tightly, and Chintzy felt his bones creak. Even you, the leader, said it was dangerous, so it must be really dangerous. I'm so scared you might not come back. All right, Hongshu. I'm fine. You're back. That's what matters, right? He gently patted Hongshu's head. Remember what he said before? Hongshu used to be very good at huffing, but now she's so protective of her master. This scene left Anastasia, who had just gotten off the carriage, stunned. Her small, delicate face was full of surprise. Her mouth was slightly open, and her bright red eyes stared intently at the tall, pink-skinned girl holding Chintzy so closely. Chintzy usually appears cold and distant in front of her, but now he was allowing this girl to hold him. His expression was still calm, but Anastasia could feel that the icy coldness around him had softened quite a bit. A strange feeling swelled in her chest. She instinctively bit her lower lip. "All right, Hongshu, let me down." Chintzy's voice sounded a little helpless. Hongshu reluctantly released her hold, and Chintzy's feet touched the ground. Her eyes were red, like a sad big dog, but she was already smiling widely. She reached out and gently touched Hongshu's soft face. Hongshu obediently rubbed her face against his hand. Seeing this, Anastasia felt even more jealous. She was so big, this action looked so out of place on her. "I'm just the right size." Lena helped Laya to come forward. "Captain, welcome back." Lena's voice was gentle and full of genuine happiness. Her eyes quickly scanned Chintzy to make sure he was not seriously hurt, and only then did her tense nerves relax. Chintzy looked at her, and his expression softened a little. "After so long, you're finally back. Don't you want a hug?" Chintzy swore she was just joking. The next moment, a soft body pressed against him. "Captain, I was really worried about you. Sorry to make you worry." Her body stiffened first, then she reached out and gently patted her head. Because she was being held, Chintzy couldn't see Lena's expression in his arms. "Captain, Captain, Captain, Captain." The captain smells so good. Holding the captain makes me feel so safe." Leah smiled as she watched the scene before her. Her sister had found someone she could trust for life, and she was genuinely happy. Big sister. Big sister." Hongshu's attention quickly shifted. Her big eyes curiously looked past Chintzy and focused on Meffield, who was standing quietly half a step behind him. Meffield's outfit, demeanor, and appearance all seemed out of place in this simple town. Is she from that Cthulhu family or something? Who is she? Did you just meet her? Hongshu looked at Meffield casually. Meffield took a step forward, wearing an impeccable smile. She didn't mind Hongshu's rudeness. Facing a few curious looks, she gracefully lifted her skirt and performed a perfect maid's bow. "Hello everyone, I am Meffield." Her voice was gentle, calm, and kind. "From now on, I will be Chintzy's personal maid. For a long time to come, I will be his maid, taking care of his daily life." She looked up confidently, meeting the surprised expressions of the girls. "Master." Hongshu's voice rose again, full of disbelief. She looked at Meffield, then suddenly turned to Chintzy, her face full of grievance. "Aren't you my master? How can you be someone else's master now?" With practiced ease, she pushed away Hongshu's upset face. "I didn't see you as a slave, nor did I see Meffield as a maid. We are all friends." Hongshu blinked, then once again showed a silly smile. "Oh, I see. Then I have no problem with that." Lena's golden eyes changed slightly after hearing Meffield's words. She instinctively tightened her hold on Chintzy's arm. Lena glanced at Meffield out of the corner of her eye. Her perfect, flawless smile and posture, plus her figure. Why is she so amazing? Her figure was already quite outstanding among her peers, but compared to Meffield, it was far behind. She was smiling softly, but she gave off an unparalleled sense of threat. That is something that the clumsy Red Shio cannot give. "Achoo!" Red Shio rubbed his nose, feeling like someone was scolding him. Chunshur let go of Lena. "All right, let's go home." "Yes, master." Mayfield obediently responded and naturally moved to stand slightly behind Chunshur. Anastasia watched their figures walk away. Hagas, arms crossed, stood behind Anastasia. "That guy Mayfield's eyes aren't very good. The Clare family doesn't want him, but he chooses a poor young man. That little kid does have some strength, but the Clare family isn't lacking in people with strength." Anastasia returned to her proud attitude. "A poor kid with some strength?" She looked up. "One day, you'll take back what you just said." Without another word, she turned and walked away. Hagas scratched his head, feeling confused. Does that mean the young lady is angry? Sure enough, women are the most troublesome creatures, but fighting is more fun. Chunshur and his group walked through the quiet streets of the town. Red Shio kept asking questions about their journey and how Mayfield became his maid, mainly talking about their experiences. Mayfield smiled and answered Red Shio's questions. She kept glancing at Chunshur, thinking, My young master is really impressive. She could sense that Red Shio was quite capable. Lena held Lia quietly behind them, mostly watching Mayfield's back with a cautious look. They reached the familiar wooden courtyard gate. Chunshir reached out and pushed open the slightly creaking wooden door. The yard was still messy but full of life. Firewood was stacked in the corner, and a few clean old clothes hung on the clothesline. Mayfield looked at the scene with eyes full of unhidden hope. Is this their future home? A real home. Finally home, Red Shio cheered and took a few steps to the center of the yard, stretching his muscles. Then he threw off his coat, revealing a nice set of abs. Lena sighed with some helplessness. Supporting Lia, she led her to an old wooden bench under the eaves and carefully helped her sit down. Red Shio's excitement had faded, and her stomach suddenly made a loud gurgling sound. I'm hungry. Big sister, what are we eating? I'm hungry. Chensi finished putting away the luggage and stretched her arms. Mayfield also packed her things, knowing well how much her master cared about eating. If you're hungry, just eat, Chensi said seriously. Turning to Mayfield, she said, Mayfield, you're back. Let's make a big meal together. This girl's cooking skills are just as good as mine. Since entering this small courtyard, Mayfield's smile never disappeared. That smile seemed more genuine than her usual professional smile. Yes, master. I'd be happy to. She quickly rolled up the cuffs of her silver gray maid outfit, revealing a fair arm. Is the kitchen over here? She asked, her gaze already fixed on the small house. Yes. Chensi nodded and headed toward the familiar room first. Why? Why do you want to stop me? It's okay, it's okay. In a space filled with flesh and blood, the man whispered to himself. They don't understand me, so they don't know I truly want to save them. They don't understand, so I can't blame them. His shoulders trembled with a light laugh, but soon his laughter grew louder and more wild. Those covered in black robes didn't dare say a word. The laughter gradually subsided, and he regained his calm. This attempt failed. What about the others? You won't let me down again, will you? Hearing the man's pleading tone, everyone's hair stood on end. Every cell was sending signals to escape from here. The second prince of the Yuna's empire has been successfully captured and has now been transformed into a flesh creature. The saint girl of the Holy Light Empire has been captured, but she is willing to cooperate, so we plan to send the Yuna's empire's second prince over to show our results. As for the saint girl, she has not yet been transformed. We did not catch the most favored young lady of the Clare family, but we captured the smallest princess of the Blue Moon Empire, who has now been turned into a nest for maggots. The man on the throne pointed to his lips and said, That child, if I remember correctly, is only a few years old. You really are so cruel. No one dared to respond to him. But everything is worth it. Everyone will evolve. I will lead everyone to evolve. And then, he reached out his hand into the air. Only then can true happiness be achieved. Morning light pushed open the kitchen door. Red Shio was still hungry and calling out. He went straight to the water barrel in the corner, scooped water, and washed his hands. The water rinsed his hands, and he went to get himself ready, so he hadn't even eaten lunch. He looked sharply at the ingredients, so handsome that you'd think he was pregnant. Mayfield came in quickly, glancing around the kitchen. She was surprised to find that the kitchen was surprisingly well equipped, with all the necessary utensils. Some of the tools she had never seen before. Master, you said you like the dishes I make, so I will prepare some for everyone. I can also bake some desserts to enjoy after the meal. Mayfield smiled and said. Morning Light nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. This is the first time our team is all together, and I will do my best to prepare a meal for everyone. He looked at Mayfield and said, You've been cooking for me before, so today I want you to taste my cooking. It's really delicious. Mayfield playfully pointed to her lips with her finger. Let the master prepare a meal for this little maid. I'm really looking forward to it. Stay tuned. I am serious about the meal. Clear division of tasks. No need for unnecessary words. The two each took a corner of the kitchen. Morning Light bent down to pick up a few muddy potatoes and some bright green chili peppers. His movements were quick and precise. The peeling knife glided over the rough potato skin, curling off a thin layer, revealing the pale yellow potato underneath. Switching knives, the sturdy kitchen knife struck the thick wooden chopping board, making a series of short, sharp sounds. The rhythm was steady, and Lena watched this scene from nearby. Captain, you are so amazing. Seeing someone who knows how to cook is truly a pleasure. The potato slices are evenly stacked, then quickly pushed over, with the knife flashing in a continuous motion. The perfectly cut potato strips fall like a waterfall into a wooden basin filled with clear water, each piece distinct and not sticking together. Morning Light smiles, thinking that being quick and precise is really useful. It helps me cook better. Meanwhile, Mayfield takes out the beast ribs that Red Show brought out. The deep red meat has even fat distribution and beautiful marble patterns. This is a beast called the Salt Rock Pig, which appears on the 9th level of Zero Town. Its skin is thick, the meat is firm and tasty, and it's naturally salty without any seasoning, just grilled. This is one of the highest quality ingredients nearby. Red Show, wearing her gear, finds it easy to hunt a few Salt Rock Pigs on the 9th level, even if she's not at her strongest. She pulls out a slim kitchen knife from her waist. It looks more like an assassin's dagger than a regular knife, with a shiny, cold blade. She twists her wrist, guiding the blade along the bones, silently cutting through tendons and muscles. The whole ribeye is separated from the bones with a sharp sound, falling onto another chopping board. She doesn't stop. She switches to a thick, sturdy bone-cutting knife, her arm muscles tightening with each swing. With precise strikes, she cuts through the leg bones, setting aside some thick, bone-in meat slices. The leftover bones are tossed into a nearby copper basin. Mayfield's smile remains unchanged. As long as it's a living creature, she can tell how to handle it just by looking. Her skills are more suited for cooking than for killing monsters or humans. My master really likes the dishes I make. This skill is one of the keys to creating delicious food. Mayfield's appreciation for her ability quickly grows. Meanwhile, Morning Light drains the water from the shredded potatoes. He removes the seeds from the chili peppers, shaking off the seed pods, and cuts them into fine strips. A few garlic cloves are crushed with the side of a knife, quickly peeled. Both he and Mayfield are preparing ingredients now. The dry firewood has been lit, and the simplest firewood rice is already cooking. Without a rice cooker, Morning Light surprisingly finds that firewood rice tastes really good. Mayfield lights another small stove with charcoal. She takes out a copper basin and pours in fine, white flour, carving out a small hollow in the center. Crack a few fresh eggs into a bowl. The shells break easily, and the yolks slide into the flour mixture. Add an appropriate amount of water, sugar, and a pinch of salt. She begins kneading the dough with her palm, applying even pressure, moving smoothly, pressing and folding with her finger joints. The dough changes shape in her hands, from loose to compact, and the surface gradually becomes smooth. She takes out a small piece of butter, quickly softening it with her fingertips, and mixes it evenly into the dough. The dough is set aside and covered with a damp cloth. A large iron pot is heated until smoke rises from the bottom. She scoops some solidified lard from the white pig fat and puts it into the pot. The fat melts quickly, boils, and releases fine blue smoke. Chopped garlic is added to the hot oil, making a sizzling sound, and the strong garlic aroma instantly fills the air. With her left hand, she lifts a basin of water, and with her right hand, she grabs drained shredded potatoes and sliced chili peppers, tossing them into the pot. She stirs with a spatula, and the ingredients clash with the hot oil, releasing steam and fragrant aroma with continuous sizzling sounds. She quickly sprinkles salt and drizzles dark soy sauce into the mixture. The shredded potatoes turn a soy color, while the chili peppers remain bright green, keeping a crispy texture overall. She removes the dish from the heat and serves it into a rough ceramic bowl with some cracks around the edges. Mayfield is preparing mushrooms. The gray-brown caps are quickly trimmed to remove dirt from the roots and sliced evenly into thin pieces. A purple onion is peeled and chopped into tiny, transparent cubes. A flat pan is placed over a charcoal stove and heated. She adds a small piece of butter. The butter melts with a slight crackling sound, releasing a rich, milky aroma. The onion cubes are poured in, and their edges quickly turn golden and curl. The mushroom slices follow, making continuous sizzling sounds, releasing moisture under high heat, shrinking in size, and developing tempting golden brown edges. Mayfield sprinkles salt and a pinch of freshly ground black pepper. Then she scoops several large spoonfuls of water into the boiling pan and adds a block of milky white chicken bone broth bought from a market. The liquid quickly starts boiling, darkening in color, bubbling vigorously. She takes a jar of flour, scoops a spoonful, and sifts it into the soup, stirring rapidly with a wooden spoon. The broth thickens visibly, becoming smooth and glossy like cream. Finally, she pours in half a kettle of fresh milk, stirs a few times, then removes the pan from the heat, and the surface of the thick soup calms down. On the other side, the steak was already giving off a tempting aroma. There were 4 pots, plus 2 more on the stove. 6 pots cooking together, and the dinner was quickly nearing completion. Hurry up, faster, even faster. Xianxi wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Cooking was also a lot of pressure for him. The dishes were simple to make, but he wanted them to be delicious. Hongshu sniffed, standing at the kitchen door. It smells so good. Why does it smell so amazing? It hurts so much. Let me smell such delicious food, but not let me eat. This kind of thing is just torture. Lena and Laya also quietly swallowed their saliva. The strong aroma from the kitchen was like a tempting little wildcat, scratching and clawing, pulling out all their cravings. Before, eating was just to stay alive and get nutrients. But now, I just want to eat. The smell spread around, and the neighbors were about to complain. Hey guys, are you serious? Are you going to let us live? Give me a bite too. The slightly open kitchen door swung open, and Xianxi carried out 2 dishes. 2 bowls of food. There's more inside. Lena, go help me serve it. Hongshu, don't move. Xianxi loudly called out to stop Hongshu from entering the kitchen. He prepared dishes: human pork slices, mapo tofu, stir-fried double silk. The last part of 3 silk was not available, and meatball soup. Mayfield also came out with Xianxi, holding a large plate filled with grilled steaks. They were topped with tempting sauce. Her dishes included secret recipe pork chop, mushroom cream soup, and a dessert still baking. All the dishes were served on the table. Because the adventurers had big appetites, all portions were Promax size. Xianxi looked at the dishes in front of him. This meal was going to be crazy. As Xianxi picked up his chopsticks, he keenly noticed everyone's eyes on him. He blinked. Not eating? What are you waiting for? Waiting for the boss to eat first, Xianxi pouted. Who made so many rules? Do I have to face the fish head when I eat fish? Hurry up and eat. If it gets cold, you can't just grab it with your hands. The ceramic basin on the wooden table was almost empty. The last few pieces of beast ribs, coated in brown sauce, were quickly taken by Red and put into his mouth, making satisfied chewing sounds. The large bowl of creamy mushroom soup had only a thin layer of thick, milky broth left, with a smell of black pepper and mushrooms drifting from it. In the rough ceramic dish with stir-fried noodles, a few pieces of crispy yellow potato strips and green chili slices were scattered. Red, still not full, touched his already bulging stomach. Forget it. He scooped a big spoonful of rice and poured it into the bowl. There was only a little left, so he decided to finish it. Xianxi also leaned back happily in his chair, feeling very satisfied. This meal was so enjoyable. Living really is wonderful. Then, his gaze swept over everyone and finally landed on Laya's legs covered with a thin blanket. Laya looked up, her clear eyes meeting Xianxi's, showing her usual gentle expression and a hint of curiosity. What is it, Lord Xianxi? Your leg injury can't be delayed anymore. He went straight to the point, without any preamble or need for it. Get ready. In a few days, I'll take you to the Imperial City to see it. After saying that, Xianxi looked at Laya and continued, and one last thing, just call me by my name from now on. But. No buts. Xianxi was internally annoyed. What does Lord mean? Which Lord? Who is the Lord? Don't call me Lord. If it's someone I don't know well, that's fine, but if it's someone familiar calling me that, it's not good. It feels so strange all over. Like ants crawling on me. She was thinking about her leg healing. A faint hope flickered in Laya's eyes. Her hand instinctively clenched the edge of the thin blanket covering her leg. But that glimmer of hope only lasted a moment. Laya smiled and looked at Xianxi. Xianxi. It's Xianxi. Xianxi. Go on. She took a sip of the orange juice prepared by Mayfield, feeling that it wasn't as good without ice. No, Dawn, you really don't have to. Her voice was soft, but very firm. Everything she said came from her heart. My leg has been like this for many years. I'm used to it. And I've really caused you too much trouble. Lena looked at her sister with a determined look, full of hope. There is always a chance. There was only the desire to survive before, just to stay alive. Now, she couldn't help but want more things, more love. She longed for her sister to stand up again, to receive his affection. Dawn's face showed no change in expression, just calm as she looked at Laya. Laya, I am not asking for your opinion. Just joking, bro. I formed this team, and I should be the one to decide these things. Otherwise, what was I doing as the leader? I am informing you. No need to say so much useless stuff. Your refusal doesn't matter to me. I have already said, I am the leader. I decide the team's actions and where the members go. I am the leader, she repeated it once more. Dawn was thinking to herself, what should happen next? Dawn, Laya, you crossed the line. I am the boss. I am the leader. Laya, Dawn, you'll regret this. Bang. Yes, that felt right. He watched the water quickly gather in Laya's eyes. How should I thank you? Dawn didn't answer her question. Since I took you out of that place, treated your injuries, gave you a place to stay, let you be with Lena, protected you, so you wouldn't have to be afraid anymore. All these favors, aren't they enough? Laya shook her head hard. Yes, they are. Too many. I don't even realize. Then don't think about paying me back. Seeing Laya about to cry, Dawn continued, having received so many benefits, and calling you my property isn't too much, is it? Laya stared blankly at Dawn's calm, steady eyes. Her voice even carried a hint of reverence. Yes, my life, everything I am, has long belonged to you. Without Dawn, neither she nor her sister will step into the deep, bottomless abyss. Her sister also took the initiative to tell her everything about her meeting with Dawn. Just listen carefully and follow my arrangements on important matters. After speaking, Dawn stood up and looked at Mayfield. Mayfield, you're more familiar with the routes to the Imperial capital and the supplies needed. Please plan it out. Yes, Master. Mayfield's manners and posture remained impeccable. She smiled as she looked at Dawn, who had an expressionless face. She felt that the current master seemed a little nervous. A master who is two-faced is really interesting. After watching Dawn leave, she turned to Laya with a gentle look. A girl who knows gratitude. She really appreciates her. I believe we can get along very well in the future. Miss Laya, the conditions at the Imperial Medical College are very good. You will be well taken care of. Please don't worry. Even if we don't invite Lady Kasha to help, I believe experienced doctors and medical professionals can treat you. She smiled as she looked at the sisters hugging each other. That's so nice. Hic. A loud, carefree hiccup sounded, and Hongshu covered her mouth. Her face turned a little red. You guys go ahead. I'll go roast some meat to eat. Mayfield's smile almost couldn't hold. It was clear that her master had worked hard to support Miss Hongshu. In Laya's heart, the heavy burden and self-disgust she had felt before had been replaced by a strange sense of security brought by a forced sense of belonging. She withdrew her gaze and let her sister support her as she slowly moved toward the bedroom. How should I thank Dawn? Her feelings for Dawn were not like those she had for Mayfield and Lena. Her feelings for Dawn were more like a devout follower facing their faith. Mayfield stood up and walked to the small table beside Dawn, which had paper and a pen. She began to carefully plan the route and supplies for the trip to the Imperial capital. Her feather pen made a soft scratching sound on the paper. If we are going to the Imperial capital, there are many things to plan. The journey will take quite some time, so it's best to prepare extra seasonings and ingredients. After all, the owner will have no motivation if they don't get to enjoy delicious food. She doesn't want to see her owner like that. Back in the room, Chincy looked panicked. What's going on? When he said that Laya belonged to him, was that just a joke? A joke about something else? Maybe he meant it in a different way? Forget it. He didn't really understand. He just wanted to make sure Laya couldn't refuse. No, why did she admit it? Could it be that she likes me? Hee. Laughing mischievously, Chincy slapped his face. Maybe she likes me, but it's unlikely she actually does. Stop joking. We've only just met. Do you really think you're some kind of charming demon? Even if you were a demon, you can't win her over so quickly. More than that, I should focus on more important things first. He pushed open the door. Lena, do you have a moment? Come here. Yes, Captain. I'll be right there. Detected. Lena's current level is 25. Quality automatically upgraded to green. Equipment, Goddess Radiance quality. Green type, staff attributes. Magic damage 30 defense 15 health 20 passive. HP recovery increased by 50%. This passive does not improve with quality. At first glance, it looks pretty ordinary, right? But that's not the full story. Normally, a set of equipment, remember, a set, adds 5 to 9 points to attributes. A green equipment piece adds 5 to 9 points, and a blue one adds 10 to 40 points. The Goddess Radiance equipment, with all its attribute bonuses combined, totals 65 points. That's already in the purple equipment range, and it's only a green quality item. Not to mention the later equipment that boosts recovery by a percentage. Percentage-based bonuses get more powerful as you progress. Looking at Lena's equipment, Chintzy was almost furious when he saw it. Man, how did you manage to get such a powerful weapon? Was it free? Well, never mind. Wow, your horse is alive. In short, this equipment is really incredible. The passive effects will also increase based on its quality. At this moment, Lena felt her heart pounding wildly, and her face was blushing uncontrollably. Lena, yes, Captain. I'm ready. Ready? Ready for what? Oh, ready to go into battle with the equipment and fight fiercely, right? Very good, very spirited. Private Lena. Chingshi nodded. It's good that you're ready. Lena kept swallowing nervously. Recently, I've been eating properly. So, I've gained a little weight compared to before. The captain. He should. She blushed all the way to her ears. Ding. Lena stared blankly at the goddess's glow on the table, emitting a faint light. Since you're ready, just hold it. Chingshi looked at Lena's expression with satisfaction. Yes. That's the expression I wanted to see. At this moment, Chingshi completely misunderstood what Lena meant by ready. It's no wonder he thought that way. If the person in front of him was Akane, his reaction would be different. It's mutual affection. She likes me, and I like her. Is there a problem with that? Yes. A big yes. But this person is Lena. First, Lena is not someone who has shared life and death with him like Akane. That life and death chase made them truly accept each other. Chingshi also has a clear understanding of himself. He thinks he's quite ordinary, though a bit handsome. But in this world where strength is everything, looks don't matter. And his personality isn't very interesting either. The experiences they shared made Lena a bit reserved. To make Lena feel more comfortable, Chingshi only occasionally shows concern. That's all. Just like that, could she really like him? Chingshi forgot two very important points. Why is this old-fashioned approach still so effective? Because hero saving the beauty is the fastest way to increase affection. She's in the abyss. Secondly, girls in this world value safety more than humor or fun. He has already changed his approach to adventure, but he still doesn't understand women well. Are you saying that Dawn, who has soloed in the dungeon for 7 years, suddenly understands what girls in this world think? Let me think about how to tell you. Dawn prepares to speak, because what he wants to say is quite unbelievable. Captain, you don't need to tell me anything. Lena returns to her usual calm. She doesn't seem upset now. Instead, she looks a little happy. Since she received this equipment from her captain, she knew she was truly accepted. Captain, I have many secrets, but none of them matter. They don't matter to me. The only thing that matters is, Lena looks at Dawn with a bright smile. That my captain will always be my captain, a trustworthy leader. That's enough. There's nothing more to say. Lena is so straightforward. What are your plans for the future? A priest with strong defense, or someone who deals light damage. I want to protect the captain. Lena looks into Dawn's eyes with firm determination. Before, I only knew my role could improve the team's resilience. But now, I want to protect the captain, so you can be safe under my magic. No matter what I say, it's all so painful. Dawn withdraws his finger. If it's useless, then there's no need to say it. You need to stay alive to keep helping me continuously. So, let's go with my idea. 10 agility, 10 defense, 5 magic power. Lena is stunned, her eyes wide open. What is this? Her strength is growing exponentially. Take it. Give it a try. I'm giving you this staff. Take it. Okay. All right. When she holds the staff shining with divine light, Lena is once again stunned. What? What is this? The previous green equipment was strong, but compared to the goddess's brilliance, it was just ordinary gear. Morning Light forced a smile, trying not to let it show. That's right. Exactly. This is what I wanted to see. Morning Light's body stiffened as Lena directly hugged her tightly. What's going on? What's happening? Thank you. Thank you for trusting me. Really, Thank you. She gently patted Lena's back. Then don't let me down. This is my secret, so I absolutely can't tell anyone. Lena, holding Morning Light, nodded firmly. Yes, Captain, I won't say anything even if I die. Morning Light felt a bit headache. Are they really so careless about their own safety? Their value isn't just about equipment. More than that, their feelings are even more important than confidence. It's not necessary. I'd rather you stay alive than keep secrets. Captain, huh? Morning Light stared blankly at Lena, who was pressing her lips against hers. Both of them, inexperienced, just stopped at the point of lip contact. At that moment, a maid standing at the door secretly watched the scene. Miss Lena, you're sticking out your tongue. Didn't your teacher teach you what to do? Haven't you practiced with fruit? With your current way, how can you control the master? And master, do you have no experience either? Mayfield bit her lip, her eyes becoming shiny. Suddenly, she became a little interested. She wanted to stain the white paper of her master with her own color. Lying on the soft bed, Morning Light felt completely relaxed. Lena had already left, but this feeling was strange. Could it be gratitude for helping her improve her strength? After all, her strength had increased several times overnight, but Lena wasn't that kind of person. Could it be that she really liked her? But what do I have that's worth liking? How about this? Even a funny guy can find love? A lot of question marks and confusion. Silly bird, if you don't understand, just forget about it. First, improve your strength. Only when your strength increases will you have the confidence to speak. I opened the system and looked at the optional reward box I received after recruiting Mayfield. Oh, and I also checked Mayfield's data. Name, Mayfield Luca. Detailed stats. Strength, 175. Potential rating, S. Agility, 70. Potential rating, S. Constitution, 80. Potential rating, A. Spirit, 77. Potential rating, A. Magic, 62. Potential rating, S. Perception, 12. Potential rating, G. Willpower, 152. Potential rating, SS. Overall stats, attack, 35. Speed, 8. Defense, 17. Attribute points can only be added to overall stats, and increasing these will reflect back into detailed stats. Innate abilities, 1. Dragon Transformation, class skill. When activated, parts of the body transform into dragon-like features, boosting all attributes, but making emotions more irritable and quick to anger. The angrier, the stronger the power, but it won't exceed the threshold. 2. Overwhelming Love, personal skill. When fighting alongside the owner, can unleash strength far beyond the panel stats. When the owner is injured or dies, will burst out with extreme power. In the game, if the character Chincy dies, all attributes increase by 200%, and normal attacks gain the effects, all attack, and lifesteal. However, attacks can also harm teammates and skills cannot be used. 3. Battle God in Desperation, passive class skill. When only Mayfield remains on the field, damage reduction increases by 60%, with a 10% chance of perfect block. Very strong. Extremely strong. I evenly distributed 25 attribute points into attack and defense. Then, there was the optional treasure chest, which contained 3 rewards. 1. All gold set. 1 each of helmet, armor, leg armor, wrist guards, special accessory, and weapon. 2. 10 enhancement ticket. Directly upgrade an equipment to 10. 3. Mysterious pet egg. I am very mysterious. Well, the first reward needs no explanation. All the top-tier gear is here. What else is there to say? But Chincy looked at the second option. Usually, choosing the first one is the right choice because it offers what he needs most. However, the second option shares the same reward box as the first, which suggests it's not simple. What if upgrading to 10 is as hard as reaching 18 in some games? What if, after reaching 10, the equipment becomes extremely powerful? As for the third option, forget it. The farther away it is, the better. It remains a mystery to me. The first 2 options clearly show some level of improvement, but the third gives no information at all. Are you really that mysterious? What's so mysterious about you? If he had a warehouse full of rare red equipment, he would choose the second option. If he didn't have such red gear, he would pick the first. Why not choose the third? Because I am also very mysterious. Chincy twitched his lips. So, maybe he should wait and not choose anything for now. It's really hard to decide. This treasure chest looks very valuable. If he chooses wrong, he'll definitely regret it. But there's no rush now. He's been triggering quests quite often lately. He decides to use an enhancement coupon and upgrade first. Wait, enhancement coupon? When Chintzy got his first top-tier enhancement coupon, he hesitated to use it on his M24 weapon. Because it's a beginner's weapon, not worthy of such a good item. He keeps killing monsters, continues grinding. With the M24 by his side, Chintzy's backpack is now full of top-tier enhancement coupons. He thinks, once I get a red gear, I'll be proud and confident. Finally, he gets his first red equipment. But it's not as exciting as he expected, because some things are already perfect. Adding more isn't as good as cherishing the current gun. He sincerely thanks it. It will never let him down. Chintzy's lips twitch twice. He's forgotten many things, but this, he can't forget. He simply cannot forget. He decides to choose the second option and upgrade the M24 to 10. M24, really? Master. Morning light. Just kidding. M24. What is a reinforcement coupon? M24. No need to tell me. I will find out myself. Looking at the current team, Morning Light takes a deep breath. Try again. This time it will work. Lena now has her own special gear, a green equipment piece. A growth-type green weapon exclusive to her. It will definitely work. Scratching his head, he thinks, no matter what prefixes I add, it's still just a green item. Can it really win? Let's give it a try. After 3 minutes, Morning Light opens his eyes, blushing. It's clear it still doesn't work. This level and the monster design are terrible. Your old friend Fong is probably watching you from above, shaking his head. How am I supposed to fight? How do I play? That human mercenary. Does he look like he has any skill? What do you mean by stacking 4 layers of Dragon Dance and losing almost 500 health points? What do you mean by pushing the front 2 enemies' health down, then they just recover with extra defense? I can't win. I absolutely can't. Changing Red Thread to Mephield doesn't help, and using myself, Red Thread, and Mephield all together still doesn't work. Why doesn't he step down? It's simple. There's no internal love. He just refuses to step down. Otherwise, do you think he wouldn't try more team setups? System, are you secretly in love with Morning Light? Answer me. Creak. The door opens. Morning Light turns his head and looks toward the door. He's stunned. Standing there is Mephield, dressed in a light sleepwear, looking at him gently. Her previously tied black hair is now loose. Under the moonlight, she looks like a goddess. Morning Light swallows hard. Mephield, dressed as a maid, already has a great figure. But now, without any restraints, she finally shows her true strength. Why didn't she say this earlier? His inner excitement is hidden, but his face remains calm. Mephield, why are you here? Mephield places her hands in front of her abdomen. As a maid, keeping company is part of my duties. Certainly, Master, you are the first person to enjoy this service. For some reason, Dawn always feels like Mayfield's eyes are shining with a pink glow. You wouldn't do anything inappropriate to me, would you? Dawn's body stiffened. Something felt different. Completely different. When Hongshu held her, she felt a suffocating sensation then. Soft and bouncy. But when Mayfield held her, there was only one feeling. It was like being wrapped in water. Dawn swallowed hard. Mayfield gently pulled apart the edges of her silk pajamas, revealing white stockings with suspenders. With her curvy legs, Dawn was stunned. Seeing Dawn's expression, Mayfield smiled happily. Do you like it, my dear master? If I said I didn't like it, who would believe me? Mayfield hugged Dawn's head. I thought my lovely master would argue a bit. If you like it, just say so. Why say you don't like it? You're wearing this to get my praise and approval. Why deny it? That was her true feeling. Why say she didn't like it? Mayfield gently stroked Dawn's hair, her smile becoming even sweeter. Master, you really make me happy. I like you so much. She took Dawn's hand in hers. Are you satisfied just like this, my dear master? She let go of Dawn, her eyes and smile full of warmth. Dawn looked into her big, watery eyes and felt like she might drown in them. Anyone can find love, tall people, chubby people, even those who are not traditionally attractive. Only cowards can't find love. She placed Dawn's hand on her face. My dear master, which one are you? Dawn took a deep breath. She was inexperienced, but not foolish. Someone was offering herself, and she wasn't a fool. It's right there, almost in her grasp. No way. Amazing. Girls are gathering courage. And you, who haven't made a move, are refusing? Feeling good about yourself? If you really don't like it, and have no feelings, just forget it. But you do like it, and you do have feelings, yet you're refusing. Should your friend Yang Wei just say it outright? Red Sue had a similar experience before, no? Buddy, does that old Red Sue know what's going on? Does she know what she's doing? When Mayfield comes, you can see that she has made a decision. And what about Red Sue? No, no. Wait. I suddenly started to complain. I'm overwhelmed. I feel so stressed. Mayfield's smile suddenly froze. Then she became even happier. Looks like I really am very tempting to the master. Chensi takes a deep breath and looks seriously at Mayfield. Although I feel it's a bit sudden, Mayfield, you're not the type to make quick decisions out of impulse. I won't let you down. He reaches out and parts the hair covering her face. What you want is also what I cherish. Please trust what you believe in. Mayfield smiles happily. Making this decision isn't just a test for her. It's also a test for Chensi, whether he's worth her making this choice, whether he has the courage to handle it. I will always believe. Mayfield hugs Chensi's neck, biting her lip. Memories from the past flash back. Strength, body. These are all bargaining chips in her view. She grew up working hard, longing for a home, someone she can fully trust. But in this world where everyone is out for themselves, are there really people who meet her standards? Maybe, but it takes very good luck to find them. Her luck has never been very good since she was born. What she wants, even if she gives everything she has, she can't get. She wants a family, not people who see her as a tool or a toy. Some hearts are just too cold to warm. She knows this. No matter how much she gives to someone unworthy, they're still not worth it. She thought her life would stay like this, with an unfillable emptiness inside. Then, she met a young man who could fill that emptiness. It was just an ordinary task, but when he showed his strength, she watched him through the carriage window. Though he looked cold, she always felt he was a little proud. What was her name again? That's right, it's Dawn. Later, they faced an attack. She saw him as serious, responsible, and able to make precise judgments. That was her view of him at that time. On the way to Oceantown, she also understood why that guy had already retreated, yet he still risked chasing after him. If he threatened me, I might not chase him for the bigger good. Chasing in the dark and windy night isn't safe. He didn't say this out loud later, but she knew it was for his team. It's really great that he would put his safety aside for his team. After saying that, she could sense his confusion and his dissatisfaction with himself. It seemed he was angry at himself for saying those words, and she could feel that Dawn had a deadly intent towards her. It's truly wonderful. From each event, she could feel that he was a good person with a strong sense of morality. But for the people he cares about, he can set aside his morals. Really, it's very good. If the person he protected was herself, how happy she would be. Tears ran down her cheeks. She could feel Dawn's love for her. Even when he agreed to let her join, his care for her had already reached an extraordinary level. Now, their feelings were growing even deeper. She felt so happy, so joyful. Really, she was so happy. She finally changed from a broken being into a whole person. So, why did she choose to join? Ah, right. It was because of that monster's attack. When she realized Dawn might be dead, when she understood she might never see the one filling her emptiness again, that was the first time she lost control of her emotions since she could remember. Everyone has their own goals. She just wanted someone who loved her, someone she could give everything to. Why couldn't she be satisfied with that? Is that really such an unreasonable request? She would never see someone like that again. When she realized this, she truly understood what regret felt like. When she saw him again, she was so happy. Really, she was so happy. She couldn't wait anymore. She couldn't wait any longer. The opportunity was almost slipping away. He wanted her. However, I can't just let it go. If I do, I won't be able to help him better. The Anataxia and Claire families can reliably give me gold, and I can give all the gold I get to him. Finally, I succeeded. I received instructions from the Claire family to try my best to get along with Dawn. If I can win him over directly, I will. If I can't, I will just be friendly. My salary has not decreased, but increased. That's so good. So good. I can help Dawn even more, my master. And now it's time. He still hasn't disappointed me. My proud master, as if understanding my soul, gave me what I wanted most. He gave me peace of mind. It's strange. We haven't known each other long, but I feel like I understand him as well as myself. His little disguises don't work at all in front of me. So cute. I like him. No, I love him. I've found the meaning of my life. I am becoming whole. The small boat longing for a harbor has finally found its home. Thank you for your hard work, my proud master. Do you like my appearance? Mayfield looked at Dawn with such gentle eyes. Dawn could only barely respond with a thumbs up. They started dipping beans at 9 o'clock, and now it's 4 in the morning. I can't go on. I really can't. Meeting the top maid, Mayfield, and trying my best, but unable to win. I'm sorry I couldn't make Lady Mayfield happy. Mayfield hugged Dawn's head. I'll buy more clothes that you like. I'll become someone you'll be more satisfied with. I will love you forever, so. Dawn looked up, feeling that for some reason. It seemed like Mayfield's eyes were glowing red. Please keep loving me. Don't change. You are already the most perfect version of yourself. What are you doing? Mayfield's finger was on her lips, and her breathing quickened. My master, speaking such handsome words on your own. Aren't you prepared for the consequences? What are you doing? No. I really can't handle this anymore. Point distribution, allocate points. All points added to defense, with detailed physical attribute points starting to increase. Mayfield, you are the real challenger. What are you doing? Aren't you calling the boss to eat? Redshow looked confused at Lena, who had stopped him. Lena's face was slightly red. Hearing Redshow's words, Lena also showed a puzzled expression. Did you hear nothing yesterday? Redshow scratched his head. Hear? Hear what? Yesterday, the boss came back, and I slept better than ever. He proudly raised his thumb, completely ignoring Lena's speechless expression, and moved closer. Hey, I'm not bothering the boss now. The boss can't see me as a kid, right? Good morning, my dear master. Under the noon sun, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Mayfield smiling at him. He buried his face in Mayfield's chest. Seeing this look as soon as I wake up makes me so happy. Mayfield bit her lip. My master, is she a little too good at this? I thought you, my master, would be more reserved. Why be reserved? I just feel very happy. Happiness is happiness. Joy is joy. If the other person just looks at her and feels happy, she would also be happy, right? Just holding me without doing anything feels very comfortable. Really, how much do I have to like you for you to believe it? I doubt it. Mayfield stroked Chincy's hair, her eyes soft and almost teary. What are you doubting? I doubt that all my luck in the first half of my life was used up just to meet my master. Stop talking. I want to be proud. That's just a subtle way of saying it. Her eyebrows and eyes curved happily. So happy. So blessed. This scene is even more wonderful than my dream. My master loves me, values me, and he will express this appreciation directly. As for Chincy, a little pink-haired girl's mischievous laugh. My friend says that being friends makes you the luckiest person in the world. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Me, I do. I couldn't help but yawn again. Yesterday. No, today. I really went to bed too late. Sleep a little longer, master. You're working hard and doing great, too. Holding Mayfield, I shifted to a more comfortable position. You don't have to sleep, but today, maybe just stay in bed a little longer. After a couple of seconds. Let's just stay like this. Master, if you don't say so, I won't let go of your hand. Maybe I'll get used to it later, but for now. Mayfield pressed his face against the morning light's head, letting me enjoy this feeling of belonging a little longer. Morning Light wasn't sleeping. He had a guess from yesterday. If he arranged things according to his idea, could he possibly beat the level? First, remove everyone except his own character, then put only himself in the team. Next, put his character at the front. The AI, probably being dumb, would attack the front enemy first. Then, remove all defense gear from his character, leaving only an M24 rifle. Then, equip the 416 on Mayfield's character, give him the best gear, and put him behind. Mayfield, I'm counting on you. Human Mercenary uses skill, Shield of Courage. His little figure raises the M24. The Silent Hunt, skill triggers. Bang. -61, blocked. Human Mercenary B uses skill, Song of Courage. HP 225, his mouth twitched twice. Every time he saw this, he felt so frustrated. It just won him the game. Undead Mage uses skill, Skeleton Summon. Next, for skeletons are summoned. Then, a round of focused fire. The frontmost himself loses about a third of his health. In the second round, he hits for 125, then Song of Courage. Critical hit. HP 450. It's okay, no anger. Not at all angry. The number of small skeletons on the field has reached 8. Once again, they focus their attack, and his health drops to just a sliver. Then, the Human Mercenary activates. Human Mercenary A uses skill, Powerful Slash. Dash 333, critical hit. The pixel figure representing himself instantly loses all its health. The figure wobbles and then dissolves into light particles. Morning sun falls. Unlimited love triggered. The owner has been defeated. Mayfield's all attributes increase by 200%. Normal attacks now also deal all attack and lifesteal effects. Skills are disabled. The pixel figure representing Mayfield suddenly bursts with a bright red glow all over her body. Then, a line of small text appears above her head. The owner is dead. I no longer care about right or wrong. Everyone must die. I will die with my owner. It's Mayfield's turn. Her speed seems to have increased with her boosted stats, and her action bar fills instantly. Mayfield suddenly raises her 416 Hong Kong dollars, and the gun's muzzle sprays out a dense burst of flames. Because of the all-attack effect, the bullets do not target just one enemy, but form a terrifying barrage covering the entire enemy area. Bang, 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 bang. 4 shots in quick succession, but this time, the bullet storm sweeps over all enemies on the field. The frontline 2 mercenaries, the 4 undead mages in the back, and the 8 skeleton soldiers already summoned are all caught in the attack. Mayfield attacks. All attack. Damage numbers flood over all enemies' heads like a waterfall. Against Human Mercenary. Mercenary A, dash 189, first shot. Dash 193, second shot. Dash 197, third shot. Dash 201, fourth shot. Almost 1,000 points of damage. His health bar disappears completely, the shield drops, and his massive body crashes to the ground. Against Human Mercenary. Mercenary B, dash 185, dash 189, dash 193, dash 394, critical hit, total damage, 961 points. A heavy injury icon appears. Mercenary B holds on with his determination. Against Undead Mage A, dash 132, dash 136, dash 140, dash 144, total damage, 552 points. The fragile mage instantly turns into black smoke. Against Lich Mage B, minus 128, minus 132, minus 136, minus 140, total damage, 536 points. A powerful strike. Against Lich Mage C, minus 126, minus 130, minus 134, minus 138, total damage, 528 points. Vanished Heresy. Against Lich Mage D, minus 124, minus 128, minus 132, minus 136, total damage, 520 points. A perfect attack. Although standing in the back row reduces some damage, she still attacks easily and fiercely. Morning Dawn swallowed hard. Wow, just one move. Mayfield cleared all enemy units on the field. Only the mercenary Human Mercenary B, with just 1 health point left and badly injured, stands alone in the front. Life Drain, effect triggers. A huge green number appears next to Mayfield's health bar, 1526. Her health instantly jumps from full to overflowing, with a shield appearing in front of her health bar. The damage taken earlier by summoned creatures is now insignificant. Enemy turn. The only remaining enemy, Human Mercenary B, acts. Human Mercenary B uses skill, Shield Bash. Minus 0.24. Damage reduction triggered, block triggered. Wow. Mayfield is as tough as steel. Wait, no? She's not that soft. Her health bar remains unchanged. It's now Mayfield's turn. A crimson glow still blazes fiercely. Another storm of gunfire covering the entire field. Targeting Human Mercenary B. Minus 91, block, comma, minus 95, block, comma, minus 99, block, comma, minus 103, block, comma. Total damage, 388 points. Battle victory. Child, your block is as ridiculous as you are. Morning Dawn watched the scene before her. Is this really the end? Morning Dawn stared at the victory message on the screen. Is it really over like this? There wasn't even a tough battle phase, just pure crushing. The boss in level 8, which had been blocking him for nearly a month, was wiped out in Mifield's furious barrage. The whole process was so fast it felt unreal. Even if you struggle a little. Struggling just means you're stuck on level 9? Alright, I don't want a close fight. I want to crush completely. This strategy really is just like a wheelchair to the face. Hey, but I love playing with a little wheelchair. There's no need to hesitate. Switch to the level selection screen, level 9, start. The scene changes to a pixelated landscape of a snowy canyon entrance. The cold wind howls across the screen, and the background music shifts to tense, icy strings. Wow, you changed the scene and music again. For such a simple game, you must be willing to spend a lot on artists and musicians. Enemy lineup, front line, Ice Armor Warrior, Shield Bearer, X2, blue names. Middle line, Frost Thrower X2, green names. Back line, Ice Wizard, blue robe, X2, blue names. Ice Armor Warrior, high defense, immune to freezing, normal attack, slow enemies. Frost Thrower, mid-range attack, chance to cause, frostbite, damage over time. Ice Wizard, area frost spells, high chance to cause, freeze, skip a turn, starts with Winter Aura, reduces enemy speed. Still clever design. Still annoying. Morning Light is starting to lose its smile. This setup is just like level 8, tank front, backline controls and high damage, plus a slow aura to annoy enemies. No, buddy. What level is this? This is level 9, not the 900th level. I've been playing almost 10 years, and I haven't finished the beginner tutorial. I haven't unlocked all the features yet. We can't play like this. We can't be so unfair. Old Fong is taking off again. Regular tactics are probably useless. I give up on testing. Then I skillfully operate the game. Drag my character to the front of the team. Exactly the same move as last time. I'll roll over you from Feng's grave in my wheelchair. Click Start Challenge. Battle begins. Winter Aura activated. All allies' speed reduced by 15%. The enemy Ice Armor Warrior A attacks. Target. Dawn, Shield Bash. Bang. Minus 48, slow effect icon appears. Dawn's health visibly drops a little, and a slow movement icon appears above his pixel head. The enemy Ice Armor Warrior B attacks. Target. Dawn, Shield Bash. Minus 52, stack slow effect. Dawn's character moves noticeably slower, and his health drops again. It's Dawn's turn. His speed is greatly reduced, and his action bar slowly fills. He locks onto a backline Ice Wizard. Pulls the trigger. Sniper and Silent Hunt activate. A brief invisibility icon flashes. Bang. Minus 78. Ice Armor broken. Ice Armor shattered, causing damage to Dawn. Minus 34. Dawn's health drops to nearly 0. And a vulnerable trigger message appears above him. His damage was really harsh. The enemy Ice Wizard A attacks. Target. Dawn, Ice Storm. A wide ice crystal storm sweeps the front line. Minus 165 area damage. Freeze trigger. Dawn's pixel figure is frozen under a thick ice shell, unable to move, marked with a frozen icon. His health bar is almost empty. Dawn raises an eyebrow. Huh? Only one enemy in front, and he's already crying. The enemy Frost Spear Thrower A attacks. Target. Dawn, Frost Throw. Minus 41. Frostbite trigger, damage over time, comma. Dawn's pixel character's health is completely depleted, shattering ice crystals and light particles dispersing. Dawn falls. Unlimited love trigger. Dawn is defeated. Mefield's all attributes increase by 200%. Normal attacks now have all attack and lifesteal effects. Skills are disabled. Alright, big luck. Activate. Charge, charge. It's Mefield's turn. Despite the slow aura, her boosted 200% stats make her speed soar, and her action bar instantly fills. She suddenly raises her 416 Hong Kong dollars. Dawn forces a smile. Brothers, you seem to have died a little. All attack, special effect activates. Bang, 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 bang. A furious bullet swept through all enemies without discrimination. Damage numbers exploded like a waterfall above each enemy unit. Watching the scene in front of him, Chinsi sang loudly, "Hey, Daoma! Hey, Dalma. Hey, Dalma. The translated lyrics surprisingly fit well. For Ice Armor Warrior A, minus 195, minus 199, minus 203, minus 207. Total damage, 804 points. 1 break. Long Dragon emerges from the mountain. For Ice Armor Warrior B, minus 191, minus 195, minus 199, minus 408. Critical hit. Total damage, 993 points. Double break. Fame achieved in 1 battle. For Frost Spear Thrower A, minus 142, minus 146, minus 150, minus 154. Total damage, 592 points. Instantly killed. Triple strike, shocking everyone. For Frost Spear Thrower B, minus 138, minus 142, minus 146, minus 150. Total damage, 576 points. Instantly killed. 4 hits. Unmatched in the world. For Ice Witch A, minus 130, minus 134, minus 138, minus 142. Total damage, 544 points. Instantly killed. 5 hits. Destroy the heavens and earth. For Ice Witch B, minus 126, minus 130, minus 134, minus 138. Total damage, 528 points. Still an instant kill. 6 hits. Destroy the heavens and earth. Mayfield HP 1672. So, in the game of 3 Kingdoms kill, when someone does bad things, can't there be a notification for a decisive kill? These 5 and 6 hits are all the same. Mayfield looked at Chintzy, trembling slightly in her arms. What's wrong, my master? Nothing. She looked up directly into Mayfield's eyes. Having you is really great. You say you want to rest, but you're actually very energetic. With a snap of fingers, bang. Hello there, little troublemaker. Ouch. Brothers, what else is there to say? Let's ignite our little universe. Bring me my stamina needle. Red Shio, eating barbecue, looks strangely toward Chintzy's room. Is the boss scolding Mayfield? Did she do something wrong? Lena and Laya both have red faces. Miss Mayfield is like the Red Shio from before. The captain was annoyed by her constant pestering, so he's teaching her a lesson. Red Shio nods, I see. Luckily, I don't sleep with the boss anymore. She proudly crosses her arms and shows a proud expression. Laya glances at her sister and says something unconvincingly. Lena's expression also looks a bit unnatural. What else can she do? She can't just say it directly. Lena looks at her sister with a you come kind of gaze. Laya decisively turns her head away. Your explanation is pretty good. Holding Mayfield, who has finally surrendered, Chintzy shows a silly smile. It's done, finally. It's done. Current level, level 17. We've gone straight from level 8 to level 17. Is level 17 very difficult? Why didn't we beat it? Well, all the monsters are gray quality. Gray quality monsters. Why didn't we beat them? It's simple. Because the 2 front monsters are wearing full sets of armor, purple armor. The monsters behind are wearing full sets of blue attack gear. Tried several times, but couldn't win at all. Auto battle, auto battle. Now, there's no other way but auto battle. Touching his stomach, I'm a little hungry. Congratulations. You have unlocked the activity feature, event current activity. Sign in to receive gold equipment. Take a deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. Don't get angry, not at all angry. Chintzy looks at the activity interface in front of him. Why be angry when it's so good? All right, let's look at it step by step. Sign in to receive gold gear. Day 1. 200 mall points. Day 2. 10 attribute reset cards. Day 3. G18 dimensional gun skin. Adds 60 firing speed, 10 attack points. Day 4. Pet training liquid. Day 5. Resurrection card. Revives all team members in the level without resetting enemy status. Day 6. Armory box. 20 high explosive grenades, 50 C4, 30 shock grenades. Day 7. Random golden helmet armor. Remaining activity time. 12 hours, 34 minutes, and 21 seconds at first glance. Wow. Great. I need most of these items. My strength can really improve. Second glance. What does it mean that there are still 12 hours left? Yes, I can claim rewards for 2 days, but is my shop open yet? Do I need a few attribute reset cards? Ugh, the bad experiences from playing still haunt me. I finally got into the game and reached the level to unlock the event. Then, the event expired, and I couldn't get anything. Event Preview. Count Dracula's Mansion Event Description. An ancient castle, long sealed, suddenly appears. Brave adventurers gather their teams and challenge it. Event Rewards. Equipment. White, green, blue, purple, gold, red. Common enhancement coupons. Mall points. Gems. Character fragments. Event description. Players can choose their game mode freely. 1. The player leads the team directly into the challenge. Monster difficulty remains the same, unlimited players. Enter the dungeon directly for the challenge. Characters chosen as team members can join immediately. During the challenge, real-world time almost stops. If a character dies and isn't revived, they become a ghost to watch. When everyone dies, you are forced back to the real world. 2. Challenge game levels similar to main story levels. Characters not unlocked in the main story are still unavailable in this mode. Morningstar carefully looked at the rules. Feels pretty good. He turned over and hugged Meffield. Not bad, not bad. But that's a matter for tomorrow. Right now, he just wanted to sleep. If he didn't sleep soon, he might really faint. He buried his face into the pillow. A land of tenderness, a tomb of heroes. I truly saw how difficult it can be. Early morning, a ray of sunlight shines down. As the morning light opened his eyes, he smelled a very strong and delicious aroma. He groggily sat up, feeling fuzzy all over after a day of confusion yesterday, almost like a dream. Just as he was still groggy and waking up, the door was opened. Mayfield, dressed as a maid, appeared in front of him. Master, try the noodles I made for you. It's based on the pickled vegetable and shredded meat noodles you mentioned. She carried a tray in her hands. On the tray was a large bowl and a small bowl beside it. Mayfield placed the tray in front of Chintzy and then set it on the bedside table. She sat on the bed, looking at Chintzy with messy hair and a dazed expression. Unable to resist, she reached out and patted Chintzy's head. My dear master, you're so cute. Let me feed you since he hadn't eaten all day yesterday. His mind was still fuzzy. Looking at Mayfield in front of him, he reached out and gently hugged her. Smells so good. Hargs, do I look good in this outfit? Anastasia hurriedly changed into a little dress and ran out, standing in front of Hargs, who was dressed as a maid. I don't know. Please, miss, forgive me. I'm just a rough guy. How would I know what looks good or not? Hargs really wanted to cry. What's going on? Mayfield, come back. You're so clueless. You don't even know if you look good or not. I'll go change again. After saying that, she went back into the room with a bang. The door was slammed shut. Hargs leaned weakly against the wall, eyes vacant. Honestly, what's the point of living if you're a ghost? His team members nearby pretended not to see anything. Miss you. You're playing with our boss, but can't you play with us too? All the reinforcements this time were highly capable fighters, but most of them couldn't take care of others. So, Hargs temporarily took on the role of maid. Miss, should we go find Chintzy first? After all, he's been back for 2 days now. Morning Light, as an adventurer, was always rushing around. No one knew if he would accept a quest and then suddenly disappear. Bang! The door was slammed open, hitting Hargs in the face. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Let's go quickly. Hargs stiffly turned his head and looked at Anastasia, who was dressed in her original outfit. Just kill me now. Meffield, how did you manage to hold on for so long? With Meffield's help, Morning Light finished the last bit of noodle soup, returning the broth to the original dish. Very proper. Lena was cleaning up the dishes when there was a dull knock on the door, and Anastasia's very recognizable voice called out, Mr. Morning Light, are you there? Morning Light frowned slightly. The trouble had just ended. Honestly, if he could, he really didn't want to get involved with the Clare family. He was currently growing steadily, and his strength was increasing quickly. But the Clare family's influence in the imperial capital and the potential need for Lia's future treatment using their resources made him get up and head to the front yard. I'll go see. Meffield smiled as he looked at his master, clearly sensing that his master was troubled by Miss Anastasia. But for Lia's sake, he would face his fears. It was interesting. This was the first time he saw his master like this. Even when facing the 2 maggot mother nests for the first time, his master never showed this kind of expression. He pushed open the door, and sure enough, Anastasia was standing outside. She was dressed very carefully, clearly made up. Her expensive silk dress was perfectly tailored, and she wore a sparkling gemstone hair ornament. Her face bore a carefully maintained polite smile. You couldn't tell she had looked dull and gray just 2 days ago. However, Morning Light's gaze didn't linger on her. He stared blankly at the scene behind Anastasia. Harks, a muscular man in a tight maid's dress. The black and white fabric looked extremely tight on Harg's large frame, as if it might burst at any moment. His thick arms pushed out from short sleeves, and his broad back made the dress's hem stretch into a straight line. His blue skin couldn't hide the redness of his face. Morning Light was stunned. What does it mean? What does it mean? Poof! Haggis suddenly spat out the water she was drinking, her eyes wide with surprise, staring intensely at Haggis. You. Her tongue seemed tied, and in the next moment, she turned around quickly, looking at Morning Light. I don't have such a kin. Absolutely not. She took a few steps back, looking shocked and overwhelmed. Lena and Laya also showed surprised expressions. Next to them, Mefield kept a polite smile, but a hint of helplessness flickered in her eyes. I used to be a young lady. If I had to describe her as a master, she would be a magic orb. Anastasia seemed completely unaware of everyone's shock in front of her. Her cute face was full of anticipation, and without wasting words, she directly said, Morning Light, we are about to leave for the Imperial City. Would you and your friends like to come with us? It will be safer on the road, and we can even play chess together. Her gaze swept over the yard behind Morning Light, carrying a subtle sense of superiority. Morning Light twitched his lips twice. She really thinks I can't beat her? I was just letting her win. Does she understand what it means to let someone win? He saw the slight contempt in her eyes. This contempt wasn't directed at him, but at his place of residence. So, a young lady might not necessarily have low emotional intelligence, but a spoiled young lady probably does. After thinking for a couple of seconds, he directly refused. No, I have things to do in Zero Town. I need to handle them before I leave. His tone was calm, just like Anastasia knew Morning Light. What things? Anastasia asked eagerly. Maybe I can help you. Leah's leg needs some rest before she can travel far. Morning Light gave a reasonable excuse, focusing on Leah's leg covered with a thin blanket. I also need some rest before I can set out. The second part was true as well. Then I can stay and wait for you. Anastasia immediately responded, her voice tinged with expectation. Anyway, I need to rest my team too. No, that's not possible. Morning Light interrupted her, speaking more firmly. That cult is still watching you. Staying here only brings unnecessary risk to both of us. Looking into Anastasia's eyes, he said, Don't be stubborn, Anastasia. Anastasia's face immediately lost its glow, her red eyes lowered, and she unconsciously twisted the hem of her dress. Her lips pressed together, showing her deep disappointment. Her carefully planned visit and invitation were harshly rejected. Morning Light watched her like this, silent for a few seconds, then finally sighed and softened his tone a little. We will also go to the capital later to find a doctor for Laya. Seeing Anastasia's face light up with renewed hope, he couldn't understand what was so good about himself. Then, I will visit you. Her disappointment disappeared, and her eyes brightened again. Really? It's a promise? Her voice was full of excitement. Yes. Morning Light nodded without showing any emotion. Be careful on the way. He looked at Harks. Mr. Harks, protect your young lady. The journey might be dangerous. Harks, dressed as a maid, grinned and replied, Don't worry. Leave it to me. This scene made the girl next to them, Red Shio, turn away painfully, muttering, So strange, so strange. Having received the promise, Anastasia felt satisfied and resumed her noble demeanor. See you in the capital. Take care, Mefield. She cast a final, complex look at Mefield, who was quietly standing behind Morning Light, with a hint of reluctance and blessing. Then she turned and left with her uniquely dressed maid. A luxurious carriage was already waiting nearby. As Morning Light said, she knew the cult was still watching her, so she only took a day to prepare and set out. But why did she stay behind? Time and again, Morning Light used his strength to protect her. This made her subconsciously feel that as long as she saw Morning Light, everything would be fine. Red Shio rubbed her arms and said, That guy, he's got a problem. Wearing women's clothes, Morning Light extended his hand, and Red Shio naturally bowed her head and lowered herself. I gently patted Hongshu's head. With a slight lift of my hand, I could reach her easily. You're probably feeling forced, right? That older brother is almost broken. Hongshu showed a happy expression. Chenxi looked away. All right, we're going back. I also have some things to discuss with everyone. What's the matter? This time, don't leave me out. Hongshu looked worried. Chenxi led the way. Don't worry, this time we'll all go together. From now on, we won't split up like that again. One mistake is enough. On the small courtyard's wooden table, Lena had just cleaned up the dishes. Anastasia arrived suddenly. Everyone hadn't finished eating yet, so there was no rush to talk. We can discuss it after we finish. Chenxi sat at the main seat, watching everyone. Hongshu was rubbing her round belly, looking very happy. It feels great. Chenxi cleared his throat. I just refused Anastasia's suggestion to join us. I want to explain why. Hongshu stretched lazily, her long white hair falling over her shoulders, looking indifferent. Leader, it's fine to decide on your own. Why tell us? We trust your decision. She yawned, seeming to think this topic was unnecessary. If someone more sensitive was paying attention, they might think Hongshu was trying to replace her, feeling she was scheming, using others' authority to flatter Chenxi. Everyone here, except Mefield, knew Hongshu well. Scheming? Flattering? Who? Hongshu? Are you serious? Chenxi looked at her and reached out to gently ruffle her hair. All right, Hongshu, don't interrupt. We're a team. I am the leader, so I make decisions. But you're not my subordinate. We have the right to understand the reasons behind these decisions. Equal communication is necessary for a team to survive. Hongshu blinked. I don't understand. Chenxi took a deep breath. There's no point wasting words with you. Mefield smiled gently, watching his master carefully. So handsome, my master. Refusing to travel with them has two main reasons. Chunshur raised one finger. First, traveling with the Clare family's caravan means we have to follow their schedule. When they leave, when they stop to camp, which route they take, and even where they rest and for how long. All of that is decided by them. We can't make our own choices. He looked around at everyone. If we go alone, we can leave whenever we want, stop whenever we need to rest, and change our route as needed. We control our own actions. They might rush back to the capital quickly, traveling day and night, but everyone knows Laya's health situation. If she's not feeling well, I will definitely stop so she can rest. Chinshur noticed Laya's expression looked a bit strange again. If you really think I'm a burden, then don't worry about it, because that's what makes me a burden. Bunshio listened to his boss's words and felt overwhelmed. What does that mean? Laya was also confused by Chinshur's words. I might be a burden to Chinshur, but I shouldn't think I am, because I believe that being a burden to him is the real problem. So, as long as I don't think that way, I'm not a burden to Chinshur. If I'm not a burden, then why should I feel like I am? That's right, that's it. Second, it's related to something I need to tell you next. Chinshur's expression became serious. Everyone here, did you ever play pretend games when you were kids? Like pretending to be adventurers, knights, or magicians? Bunshio scratched his head. What's the point of pretending? I was out hunting monsters with my tribe when I was 3, so I didn't have time for that. Lena and Laya exchanged glances. Well, my sister and I were just trying to survive, so we didn't have time to play those kinds of games. Mayfield nodded gently. Me too. Chunshur looked at everyone, then at his hands on the table. Oh no, this house is full of unlucky people. Anyway, just understanding that is enough. Morning Light felt a bit helpless. It was easier to understand the dungeon in a modern setting. A simple explanation was enough in that context, but in this fantasy world, explaining it was more complicated. Next, I will talk about one of my abilities. Please do not share this unless absolutely necessary. Absolutely necessary means if your life is in danger. If that happens, you can tell others. Of course, I will try not to reveal it. He tapped his finger on the table twice, and his expression became very serious. Remember this, if you are really in danger and the enemy just wants to know about me, tell them. Fellow soldiers, you are more important than these things. Don't be stupid. Understood? Lena. Captain, you're so cool. Don't worry, no one can catch me. Red. I can handle anything. Don't joke around. I will listen carefully to what Morning Light says. Leah. I don't want to cause trouble for Morning Light. No, I shouldn't think that way, or I'll just cause trouble. As a maid, I will follow my master's words perfectly. Mefield. He's my chosen master. This ability allows me to open a door to a strange world. That world can be seen as a special kind of game with its own rules. Morning Light paused and continued. I will explain carefully. If you don't understand, just ask me. In that world, we will face various battles. The enemies are unique to that world, not real-life creatures. Most importantly, losing or even dying there won't really hurt our bodies in the real world. He emphasized this very important point. If we really can't go on, he will definitely choose a sacrificial route. We must not let Mayfield's mental state break down. That would be disastrous. When everyone in that world is defeated, which means everyone dies, we will be forced back to our current world, returning to the state we were in when we entered. Of course, we can also choose to end the exploration and return to reality at any time. When we start exploring, time in that world almost stops. The room was very quiet. Redshow blinked and said, I didn't understand. Or didn't you understand? Everything. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Okay, I will explain again, this time more carefully. In that world, fighting brings real benefits. Things that can make us stronger in the real world. Like the equipment everyone wears, which can be obtained in that world. The gear everyone has on is actually the worst kind. Chinshur explained patiently about 10 times, and Redshow finally understood. All right, as long as you understand. Fighting in that world can quickly improve our team's teamwork and earn rewards. It's a win-win. Also, in that world, everyone can awaken abilities that only work there. Snap. He clasped his hands together, drawing everyone's attention. Maybe he talked too much today, because besides Mayfield, everyone looked confused. Anastasia's team is large, and their movement is limited partly because of that. More importantly, this ability is our team's secret. Traveling with them, with so many people, makes it hard to explore and improve in that world freely. So, the best choice is for us to act alone. Redshow raised his hand again. No joke, when he saw Redshow raise his hand, Chinshur was really scared. What are you doing? I explained everything carefully, right? Don't tell me you still didn't understand. I really don't want to keep explaining. Boss, I have just one question. Can we fight happily? Yes. Then I have no more questions. Chinshur was silent for 2 seconds. Then, Redshow, tell me what I just said. Fight happily. Is that all? Yes. Reksu felt a surge of fighting desire. It's been a long time since I wanted to fight so fiercely. Mayfield smiled and nodded at Chensi. Even though she was wearing full armor that covered her head, her elegant aura was still clear. It was like in Kamen Rider 01, where Iz's appearance changes and the overall impression is completely different. Her gaze shifted to Lena, who nervously swallowed and also nodded at Chensi. I'm ready. Chensi took a deep breath. Then let's go. The challenge begins. Confirmed. A bright blue vortex appeared beneath the 4 of them. Seeing this, Chensi felt relieved. Luckily, they didn't choose to follow Anastasia. Otherwise, the special effects for loading in would be way too obvious. Welcome to the challenge event. Count Dracula's mansion. Details of the challenge. 1. The dungeon only supports continuous battle mode, starting from the first level and progressing to the last. If everyone fails, the next attempt will start again from the first level. 2. As you progress through the levels, higher quality equipment is more likely to drop. 3. You can leave at any time. Choosing to leave voluntarily will allow you to take all your loot. If you wipe out completely, you can only take currency. All equipment will be lost. As soon as they entered, this message appeared in everyone's mind. Reksu excitedly carried a double-edged axe, saying, "What are they rambling about? When can we start fighting?" At this moment, everyone showed a helpless expression. This was the first group action for the team. Chensi looked around at the environment. The cracked stone walls were covered in dark moss. A huge, oppressive medieval castle stood before them, with red-eyed crows perched on the withered trees around it. Crack! A lightning bolt flashed, briefly illuminating the surroundings. Chensi nodded in approval. This matched my stereotypical image of a vampire castle. They moved forward step by step. When they reached the castle gate, it made a series of creaking sounds. The gate opened by itself. Without hesitation, Reksu was the first to step inside. Mayfield followed closely behind. As the front two, they naturally had to take responsibility for occupying the view. When the last person entered the hall, a loud bang suddenly sounded behind them. The heavy oak door slammed shut on its own with incredible speed and force. The loud noise echoed through the empty foyer, kicking up a cloud of dust. The light was instantly cut off, leaving only a few faint beams of light shining through small stained glass windows high above. The eerie atmosphere instantly intensified. Lena trembled slightly, looking at everything in front of her with some fear. Chuncher glanced at her and didn't seem disappointed. Girls are naturally afraid of ghosts and monsters. Where are they? Monsters? I'll chop you all with an axe, and even old phone wouldn't recognize you. Chuncher's mouth twitched twice, and she retracted her words. She raised her 416 rifle, alert and watching everything ahead. Since entering, she had been on high alert. She wanted to gather some good gear to bring back. The challenge began. Suddenly, the ground shook violently without warning. On the hard black stone floor, 6 patches of dirt boiled and surged like boiling water, rising up. 6 decayed skeletons burst out from underground. Honestly, I don't even know what to say. Come on, this is a stone slab floor. Where did this dirt effect come from? Seeing this environment, I thought it finally looked realistic. Now it turns out, what a joke. The skeletons hunched over, their hollow eye sockets flickering with ghostly green flames. No joke, these skeletons would definitely go wild when facing the meat tentacles. The relationship of restraint is just so unbeatable. I'll do it, Hongshu's voice rang out, and Chuncher relaxed her finger on the trigger. Her pink arm muscles instantly bulged and tightened. The heavy double-edged axe in her hand seemed to lose its weight. She grabbed the axe handle at the end, swung it in a circle. The huge axe blade cut through the air with a cold arc, tearing the atmosphere and making a dull whistling sound. Before the axe blade even reached, the wind it created already swept up the dust on the ground. The frontmost skeleton warrior seemed to want to block with a short sword. Crack! Boom! The short sword snapped like rotten wood. The axe blade crushed through its chest bone and ribs without resistance. The powerful force instantly shattered its upper body into flying bone fragments. The axe handle, still full of momentum, struck the second skeleton behind it with a heavy bang. That skeleton didn't even have a chance to react. It was shattered instantly. Its middle part disappeared completely. The second skeleton also collapsed with a crashing sound, its eerie green soul fire flickering a few times before going out completely. Just as Red Shio finished dealing with the melee skeleton, the 4 skeleton archers had already finished aiming. 4 green glowing bone arrows shot silently through the air. Suddenly, a dragon roar sounded, and another figure moved faster than the arrows. Mayfield acted. No words were needed. She slightly shifted her stance, facing the incoming bone arrows directly. Her fair arms were instantly covered with shiny, metallic-looking red diamond-shaped scales. She threw punches in quick succession. The bone arrows shattered into powder and bone fragments the moment they touched her dragon-like fist. Mayfield's movements didn't pause at all. She pushed off the ground, transforming into a swift shadow that skated close to the ground, instantly closing the distance to the 4 skeleton archers behind her. Meeting new allies naturally meant showing her strength. In the blink of an eye, Mayfield reached the first skeleton archer, who was just trying to raise his bow to block. She retracted her right fist to gather strength, then stomped her left foot hard on the ground, causing spiderweb-like cracks to spread across the surface. With a fierce, piercing sound, her clenched right fist struck the skull. A true expert shattering a skull. The skull cracked open with a bang, and the eerie green soul fire instantly went out. The headless skeleton collapsed to the ground. She reached out with her left hand, grabbing the skeleton archer behind her. Her right hand transformed into claws, with 5 sharp nails like short daggers, precisely stabbing into the connection between the skeleton's neck and spine from above. She yanked and tore fiercely. The entire cervical spine was forcibly broken, and the soul fire vanished. Holding the head with its soul fire extinguished, she dragged it off and aimed it at the skeleton behind her. Justice, serve. The skull, accompanied by a sharp wind, smashed into her comrade's head. Congratulations on passing the first level and earning 50 ancient castle coins, 2 iron armor, white, and 1 knight's greaves, green. Chuncher put away the 416 rifle. In the game, you hit me once, I hit you once, but you can't produce this kind of effect. The previous levels were easy, almost a straight win, but the rewards. They are a bit stingy. A few white gear pieces and some scattered green gear. That's all. Chunshur knows her system very well. High difficulty missions always give good items. It's not that simple missions give bad rewards. The tougher the challenge, the better the reward. She moves on to the next level, but the pressure. Is it increasing too fast? Suddenly, the air twists sharply. 12 twisted, decayed zombie dogs leap out of the shadows. Their muscles are rotting and exposed, fangs dripping thick black liquid. They are much faster than the skeletons before. The fight erupts instantly. Red Sue roars and swings her huge double-edged axe, cutting 3 zombie dogs in half as they rush forward. Their foul internal organs splash onto the cracked stone wall. But during her attack, 2 more zombie dogs rush from the sides toward her lower body. Meffield steps forward, his arm covered in dragon scales, grabbing one zombie dog's neck and twisting it until it breaks. At the same time, he kicks another dog hard, smashing it against a stone pillar, bones shattering. It can't stand up anymore. Not only where he hit, but also the area where he kicked. The tissues there are collapsing. Even if he hadn't hit that spot, it would still be dead. More zombie dogs bypass the front line, rushing toward Chunshur and Lena from behind. Be careful, Chunshur warns softly. For 116 Hong Kong dollars fires bursts of flames. The rapid gunfire echoes through the hall. 2 zombie dogs rushing at Lena's head explode. Another tries to ambush Chunshur from the side, but he shoots it in the head as he turns around. Shell casings clatter to the ground. Lena tightly grips her glowing staff, the goddess's radiance. A warm halo spreads out from her, covering Red Sue and Meffield. Small wounds from the zombie dog's claws on their bodies heal visibly, and their stamina is replenished. Wow, Lena, Benjiro, you look a bit like a girl. He got it. Benjiro felt the power of recovery and swung his giant axe more fiercely, smashing the rotten dog in front of him. Meffield used her high stats to rush to the front and block the water source. The rotten dog's bites were hard to defend against, but Lena quickly healed her health after taking damage. If that didn't work, she would face Don's 416 Hong Kong dollars in the game, but with unlimited bullets. Although bullets don't have quality, and this is a small weakness, the unlimited bullets made up for it well. After defeating the last rotten dog, the 5 of them took a moment to breathe. Lena's forehead was sweaty. Continuous healing and buffs were quite tiring. The loot glowed. Ancient castle coins 80, green iron bracers 1, white bone necklace 1. Dawn took a deep breath, understanding this mode a bit better. Indeed, you have to fight in these situations to really understand. Even though it's a game, it can feel tiring, and fatigue can lower combat effectiveness. In this mode, long battles are impossible. From the first level to the 5th, it took nearly 2 hours. Let's keep going. So far, the only valuable item has been the ancient castle coins. The 6th level begins. The scene changes. The hall of the 6th level is darker, divided by huge stone pillars. The ground trembles constantly. 2 giant stitched monsters, made from rotten flesh and bones, emerge from the shadows, each step causing the ground to shake. Behind them, semi-transparent wailing ghosts float. The pressure increases sharply. Big one, I got this. Benjiro charges fearlessly at the stitched monsters. In her mind, there is no word like fear. She swings her giant axe hard at the monster's thick arm, embedding it deep into the rotten flesh, but not cutting through the bones. The stitched monster roars loudly, and its other arm swings toward Benjiro. Watch out, Meffield intervenes just in time. She crouched low and slid to avoid the attack path. The dragon-shaped fist with a breaking sound slammed into the joint of the stitched monster. With a cracking noise, the joint shattered, causing the giant arm to swing off course. Seizing the opportunity, Red Shio drew her axe and swung it at the stitched monster's knee. The stitched monster instantly fell to the ground. It flipped in midair, and Meffield's arm, landing lightly, began to burn with flames. Her eyes fixed tightly on the stitched monster, whose legs were slowly healing. Cracks appeared on the ground beneath her. In the next moment, she disappeared from the spot. Her body twisted, boom. One punch. She directly smashed the stitched monster's head into its chest. Because of her great strength, the stitched monster's body even started to break apart. Red Shio looked at the scene before her and swallowed hard. Wow, that was really intense. Meanwhile, Another stitched monster rushed toward the back row. Chunshur quickly shifted her firepower and pressed the trigger. A burst of bullets swept over it. The bullets tore through rotten flesh, slowing it down. For ghostly wails and shrieks pierced through stone pillars, ignoring physical defenses, and charged straight at Chunshur and Lena. Their mental screams caused Chunshur to hesitate, missing her aim. Disperse the faint light. Lena used her skill directly. As a holy light priest, her resistance was much higher than that of ordinary adventurers. Goddess's radiance shone brightly at the top. A circle of sacred light spread out. Switching guns, Lena aimed the M24 and triggered Silent Hunt. Bang! This shot directly pierced the heads of two ghosts. How did the bullets hit the ghosts? No idea, probably. Because this is a game. The two ghosts were successfully defeated. The silence technique moved forward, switching guns again. Frenzied barrage covered the remaining two back row ghosts, killing them. Boom, 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 boom. Looking toward the source of the sound, there were 6 stitched monsters and 12 wailing ghosts. All right, this mode is really not simple. But aiming and shooting, compared to watching the little characters idle, feels more real. Teamwork, combat awareness, and shooting skills can all be practiced in this nearly real combat mode. The battle ended. The Mephield armor has more scratches, and Xingshu's shoulder was hit by a stitched monster, so his condition is not very good. Lena has used more than half of her magic power, and her breathing is becoming rapid. Loot. Ancient Castle Coins 120. Cold Iron Breastplate, blue, 1. Ghostly Cloak, blue 1. Should I try to grab more? Forget it, just retreat now. I can be sure to get 2 blue items. My strength is enough to improve, but if I try to take more, then I might end up with nothing. Retreat. Did you come back so quickly? Leah looked at Chensi and the others with some surprise. To her, they just disappeared and then appeared again instantly. How long were we gone? Chensi looked at Leah and sensed his own body's condition. His body was in the best shape, but he still felt mentally tired. Maybe 1 or 2 seconds? Leah gave an answer she wasn't very sure about. Even if it wasn't exactly 1 or 2 seconds, it wouldn't be much longer. Anyway, it definitely wouldn't be more than 5 seconds. Mephield glanced at Chensi. Truly, such powerful ability. She still has a pretty clear sense of time. To her, this long battle lasted at least 6 or 7 hours. But in reality, it only felt like 1 or 2 seconds. The enemy was quite strong, and there was no worry about injury or death. She couldn't imagine how terrifying this team's combat experience would be if they had enough time. Chensi sat in a chair, and everyone went to rest for a while before heading out again. Looking at the rewards in the activity shop, Chensi was almost drooling. Equipment. Blue set pack. 2,000 ancient castle coins. Purple set pack. 5,000 ancient castle coins. Golden equipment pack. 10,000 ancient castle coins. Limit 1. Red equipment pack. 50,000 ancient castle coins. Limit 1. Legendary black equipment pack. 500,000 ancient castle coins. Limit 1. Skill books. Spark technique. 1,000 ancient castle coins. Frost technique. 1,000 ancient castle coins. Healing technique. 1,000 ancient castle coins. Invisibility technique. 2,000 ancient castle coins. Fire. Dragon technique. 2,000 ancient castle coins. Blade storm. 2,000 ancient castle coins. Shadow stab. 2,000 ancient castle coins. Transform. Vampire count. 20,000 ancient castle coins. Limit 1. Miscellaneous items. Normal enhancement ticket. 1,000 ancient castle coins. Limit 500. Rune exchange token. 200 ancient castle coins. Limit 1,000. I want it all. I want everything. Sunrise sits on a chair, thinking back over all the experiences from past lives to today. I have made a decision. You know, I really admire the gaming master. They might even overexert themselves. This event lasts for 24 days. I'll do my best to push through, just grabbing a few items, and I can take off immediately. Looking again, the things from Grandma Lee don't seem like they could exist in this world, but everything in the shop is perfectly normal. Mephield, get ready. This time, the two of us will go into the dungeon alone. Mephield paused, then smiled mysteriously. She sat beside Sunrise and took Sunrise's hand. I thought my master was going to discuss something with us again. From your cute expression, it seems you've made a very important decision. Yeah, The battles just now have been intense, and we've been doing them a lot lately. I want something. As for not discussing, there are 2 reasons. Mephield rested her chin on her hand, smiling at sunrise. My master, could you tell me what those 2 reasons are? I'm very curious. It's simple. The first reason is that I understand your personality, Mephield. You wouldn't refuse me. Yes, the master is right. And the second reason is that you are my wife. We don't need to be so distant. A smile froze on her face. Chintzy could clearly feel that Mephield's body stiffened. Her delicate face quickly turned red, visibly changing. Chintzy calmly turned his head away. Inside, he clenched his fist tightly, feeling confident. You can't keep controlling me forever. Little maid, controlling. His familiar breathing rhythm made his body stiffen. Hey, master, no matter how hard it gets behind us, I can hold on. Now, your maid would like to ask for a small reward from you. Hongshu curiously looked around. Lena, what did Mephield do to make the boss angry again? Why was she scolded? I don't know, Lena replied expressionlessly. Why? Why is it always Mephield? Is it because Lena is not good enough? Lena's figure isn't much worse than Miss Mephield's. So, why can't I be chosen? Is my performance not obvious enough? This isn't right, this is wrong. I can't. Lena, Leah's cold voice sounded. Lena turned to look at her sister's calm eyes. Her inner frustration quickly disappeared, and her face paled. I'm sorry, sister. Leah's gaze remained calm. You can pursue what you want, but the premise is not to hurt yourself. I'm sorry, Leah sighed. She knew. She always knew. Her sister, after experiencing repeated setbacks, had become somewhat mentally unwell. Since spending time with Chintzy, she had improved a lot, but now it was starting again. She knew her sister's personality very well. She cared so much about Chintzy that she couldn't do anything to hurt someone she valued. Under the weight of her unhealthy mental torment, who could she hurt? Simply, only herself. Lena, it's not just them who are valued by the Dawn. You are just as important. Lena opened her mouth, but her mind froze for a moment. Yes, that's right. I am also cared for by the captain, so why not choose me? Is my performance not obvious enough? Or maybe. She entered another round of overthinking. Laya didn't say anything more. She could only rely on herself now. Benzi swallowed hard and rubbed her arms. Lena earlier felt a bit strange, a little scary. Though she was a fool, she had instincts like a beast. 2 hours later, Dawn looked at Mayfair, who was blushing. Are you ready? Once you're ready, we'll set out. He didn't want to talk to Benzi because she would definitely insist on going if he told her. Why not just stay in the idle map and farm repeatedly? It's simple, because farming in the idle map doesn't give castle coins. Only when the main character enters the game and challenges the same level repeatedly will they earn castle coins. Yes, I'm ready, master. Mayfair put on her gear again, her smile charming. She was very satisfied now. Standing behind, Dawn looked at his hands. He saw an opportunity to get stronger quickly, so he had to seize it. Only by being strong enough could he protect everyone he wanted to protect. The carriage moved smoothly along the flat road. 2 days after Laya left, Dawn and the others finally set out. Laya watched Dawn, lying on the other side of the carriage, with a look like she was burned out. Recently, Dawn had been working really hard. Outside, Mayfair, who was driving the carriage, also looked tired. Dawn really didn't want to move at all now. Lena and Benzi seemed to be doing a bit better, but it was clear they hadn't recovered much. 2 days of fighting. What a thrill. First, the excitement of battle, then the nausea of constant fighting. Honestly, they had fought for at least 4 figures of hours. Currently, I have obtained the equipment. The purple set package, the gold equipment package, the transform, vampire count, fire dragon technique, spark technique, and cold frost technique. I have truly exhausted myself. I can't keep going anymore. Now, everyone's gear has been greatly upgraded. It's no problem to say that my strength has doubled or tripled, but I am so tired, so exhausted that I don't even have the energy to feel happy. In one sentence, I am done. Lying on the side seat of the carriage, Dawn let her mind wander freely. It feels quite comfortable to sway gently like this. What is the ultimate meaning of human life? Why does food taste so good? Why does eating make us so happy? Who is stronger, Tiga or Dinah? Can Black Rhino Hero defeat the Killer Heart Flame Dragon? Is pouring Coca-Cola into a favorite soda considered a form of betrayal? How many twists does NTR need? I am very curious. Leah secretly watched from the side, memories of her talk with Meffield last night flashing through her mind. The moonlight is beautiful. On this night, only the hooting of owls can be heard. Dawn's small courtyard is far from the market. So, at night, it remains very quiet. Lena sat alone on a tree stump away from the house, hugging her knees, staring blankly at the bright moon in the sky. Meffield silently approached and sat beside her. At this moment, Meffield's face still wore a gentle smile. "Are you troubled, Miss Lena?" she asked softly, her voice steady and warm as always. But compared to before, there was a hint of sincerity. Lena stiffened slightly and did not turn her head. "No, Miss Meffield. I'm just a little tired." Meffield gently shook her head, her long black hair shimmering faintly in the moonlight. She was wearing loose pajamas. Of course, not the special morning edition. "Miss Lena, your eyes are different when you look at the master. When I get close to him, I can see the worry in your eyes. It can't be hidden." She paused, speaking softly, as if afraid to disturb the fragile girl in front of her. "You like the master, don't you?" No matter how strong she seemed, Meffield felt she was very fragile. In the words of her favorite master, she was like tempered glass, strong in some ways, almost unbreakable. But if you find the right way, she can be easily broken. "No, that's not true." Lena suddenly looked up, her voice rising slightly with obvious panic, her cheeks flushing instantly. I didn't." Her denial sounded weak and powerless. Meffield didn't immediately expose her lie. She just looked at her calmly, her eyes deep and serious. "Miss Lena, I am the master's maid and also his wife. I care about him, so I care about everyone he cares about. You're not as hard to understand as you think." Lena avoided her gaze. Meffield's stare made her feel like she was being seen through. "Sure, I get that feeling too." Meffield's voice remained steady but carried a rare seriousness. "If you choose not to tell the truth and keep going like this, I'm sorry, but I will stay by the master's side. Always, constantly. He is my husband, and I have the right and determination to do so. Are you sure you want to keep watching forever and feel bad forever? I don't think my master would mind my body," she added confidently. "She doesn't have the problems most ordinary people face. She's a dragon. Quite amazing, isn't it?" This really is like Garen whispering softly, silent but impactful. Those words instantly pierced Lena's last defenses. She trembled all over, her face showing clear panic. "You? How can you?" "Because this is the fastest way for you to face your true feelings," Meffield said without changing her expression, but her eyes became sharper. "Avoidance won't solve any problems, Miss Lena. Tell me your thoughts. I like my master in this team, so I will solve any issues that come up. Emotional problems are my master's only weakness, and I will help fix that. Only by solving all internal issues can the team truly last and grow. I will protect everything my master cares about." Silence spreads between us. After a moment, Lena's voice, trembling slightly, speaks. "No, that's not it. I like Captain Chency. Very much." She finally lifts her head and looks at Meffield. "But I don't want to hurt you. Really, I don't. I know the captain, and you are. Just watching you together makes me feel sad. I can't help feeling upset. I'm sorry." Meffield listens quietly, her face softening from seriousness to a gentle smile. "Do you need help? Cute Miss Lena, huh? Do you need my help?" "With my help." Meffield stands up and walks over to Lena, smiling at her. "You should be able to connect with your master more easily. Are you afraid he doesn't like you? Don't worry, I can show you how to test that. If you don't get a chance to be close to your master, that's okay. I'll help you find one." Morning light. What does that mean? Lena is stunned. "Why?" Meffield slowly sits back down beside Lena, a gentle smile on her face. "Why?" Indeed, her expression reveals pure, sincere kindness. "Your happiness is my happiness. If your master cares so much about you, and you are happy, he will be even happier. And, she turns her head and smiles. Your master is a bit playful. You know, impossible. Don't slander Captain Chency. If he's not playful, he wouldn't accept a second wife. Being a little playful isn't a bad thing at all." Her lips curl into a smile. Everyone gathered because of their master is so interesting. In the carriage, still in sage mode, Chency keenly sensed that Lena was acting strangely. Is something wrong? Lena's face was flushed, her soft thighs pressed tightly together, showing a holding urine expression. Should I ask Mayfield to stop so you can go to the bathroom? I don't need to go. Lena's face turned even redder. She often gets shocked by her boss's strange ideas. She took a deep breath. Mayfield was right. At that moment, I kissed the captain, and he didn't refuse. So, I really had a chance. Maybe, just maybe, the captain likes me too. I'm not ugly, and I have a decent figure. Chensey looked at Lena with a dead fish eye as she moved closer. Since those 2 days ended, he's been looking at her like that. Now, his mind is really free, either wandering with many thoughts or nothing at all. And then, Chensey's awareness started to return. He turned around and looked at Lena, who had her head resting on his lap. What do you mean? Warehouse, what do you mean? Exactly what I said. Huh? Lena looked at Mayfield with tears in her eyes. This isn't the situation we discussed, is it? What do you even mean? Help me, Lord Mayfield. Mayfield sighed helplessly, glancing at her legs. Only then did Lena snap out of it. Yes, that's right. Continue with the plan. To pass the test smoothly, Mayfield even lent her stockings. I can do it. I definitely can. Meanwhile, Hongshu is outside fighting monsters. Chensey stared blankly at Lena holding his hand, then pressing it against her white silk. Touch. It's smooth. Captain, do you like it? She was so shy that tears almost fell. Not as much as Mayfield. Gasp. Lena froze completely, her voice making a strained, dying sound. But you also have your own style, which is quite fun. Holding the edge of her stockings, she pulled upward, then slap. Ugh. Hee. That was fun. Mayfield looked at her owner with some helplessness. Her owner had indeed been working hard. During those thousands of hours, all they thought about was fighting. Chinshur also had to command them during battles. The first 6 levels were low-pressure situations, but after the 6th level, the pressure skyrocketed. After the 9th level, the pressure was overwhelming, and the owner often fought without retreating. So, it's understandable that she now looks so embarrassed. Lena probably won't lose hope, right? Lena bit her lip, trembling slightly, her pupils seeming to form a tiny heart shape. Why did her clothes look darker? Hey. Mayfield was stunned. She didn't understand, but she was deeply shocked. At this moment, Benjing is chasing after the bandits, fighting them. What did I just do? Chinshur looked at the shy Lena in front of him, avoiding his gaze. That moment just now, his mind was a bit slow. Well, maybe a lot slower than usual. But he's not stupid. He knows what he did. Looking at Lena, something felt very wrong, completely off. There was a problem. Chinshur narrowed his eyes slightly. When she kissed him earlier, something was definitely not right. How much did she want to thank him? She just came right up and kissed him. The carriage was still rocking gently as they traveled, with Laya resting nearby, pretending to sleep. Her ears were almost standing up. So interesting. Super interesting. Are these 2 sisters divine beings? Lena, I might ask some rather rude questions next. If I ask yes or no, just answer directly. If you don't answer properly, it could affect our team's stability. After hearing Chinshur's serious tone, Laya immediately shifted into a serious state. Captain, you can ask anything. I will answer seriously. At this moment, Lena thought Chinshur was going to ask about battles or something similar. Until, Lena, do you like me? Huh? Lena stiffened. She really didn't expect Chensey to ask so directly. According to Mayfield, the team leader shouldn't be the inexperienced type who only guesses internally and needs me to make the first move, right? Don't overthink it. I'm just making a reasonable guess. Chensey stroked his chin, his expression unchanged. Whether it's the kiss earlier or what just happened now, he lowered his hand and looked directly at Lena, who was too scared to meet his gaze. Neither of these are things normal teammates would do. And you, Lena, I know you. You're not the kind of person who acts carelessly. Yes, I really have no dating experience, and I can't tell what I like or dislike. But I can analyze. Putting all that information together, the answer is clear. Did I guess wrong? If I was wrong, would he ask? His emotional intelligence is much higher than a border collie. That girl already gave you her lap pillow and a kiss. Are you telling me she doesn't like me? Plus, she's not the kind of reckless person, so the answer is obvious. Love stories aren't like that. So, who will give me a lap pillow now that I need one? I like you. Good, then come here. The pillow is more comfortable with your legs. Lena's face lit up with happiness, giggling happily. Chenxi shifted into a more comfortable position. This feels so good. She's happy, and I'm happy. Mayfield, I'll rest for a while. Don't worry about the guard duty. Mayfield smiled and said, Yes, master. Please rest assured. She watched this scene very comfortably, her gaze drifting to Hongshu, who was busy fighting a powerful monster. According to the master, Hongshu should be the first to join the team, right? She also seems to like the master, right? And the master doesn't dislike her, right? Then, how have the two of them been standing still for so long? Regarding appearance, Miss Hongshu outshines everyone present, and her figure is also impressive. Additionally, her two demon horns are seen as a bonus by many people. As for her hands and gestures, you can't beat me. You can't beat me. Be good and become today's lunch ingredients. What do you have to compare with me? Her smile stiffened, and everything was clear now. All the previous questions had been answered. Morning light continued along the postal road toward the imperial city. The wheels rolled over the frosty dirt road, making a steady creaking sound. At this season, the early morning temperature is very low. Soon, it will be the hardest winter for the poor. Morning light spread out a map she had bought earlier, her finger tracing the marked route. Beyond is the Oceantown. We should reach it before dark. We need to restock supplies. Mayfield nodded. Yes, we should. We don't need more meat for now, but we should buy more water. With Hongshu, who is always chopping and cutting, food won't be a problem. The Oceantown on the map is partly surrounded by a winding river and is an important stop on the way to the imperial city. Normally, there should be people moving around at the town entrance and smoke rising from chimneys. But as they got closer, the grass along the road became more tangled and wild. A strange, faint feeling crept into Morning Light's mind. Looking at the footprints ahead, she frowned. These footprints don't seem recent. A mechanical spider, which had been scouting within a few hundred meters, received an order. It blended perfectly into the environment and quickly moved toward Oceantown. Its vision synchronized with Morning Light's eyes. The town gate was crookedly open, with a heavy door panel leaning on the muddy ground. The street was empty, silent as a grave. Several carts for transporting goods were overturned in the middle of the road, with dried, blackened stains splattered across the dirt and the weathered walls. Most of the courtyard walls had collapsed, with broken bricks and shattered wooden beams scattered everywhere. There were no bodies. Only dried bloodstains and signs of violence remain, silently telling of the disaster that once happened here. The mechanical spider carefully climbs onto a higher broken wall, its compound eyes turning as it surveys the deep parts of the town. Inside the town, the walls of the shops are destroyed, and the goods inside are still there, untouched. The lively town is now only filled with the sound of the cold wind. What's wrong, boss? Hongshu asks, slinging her double-edged axe over her shoulder, curious. Chenxi shakes his head. Nothing. This town was bloodied, but I don't know who did it. Is it the enemy country's army? Or maybe wandering bandits? Both are possible. From what we see, everyone has already been killed, so there's no point in staying. He leaves the reconnaissance spider there and prepares to bypass the town and continue forward. Chenxi really suspects that he's been unlucky lately. Why is everything going wrong? Did some death god possess him? Does every outing lead to trouble? Let's go around it. Head to Fengling Fortress, 70 miles away. Chenxi scratches his head. Don't cause trouble now. He definitely can't go inside right now. The situation inside the town is unclear. He won't risk sending someone to die. He's not that foolish. Maybe there's some valuable stuff left, or some fun gadgets hidden there. Just leaving like this feels so boring. Hongshu moves her wrists, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. In her mind, risk doesn't exist. When trouble comes, she rushes in. Bang! Hongshu pouts, covering her head in frustration. No need to make things complicated. The most important thing now is to take Laya to see a doctor. Chenxi feels truly helpless. Hongshu, you need to be more careful. Lena watches the scene with a light smile. Hongshu, she's quite interesting. Before, she was always wary of Hongshu, but now it seems she's a bit of a fool. She actually developed a suspicion of Hongshu. Chenxi keeps muttering inside. Trouble is coming. Trouble is coming. Ever since she got stronger, it seems like everyone knows and comes rushing over. Lena looked at Chenxi with worry. Captain, do we need to travel further to get supplies? Water and food. The next small town is Windchime Fortress. The map shows it's about a day and a half away from here. Chincy quickly checked the map again. We can make it there without any problem. Basically, we just use more water. The other supplies are not used very quickly. Understood, Captain, Lena nodded. She looked at Chincy with admiration. The captain is always so reliable. Leah's expression was similar, full of admiration, like, wow. Amazing, Meffield, turn around. We'll take the northern fork and go around here. Chincy put away the map and gave the order. Inside, she felt very excited. That look in her eyes was perfect. Yes, exactly right. Understood, Master. Meffield didn't hesitate. She immediately moved to the front of the cart to handle the reins. Let's go quickly. Luckily, we didn't rush straight in, Chincy said calmly. This shows how important information is. Without information, you might walk into a group of 5 burly men in the grass. Sigh, I am too versatile, damage dealer, information gatherer, collector. All of these roles are mine. Her inner pride quickly faded. The first to notice Chincy's change in mood was Hongshu. Chincy kept her foot raised, a smile slowly appearing on her face. You know, I really regret not leaving any information back then. I just killed you all, and I didn't let that pervert in maid clothes spare you. That pervert in maid clothes. I see. Through the reconnaissance spider, she saw what she longed for. Meffield was stunned at first, but quickly reacted. It seems we've hit the jackpot, my dear master. She straightened up and looked at Chincy with a bright smile. Both of them were smiling, but Hongshu and the others felt a chill down their spines. We've also met an old friend out. Hongshu still didn't understand. An old friend? Who is it? My opponent in the Ghost Clan? I only have rivals in the Ghost Clan, no friends? Who is an old friend? Who is a close friend? Lena looked at Hongshu, whose head seemed about to smoke, and knew she must have misunderstood what the captain meant. According to the captain, Hongshu is purely a warrior. You let her go to the battlefield, and even facing the strongest enemies, she wouldn't frown. But if you try to make her understand complicated things, it's really hard for her. Lena moved closer to Hongshu and whispered to explain. Oh, I see. Hongshu suddenly looked enlightened. And then, make the boss angry, and I'll cut these ungrateful things into pieces, Chincy sighed. That was the murderous intent I was just brewing. If everyone in this world had a task system, it might be like this. For my side, our task has changed. Search during battle. Ask kindly to get the information we need. And for those evil cults, our task has changed. Original task. Add new members. Current task. Survive. No, please, I beg you. Uncle, I beg you. He stretched out his hand expressionlessly, and the flesh and blood along his arm crawled out. Faced with the boy's plea, he showed no emotion at all. He had long been numb. Why was he doing this? Oh, right, I remember. It was because he didn't want to turn into a mindless monster. He wanted to live, even if it meant abandoning his human body, even if he looked disgusting now, even if it meant harming others. He wanted to fight to stay alive. So painful, so painful. The boy trembled. At this moment, he was no different from the mercenaries who had been deceived by Chincy's team before. To die like this is already happiness. His voice was not hoarse. It carried a strange, slick quality. There was no problem saying this. After all, his vocal cords were long gone. Through friction and pressure, the tentacles simulated this sound. The screams nearby never stopped, and his behavior was truly considered kind among his colleagues. Turning his head, he saw what could only be described as hell. Hey, little one, this is your mom, and that is your dad. Choo choo choo. How loving. Tentacles slipped out of his sleeve, grabbing 2 heads and smashing them together repeatedly. The girl, no more than 6 or 7, had already lost her eyes. She couldn't do anything but watch as these monsters desecrated her parents' bodies. Not far away, friendly neighbors' heads were piled into a small mountain. Many people had been cut open, their screams disturbing everyone still alive. This huge basement had become a true hell. Boom. Light burst in. The entire house was torn apart, and the girl stared blankly upward. She looked at the huge monster and the person standing on it. I found you. Her scalp prickled with fear. Dawn knew very well that if others tried to kill him, he would not hesitate to fight back. But that was just killing. Everything in front of him brought back bad memories. Nothing was different. They were all beasts hiding behind human skin or claiming to be human. Leave no one alive. No, I still have to leave one. Redsu, did you hear that? Die. You old hag. Redsu was the first to rush forward. She didn't bother with the stairs. With a fierce momentum, she charged straight at the nearest cultist. Her pink muscles tensed, and her heavy double-edged axe swung out in a deadly arc, tearing through the air with a shriek. Thud. A cultist still trying to control his tentacles didn't even scream. He was cut in half from shoulder to waist, and strange internal organs mixed with blood burst out. Redsu didn't even look. She swung her axe again, cutting down a thick tentacle that was attacking her, splattering her face with foul-smelling slime. Ugh, so disgusting. Who's next? At this moment, Mifield's face was expressionless. She didn't have Redsu's loud, heroic presence, but her figure moved like a ghost among the smoke and chaos. Her goal was clear: rescue the little girl and eliminate the biggest threat. Her fair arms were instantly covered with tough red dragon scales, her 5 fingers forming claws, sharp and precise. Suddenly, she appeared beside the cultist holding the girl. With a whooshing sound, her dragon claw pierced through the cultist's throat, crushing the windpipe and the spine behind it. The cultist collapsed without a sound. Meanwhile, Mefield's other hand grabbed the exhausted girl, and with a quick turn, she kicked another cultist in the chest with great force. A clear cracking sound came as the cultist's chest caved in, flying backward like a broken sack. This fight was much easier than the last one. Last time, the enemies were hidden, and they were visible. Now, the only enemy was the control of the tentacle creature right in front of her. If she killed it, the tentacles would just wiggle but not move anymore. Mefield carefully held the unconscious girl and quickly placed her in a safe corner. Healing prayer, holy light protection. She practiced her healing spell. Leave the rest to me. Focus on fighting. Lena's voice echoed in the basement, with a slight tremor that was hard to notice. Clearly, what she saw affected her, but she kept her actions steady. The goddess's glow on her staff shone with a gentle white light, spreading quickly to cover Rensher and Mefield. Their opponents couldn't hurt them at this level, but healing prayer also helped remove fatigue when not injured, keeping them at their best fighting spirit. Rensher stood at the breach, calmly firing her 416 Hong Kong dollars rifle. She aimed at the fleeing cultists and pulled the trigger. All the bullets hit their target, making the cultist's blood almost turn into 5.56 millimeters. She removed the magazine and put in a new one. The rarely seen which quickly devoured the tentacle creatures on the battlefield, whether moving or not. Rensher watched the battlefield calmly, filling in gaps between her teammates' attacks and suppressing enemies trying to flank. The tentacles seemed a bit stronger than last time. The battle was intense and brutal. Of course, this was true for the cult members. The tearing and whipping of the flesh tendrils on Mefield and Red Shio, who have upgraded to purple and blue gear, mostly leave shallow white scars. Even if they occasionally break through defenses, Lena's aura quickly heals the wounds. Can they still break through? Then, isn't losing a drop of blood just losing? Haha, haven't eaten? Use more force, Red Shio laughs wildly, swinging her double-bladed axe into a storm. She even grabs a coming flesh tendril and tears it apart with brute strength. The blood splattering from the broken tendril stains her hair, but she doesn't care. Too weak. More. Not enough chopping. I'm not good with words. Guess what I am good at? Normal fights tend to be one-sided. Those tendrils, in front of a 3-meter-tall demon witch, are like small snacks. Easy to handle. Soon, only one remains. Chensi calls out to the already bloodthirsty Red Shio. Then he jumps down from above, changing all his gear, helmet, armor, weapons, leg guards, and pants. He also adjusts all his attribute points to defense. When he lands, the ground trembles a little. His weight is indeed a bit terrifying. Chensi holds a large shield and walks up to the trembling cultist. Looking at him trembling, Chensi suddenly feels like laughing. So, you're afraid of death too. I hope you can tell me some satisfying information. That way, you can die peacefully.